Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 251, Precarious Situation. The rascal was smashed into the ground, forming a large crater with spiderweb cracks that spread across the forest floor. He was injured and a trail of blood flowed down from his lip, but that was the extent of his injury. It was not anger that filled the rascal's eyes, but discipline. He was a trained soldier, but more importantly, he did not have much room to think. In this disadvantaged situation, the only thing running through his brain was the training he received. He drew his weapon, a section staff with 4 chain staffs instead of the usual 3. Each one of his hands firmly held onto one of the sections. Letting out a battle cry, he attacked. Dashing up into the air, the rascal swung his staff furiously at the flying, shining golf cart in an attempt to squash it like a fly. Yet, instead of clashing, the staff gently patted the cart as all its energy had already been diverted. A green flame shot out of 2 exhausts at the back of the cart, before the cart seemed to jet out towards the flying alien. Yet, the cart was still in its original location. What flew toward the rascal was an attack in the image of the cart, followed closely by a few more. No longer underestimating the opponent, the rascal promptly dodged the raining golf carts and pulled back his staff. Holding the 2 ends of the staff, he started swinging it around himself like a jump rope, while his 2 free hands pulled out a slingshot and took aim at Gerard. It did not matter if his attacks were useful or not. The rascal was not able to think so far ahead. All it knew was to attack, and so it did. Launching endless projectiles at the cart, the rascal also moved closer to smash the cart with his staff that he was constantly swinging. Even if Gerard absorbed some energy from it, the alien was providing energy constantly. And yet, it seemed to make no difference. Like a swan gliding across a lake, the golf cart moved around the forest, easily dodging the attacks. Realizing his attacks up until had now failed, a seriousness entered Gerard's eyes as a silver, shining clutch and gear appeared beside him. Wiping off the first bead of sweat he had ever experienced in his entire life, Gerard revved the cart. He was far from done. Near the forest, for rascals were searching for enemies. Since they had appeared in an isolated area, Lex had yet to teleport them into the formation because they were not a priority and he was too busy taking care of non-stop emergencies. Suddenly, they heard a familiar battle cry coming from the forest and immediately turned that way. The battle cry was actually a signal of a tough fight and a call for reinforcements. Since their aid was needed, they would respond, for that was how they had been trained. They began jogging towards their goal, pulling out their weapons as they did. Z was at the edge of his seat, watching an anime called Sasuke, doing his best to hold back his tears. The star of the show was so emotional, and he could really feel the protagonist's pain, while cursing the antagonist of the show, Sakura, with all his heart. But then, suddenly, everything changed. One moment he was in the gamer's den, the next moment he was at the front gate of the inn. Before he could even begin to feel confused about what had just happened, the assistant innkeeper sent him, as well as all the other workers, a message telling them that they were being invaded. Still amped up by all the emotions he had been feeling, and filled with frustration and hate, he immediately turned on his battle music and let loose a war cry. Instead of a single card, all 52 cards from his deck started flying in the surrounding air before they flew directly into the army of rascals. This time, he did not use the flat of the cards, and used their sharp edges to cut through the enemy horde. He was visualizing all the enemies from every anime he had ever seen, and did not forget to yell the name of his attack while he was at it. But, as spirited as Z was, unlike Gerard, he was neither at the peak of chi training nor had his bloodline evolved. Let alone killing, even hurting the Foundation Realm rascals was a difficult task for him. Fortunately, even as his cards swept through the enemy ranks, and the surrounding guests were starting to realize something unusual was happening, he was not the only staff member there. Doe, the rarely seen worker who was John's assistant, along with Pamela, were up on their feet and quickly bringing the guests to a corner away from the fighting that had abruptly erupted. Gerard's fellow chauffeurs were also doing their best at separating the enemies and the guests, even as Lex began teleporting them away one by one. The caretakers and staff from Avalon were doing their parts as well. On one side, Harry was frozen in fear, unable to fight because he was just a normal human until recently not. He was standing still because he was using his sorcery and literally burning the souls of any rascals that dared near him. He was born and bred in New York. Something as mundane as a fight to the death could not faze him at all. But even with all their help, as well as the hundreds of vines that started to emerge from the ground to attack the rascals, the inn's staff was but a single strong attack from the nascents away from being destroyed. So far, the only reason the strongest of the rascals hadn't attacked yet was because, according to their training, they had to let their subordinates test out the enemy's strength first. They would wait 2 whole minutes before attacking, unlike what they would have done if they were alone, in which case they would have attacked immediately. The Golden Core rascals would attack after 1 minute. While these intervals were short, they were enough to analyze the enemy's battle strength. Fortunately for the inn, this is where their lack of intellect played in. The strategy they employed was for direct or pitched battles, and not a surprise raid, in which case they should have used their strongest attacks first. This gave the inn's staff, Mary, and Lex enough time to respond. While Lex was still teleporting his guest away, managing to move several each second, Mary was not resting either. She was controlling the vines, yes, but she was also doing something else equally important. John had not even begun to torture, to interrogate his attacks when she appeared right before him. "John, the inn is under attack. I need you to go to the front gate and help out," she said in a commanding tone. John, however, was not too keen on it. Not that he didn't want to help, but that he would rather not get involved with anyone with the guts to attack this inn, whether they were misguided or not. He was even more reluctant to fight since his cultivation was actually sealed, and while he had a tough body, in actuality, he was not a body cultivator. Not to mention, he was not an actual official and staff member as he had never used the Platinum Key, so technically, it was none of his business. Finally, while the innkeeper was mysterious and powerful, he could tell this assistant was nothing more than a hologram. She did not intimidate him. "Assistant innkeeper, I don't mean to be rude, but you probably know that my cultivation is actually sealed." Mary, who had been about to leave, froze. She turned and gave John a look that spelled death. John was not deterred, and just as he was waiting for her to threaten him or something, he heard a sound that he never would have expected. It was the familiar ping of his system. New quest. Eliminate invaders quest time limit. 5 minutes quest reward. Jericho puzzle piece quest failure punishment. Permanent drop in cultivation by 1 major realm remarks. A good assassin needs to be able to eliminate armies. John was not only startled, he was aghast. This was not the kind of quest his system usually gave him, and he had never encountered a K's punishment before. But more than that, he dreaded a single thought that was roaming in his mind. "But despite my inability, as a part of the inn, I will do my best to protect it," he quickly said, and bolted towards the inn's gates. 5 minutes was not a lot of time. He absolutely could not suffer such a disability as letting his cultivation drop. To be fair, he had gained all his cultivation through the system, so it made sense that it could also take it away. Still, it was not something he wanted to experience, especially since, in the back of his mind, he could not stop imagining the death stare Mary gave him moments before his quest popped up. He thought to himself, but his grimace only worsened. Chapter 252 Punishment. Chapter 252 Punishment. From the moment the rascals entered the inn to Mary telling John to fight, roughly 40 seconds had passed. In this time, Lex had teleported nearly 100 guests away and coordinated with Mary to have her attack certain areas with the delinquent Viper Vine. With the immediate threat to most guests and his staff gone, Lex started going through his various new permissions to see the best way to resolve the situation. Back in his tent, Lex had gone pale, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. His mental exertion had gone beyond anything he had ever experienced before. Between constantly scanning the inn, coordinating, teleporting, and ensuring everyone's security, in these few seconds he had already done hundreds of tasks, and he was not done yet. The quicker he found a solution, the better. So now all his focus was on searching for an answer. Gerard was already panting and his hands were trembling, but his grip on the steering wheel never loosened. Even now, he had not suffered a single attack, but he was showing signs of exhaustion. After all, regardless of how powerful his bloodline was, he was facing an enemy 3 major realms higher than himself. But despite his severe disadvantage, surprisingly, the rascal was in a worse condition. He was not bleeding or hurt, but his leathery skin was pressing against his bones as if he was malnourished. The frequency of his attacks had dropped, and he had stopped flying, deciding instead to stand on the ground. There was no time for hesitation, so Gerard sped his cart towards the rascal in an attempt to ram it once again. Suddenly, as if out of thin air, a massive ball of flame appeared in Gerard's path, threatening to crash into him. But just as it touched the cart, it seemed to vanish, as if siphoned into the cart itself. The 4 rascals that had worked together to set up the ambush were dumbstruck, as that attack should have worked. The next thing they saw was 2 jet blue flames erupting from behind the cart as it smashed into the nascent rascal, once again launching him into a crater. Gerard was not surprised at the presence of the additional enemies, for he had identified them as soon as they started using their techniques. He was, however, concerned about facing more foes. Velma, fortunately, had already retreated somewhere, so at least he didn't need to worry about her. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but that she was too weak compared to these enemies to make a meaningful difference. Quite sure that he hadn't managed to deal significant damage to the first rascal, Gerard instead turned his attention to the other 4 that had just arrived. 2 of them were in the Golden Core, and 2 of them were in the Foundation realm. They at least shouldn't be as much of a challenge. Gerard reversed the cart without looking back and swiftly made a turn, changing the direction of the cart to face where the rascals had been hidden amongst the tree branches. Not giving them any time to evade, he promptly launched the long-range attack that traveled forth in the shape of the cart. The 2 Golden Core rascals managed to evade, barely, but the 2 Foundation ones were hit dead on, blowing up their bodies in the process. An attack hit the golf cart from behind, as the nascent realm rascal climbed out of the crater, but it was impossible to surprise Gerard as he was aware of all changes in the surrounding energy. Like all the others before, this attack vanished, and the energy from it was channeled into another attack that Gerard launched towards the other Golden Core experts. At this point, despite his best efforts, Gerard was having a tough time keeping his eyes open. It might be a good time to retreat. Oh dear, you rascals really know how to make a mess, the Galactic Sovereign Turtle said, as it walked through the woods. Somewhere behind it stood Velma and the gardener. Velma was looking at Gerard with worry and concern, while the gardener, well, he was crying over the trunk of a broken tree. His art, it seemed, would never see the light of day. It seems some punishment is in order, it said, once it got a clear view of all the destruction. What happened next will shock you. No, what happened next was very anticlimactic. The grass on the ground started growing around the rascals, tying them up. They tried to resist, but whether it was brute strength or a complicated spiritual attack, the grass seemed impervious. The nascent rascal was especially concerned because it discovered that not only was the grass trapping its body, it was also trapping its soul. In such a dangerous situation, with no alternative, it decided to use the final ultimate attack it had been trained to carry out, the destruction of his core. As soon as it activated the technique, nothing happened. Like a mummy wrapped in grass instead of cloth, the last rascal fell over as Little Blue flew over to pick them up one by one. Seeing the situation resolved, Gerard finally relaxed his grip on the steering wheel and nearly fell out, but Velma quickly appeared to help him. They turned to thank the turtle, but it had already moved on, dragging the weeping gardener behind it. As for the rascals, back in the day, Lex had made an interrogation room near the greenhouse where Little Blue went and deposited the still struggling rascals. There were already a few in the room, neatly stacked in a corner. For the first minute of the fight, the inn staff managed to hold their own against the small army of rascals. But as the second minute started, they immediately fell into a disadvantaged situation. After all, on one side was a trained army, and on the other side were waiters and waitresses. More than Z, who had caused a lot of the rascals to nearly bleed out, Harry proved to be the man of the hour. Dozens of bodies lay on the ground around him. They were not dead, and in fact seemed the exact picture of health, as they were still at their physical peak. It was their souls that had been badly damaged. Harry didn't even need to try to kill anyone, as at lower levels, even the mildest of damage to the soul left one nearly crippled and unable to move. Whether they were Foundation experts or Golden Core ones, just an alter version of the spell he used to cut hair left them with cuts all over their souls. Even if they managed to avoid being crippled, the pain was enough to leave them powerless. Yet despite his success, he was no longer actively attacking enemies. Now he was focused on defending the inn staff. The golf carts, unfortunately, had been destroyed, and a lot of the staff were injured to various degrees. On this battlefield, only 3 warriors from the inn remained in relatively good condition. One was Harry, of course, while another was Z, and the last was one of the lifeguards from the lake called Todd. Standing at 6 feet 8 inches with a body sculpted as if the after in a before and after collage, Todd had activated his regalia Bloom Bloodline mid-battle and used it on his surfboard to smash enemies like beavers in a carnival game. With the combined efforts of the 3, they had managed to barely hold off the enemies, but no one knew how long it would last. Then, just as the song on Z's speaker changed, and the first chords of 7 Nation arm wrestlers played, John fell from the sky right in front of the 3. He did not waste any time in talking and immediately started a massacre, his speed only increasing the deeper he went into the enemy lines, not slowing down. Out of everyone here, he seemed the most anxious to resolve this battle. This was because, while his cultivation was sealed as he had achieved the Earth Immortal realm, his body had gone through a transformation to immortality. Compared to these lower-leveled cultivators, his body seemed like an unrelenting force of nature. As someone who had benefited from such an advantage, it made perfect sense that he was determined to complete his quest. Otherwise, his cultivation would fall back down to the nascent realm. His skills as an assassin were finally put on full display, and even unarmed, he was like a scythe cutting down grass. For a moment, it seemed like the tide had turned, but then the strongest few of the rascal army decided to change their plans. According to their training, when fighting an enemy much stronger than themselves, they should focus on causing as much collateral damage as possible. Following that logic, they gave up on observing the fight and all ran in different directions, determined to kill as many people as they could manage before John got to them. Chapter 253 Lex, the Harbinger of Loopholes. Chapter 253 Lex, the Harbinger of Loopholes in his tent. Lex was completely drenched in sweat. His shirt was stuck to the skin, and his eyes were squeezed shut because he could not continuously wipe them. Right now, it was only due to his flow state that he was not panicking. No matter what his authority, the inn never provided him with a single direct way of defending itself. There were a few very specific defensive formations he could buy, but he had neither the MP nor the energy to power them. Every few seconds he would scan the inn to ensure everything was not deteriorating into a mess, and, fortunately, things had taken a positive turn. John had joined the fight and was rampaging amidst the enemy army. If only he could buy guards similar to that who could just fight alongside him, but then prevented him from doing that. The only way he could buy anyone with any fighting ability, Lex literally yelled out as his mind quickly moved to implement his idea. 20 nascent rascals invaded the inn. Of those, one had fought Gerard, and one was currently exploring the Midnight Mountain, unaware of what else was happening, and the remaining 18 were on the battlefield. When they decided to split, all 18 moved at the same time. 3 of them decided to target John, to hold his attention and distract him for what the rest were doing. Of the remaining 15, 2 decided to attack the inn staff for the same purpose, while the remainder tried to escape the formation. The speed of a nascent cultivator was one that was near impossible to keep up with under normal circumstances, and their attacks were only faster. Z and Todd sensed a massive surge in some kind of energy and immediately tried to divert all. But not only were they limited in how much energy they could divert at a time, the attack was too fast. They only saw a bright light, and before they could understand what was happening, they were blown away, crashing into those they had been trying so hard to save. Harry similarly had sensed a surge in soul energy and immediately attacked it. His attack had slowed down the other nascent soul rascal attacking them, but could not stop it. The rascal didn't even need to attack Harry. He fainted from exhaustion on his own. The battle, which had so far been a concert of yelling and clashing weapons, had been blanketed by a shocking silence, followed by endless explosions. John was an assassin, not a frontal fighter, so the three rascals that went after him were more than enough to trouble him. He had dodged a dozen sudden attacks without any chance of retaliating. The rascals, who knew they were ultimately the weaker ones, continued to use long-range area of effect attacks, resulting in dozens of explosions that, ironically, did more damage to other rascals than anyone else. It was a split second, and the tide of the battle had drastically shifted. The worker who was holding onto Z's bloodied and unconscious body had only just recognized what, or rather who, he was holding when their assailants flashed in front of them. The workers could not even respond. They only looked at the four-armed, leathery alien like the harbinger of death. The rascal did not waste any time and gathered a shining white energy in its arms to attack when a shadow fell over its body. Surprised, it looked around to see for any incoming attackers when a giant, ivory foot crushed him into the ground. The other nascent rascal, who had seen the giant appear out of thin air, tried to retreat. Unfortunately for it, the giant's size did not diminish its speed in any way, and before the rascal could move but a few feet, the giant kicked it, breaking dozens of bones and incapacitating it. The appearance of the giant caused a huge disturbance, as almost everyone turned to look at it, as neither the rascals nor the workers had seen it before. But after the initial shock, many immediately realized that the giant strongly resembled the faceless training dummies in the training room. But while the other training dummies had been made of wood and did not do much other than attack physically, this one seemed to be made of ivory and actually used various techniques. The ivory giant did not wait around to observe or give his opponents any time to react. It identified its next target and rushed, breaking the sound barrier as it did so, before seriously damaging each one of its targets. The dummy did not kill any of the rascals. Its sole purpose was training after all. Instead, it helped them train their willpower by leaving them with broken bodies and extreme pain. Just as drastically and quickly as the battle had begun, it ended, and the dummy left the formation to pursue the remaining few rascals. Except that no one clapped or wooed as the crowds usually did after a tournament. They were still in shock. Mary asked, as she appeared in front of the workers, "Take all the injured to the recovery room, quickly." She quickly started organizing those that were uninjured or less hurt, and, after giving one look to the ruined landscape of the inn and a kneeling, panting John, turned to her duties. The rascals were not killed, and if left alone, they could cause more of a mess. Fortunately, Lex let her know that the Galactic Sovereign Turtle was on the way, and that he would take care of imprisoning the rascals and fixing the damage from the battle. She had to focus on only a few things now. First, she had to make sure no one died by immediately sending them to the recovery room. Second, she had to apologize to all the guests who were caught up in this mess and give them all a 1-week free stay at the inn, as instructed by Lex. Of course, it wasn't really free, as he could pay for their stay. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, it was her job to oversee the interrogation of the rascals and find out exactly why they had come and what was their goal. They needed to know if more enemies would be on the way. The only suspects Lex had at the moment were the pirates who visited every so often, just because of the nature of their work. But that didn't make sense. She needed to find out if there was any lingering danger. Lex collapsed onto the ground, his state of flow immediately breaking once the situation at the inn was resolved. Although the system did not let him directly by any kind of defensive measures, he had once again found a loophole. He upgraded the training room even more than he previously had the greenhouse, spending 500,000 MP on the upgrades alone. Then he spent another 250,000 MP on this massive, incredibly powered training dummy that could reach the peak of the nascent realm in strength. This was, of course, the theoretical peak of the nascent realm, and also took in mind species much stronger than the rascals as well, which is why it would be able to easily defeat them. But technically, the training dummies shouldn't have been able to leave the training room. However, once upgraded, the room had more features. Not every kind of training can be done in a secure environment, and not every technique can be carried out alone. This is why the training room allowed for the training to be conducted in any environment within the inn, and could target not just one person, but entire groups. Using a massive amount of MP and his remaining energy, he bought and powered this massive training dummy, while registering the entire invading army for training sessions for near-death harm and threats. This was a method Lex would be able to replicate in the future should he be invaded again, but this massive dummy would need him to absorb extra energy to run. This was not to mention that, now that he was once again down to 0% energy, the system's operations were once again compromised, and it was running on metaphorical energy saving mode. While Lex lay on the ground panting like he had just run a marathon, his mind still recovering from the extreme exertion it had just experienced, two thin wooden roots emerged from the ground behind him. At first, they froze once they left the ground, as if to see whether they would be detected. But after a few seconds, when Lex didn't show any reaction, they slowly continued to pull out of the ground silently and stealthily moved towards Lex's neck. The two roots slithered in the air, as if snakes, slowly approaching helpless prey, and only took a few moments before reaching Lex. Too tired and too caught up with the invasion at the inn, Lex was completely unprepared when the roots wrapped around his neck. Chapter 254 Bro. Chapter 254 Bro. Lex was so mentally drained that at first, he didn't even notice the increased pressure around his neck. But when his head actually moved a little because of one of the roots, he promptly realized someone was giving him a massage. Alarmed, he jolted up and turned around to see two roots bending upwards, as if someone was holding up their hands to explain they meant no harm. "What the?" Lex murmured while he tried to make sense of the situation. "Bro, Broseph, Brobert, Brosellini, relax. You're so stressed." The voice seemed to be coming from the roots. Lex saw no mouth and no one else, so it could only be that. Lex asked, suddenly remembering something from one of his classes. Trollops were one of the main 7 races of this realm, but the information about them seemed to be vague. What he could firmly conclude, however, was that they were some kind of sentient plants. "Bro, of course I'm a Trollop. The name's Karam. Nice to meet you. I must say the negative vibes you've been giving off got me shook, bro. You need to relax." "Karam, like the forest? Bro, why you gotta do me like that? If you must use my full legal name, it is Karam Alejandro Forest III. I'm the forest, bro. It's not named after me. Well, I'm the forest up until the Deadfall Cliff. After that is my cousin, Goalie Malevolent Forest. Don't let his fresh maple appearance fool you. That bro is a racist." Lex was once again confused, but he tried to let go of his normal precepts about living beings, since he was in a new realm now. This was a forest full of hundreds of different species of plants, and probably hundreds of thousands of trees. Yet Karam claimed to be the whole forest itself. How was that possible? But it seemed that it wasn't that the definitions of Trollops that were vague in his class, just that he was unable to comprehend them properly. "Well, it's nice to meet you too," Lex finally replied, getting a handle on the situation. "Bro, can you blame me? You're the one that laid down on my roots. If anything, that was rude. But it's fine, I get it, you humans are weird. I keep telling that other human as well that Goalie won't like it if you pass through him, but he's adamant. Well, it's no bark off my trunk what you guys do. Say, bro, you wearing some cologne or something on your back?" "No cologne," Lex replied briefly as he sat back down on the ground. The surprise of having roots around his neck gave him a boost of adrenaline, but now that the situation had calmed down, Lex was once again reminded that he was tired. Furthermore, he suspected the nice smell that Karam was referring to was from the lotus on his back. There would be no way Lex would share any information about that. Just another 500,000 years, and the lotus would give him a 5-star world. "Damn, bro, that sucks," the roots replied as they slumped, looking disappointed. "I was hoping to use a cologne to impress some meadows." My mom's been on my case about getting a girlfriend. It's true what they say. Even when you move out of your parents' forest, they never stop trying to control you. She says if I don't get a girlfriend on my own, she'll set me up with a swamp. Is that the reason you came to me? Lex was a little protective when it came to matters of the Lotus, predictably, and this was the first time anyone had shown any indication of sensing the Lotus. Partially. You smell nice, so it won't be a problem for you to get along with most Trollops. Lex nodded and continued. This other human you're talking to. Yes, bro, Ptolemy. He reached out to me a few weeks ago, and we cut a deal. I'll be moving the trees out of his way until Deadfall Cliff, and in exchange, he brought me some very rare seeds from my forest. On some level, Lex had to admire how well prepared Ptolemy was for this expedition. In that case, he should take a page from Ptolemy's book and start making his own preparations. Hey, Karam, since you can cover a much larger area than me, I have a question for you. Many bro, and they're all underground. But I can't tell you bro, because I need them. But I don't mind telling you of a few in Goli's territory. If he had to move away, I would be so happy, bro, unexpectedly, just like that. Lex learned the location of several spirit stone mines. If their expedition could uncover even one, it would be considered a success, which is why Lex knew that it shouldn't have been so easy learning about them. He spent the rest of the day chatting with Karam, asking him indirect questions to learn more about Trollops. He refused to believe that there wasn't more to it, and that a living being could be something that should be a part of the landscape. It was too strange. When he went out for dinner, Karam did not follow as he was not used to talking in front of too many humans. When Lex left his tent, he was surprised to see how much the area surrounding the camp had changed. The trees had started moving out of the way on their own, and as if that wasn't enough, they were using their roots to stamp down the ground where they moved from to create an even and level road. He could see the relatively straight road leading deep into the forest, but some moving or shuffling of trees in the distance made it clear that the path wasn't complete yet. After dinner, when he returned to his tent, Karam was missing, which Lex was completely fine with. He scanned the inn once to make sure everything was in order before he went to sleep. He needed rest, for tomorrow the expedition would once again start moving. Mary stood silently in the interrogation room near the greenhouse, her expression frosty. A part of her, admittedly, was slightly upset that they weren't able to properly interrogate the rascals. This was because the sovereign turtle had done something to them that turned them into mindless puppets. Since she hadn't seen him do anything, she wasn't sure exactly what he had done. Regardless, the result was that the rascals would answer any question that was asked obediently. What she learnt was truly frustrating. The rascals had no idea what organization they worked for, simply because they had never been curious about it. In a way, they were the perfect soldiers because they could not retain any valuable information to leak. They did not know the reason for the attack, nor did they know if there would be any follow-up. All they could share was that their objective was to destroy the inn, plain and simple. She resisted the urge to rub her forehead as she thought of the problems that lay ahead, let alone the fact that Z and Todd were injured, and that they would have to remain in their respective RPs for the night. They had no effective measure against any subsequent attacks. Whoever attacked should not give up so easily, and if that were the case, they would need to prepare. If there was any bright side to all this mess, it was that the turtle was planning on using all the dead rascals as fertilizer, and was thus very satisfied. They should help speed up the delinquent vine's growth, or so she was told. Just as she was struggling with indecision about what to do, she noticed something wonderful. The Lich, Anita, had completed her trial and had officially become a member of the inn staff. A wide grin painted her face. Lex had told her about Anita's strength, and it would definitely come in handy should they suffer another attack. Quickly, new plans started to form in her mind as she decided to get to know Anita a little better. This way, when Lex woke up, she would at least have something to present. Chapter 255, Don't Do Me Like That. Chapter 255, Don't Do Me Like That. After a much-needed rest, Lex woke up to the sound of shuffling and moving. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it as he yawned and tried to summon the energy to get up. But then all of a sudden, it occurred to him that the sound was way too close. He jolted up to find a small clump of humanoid shape of leaves munching through some of the dry rations from Lex's backpack. "Hey bro, you finally exited from your hibernation," Lex asked as he looked at his ransacked backpack. The small leaf man came up to Lex's "Was it?" and the facial features looked oddly similar to his own. "Of course, bro. Who else could so easily enter your tent? Do you have any idea the kind of wards that Ptolemy guy has around this camp? If you don't, well, neither do I. But damn, were they a pain to bypass. I doubt anyone else could do it so easily. Anyway, I have like a serious proposition for you," Karam said as he shoved another protein bar in his leafy mouth. "Those are my emergency rations you're snacking on," Lex said as he looked through his backpack and checked to see if anything was missing. "Come on, bro, don't be like that. I'll drop you some fruit before you leave. It's not a problem at all. Let's focus on the important stuff. My proposition. If you accept, I'll pay you half up front and half on completion." Lex did not reply immediately and took a moment to deliberate. While Lex was still in the dark about various customs and basic common knowledge of this realm, his classes had enlightened him somewhat about how humans perceived and interacted with the other races. Understanding that, while all 7 races had a similar level of intelligence, because of their inherent physiology, each race perceived the world around them and their relationships differently, was the absolute foundation of the human race's foreign policy. In a situation where Lex was in the dark about many things, following the broad stance human leadership took towards the various races should somewhat keep him protected. Trollops were the only plant-based race of the 7 major ones, and like the rest, they had their own territory. But, unlike the rest, they were also widely spread across the regions for the rest of the races, as they usually had good relations with all races, for they had strong influence over plants which could aid any race, not just the main 7. But this did not mean that their population was huge. Quite the contrary, they were probably the race with the smallest population. Anyway, all of that was unnecessary information for Lex. What his focus was on were the major trade deals of the Hum Nation with the Trollops, which usually had to deal with food, mostly. After going through all the information he had received in his political relations class, he suddenly realized how important that class would come to be if he stayed here long-term. "Yes, bro," Karam fist-pumped, as if the deal was already done. "It's quite simple, really. My roots have been getting a little stiff lately, and I need to expand my territory a bit, or I won't really be able to reach adulthood. I was just musing about where to spread my forest. You know, I have neighbors on all sides. It's the humans on one, my cousin Goalie on another, some really, really hot dudes in the radiation wasteland, and then my auntie Gina. Now, bro, trust me when I say, ain't no one got the acorns to mess with auntie Gina, bro. And bro, I really want to hang in the wasteland, but since I haven't reached adulthood yet, it's bad for my complexion." The Trollop paused and threw another protein bar in his mouth, then continued. "Now, I remember you asking me about some spirit mines, and I told you about some of my cousin's territory. But how will you ever get to them?" Lex did not answer, for technically even he didn't have an answer. He had hoped that maybe he'd be able to buy something from the system gift shop the way he kept on buying bottled Amdu, but with 0% energy, currently he couldn't even buy that. Karam continued, "Which is where my proposal comes in." Out from the ground a root came out, holding a bag full of acorns, and handed them to Lex, and Karam explained the deal he wanted. Just as Lex had suspected, Karam wanted Lex's help to take over parts of his cousin's forest. Lex asked, out of curiosity, "Bro, it's no hard feelings, bro. It's a strategic acquisition of property of declining value, bro." "Yeah, man, I know big words too. I once attended human business school as a potted plant for the class. I know all about assets and stuff. If anything, Goalie will appreciate my help. After all, I doubt you just leave those spirit stone mines alone after finding them. Once they disappear, the fertility of the land will quickly decline." Lex asked, curious. He did not comment on Karam's suspicions about what Lex would do to the spirit stones. Strictly speaking, by taking those mines for himself instead of declaring them, Lex was committing a crime. But by helping Karam expand his territory of control without letting anyone know about it was also not something easily shrugged off. Both of them had a vested interest in keeping their deal secret, and such a mutual threat would force them to be good allies. "Don't do me like that, bro." Karam shared more of his proposition, and in the end, considering Lex's dire need for energy, Lex said yes. This first half of Karam's payment was the method to reach the crystal mines in Goli's territory. Lex stuffed his acorns, as well as his payment and the fruit he delivered, into his backpack and finally exited the tent. Now that he had a plan to get some energy, Lex felt much better, and he could finally focus on other stuff. One major part of making a positive impression on a group of new people is to constantly reaffirm it. He had to go socialize with the rest of the expedition while they were still at camp, because it would be too difficult once they started moving. After a hearty breakfast that he shared with a group of meteorologists and gaining some basic understanding of the kind of weather he could expect coming up, he started going around camp and spending some time with various groups. It was easy to spot Lex. He was the only one amongst heavily clothed people to wear a half-sleeve shirt. The character of ice on his hand was giving off a gentle sheen, but it only continued to absorb all the cold energy. Some of the members of the expedition thought it was a unique tattoo, and he didn't bother to correct them. Finally, after lunch, Ptolemy called for a group meeting and explained the next part of the expedition. They would leave shortly, and their next camp would be at Deadfall Cliffs, the border for human exploration. He explained their goals for the expedition once again, though everyone was quite familiar with them, the safety measures that would be needed, and what kind of cooperation he expected from everyone. Lex couldn't help but notice that he never mentioned Karam or his cousin Goli. He had understood enough of Ptolemy by now to know that the man must have made some preparations to face the upcoming hostile Trolop, and Lex was curious. It did not hurt Lex's ego to admit that he found it quite insightful to study how Ptolemy operated. But since the other person had clearly drawn a metaphorical line in the sand between them, if Lex were to go up and ask him now, he would stir up the possibility of trouble. After a moment's consideration, he decided to go ask anyway. Of course, he wouldn't directly ask him a question. If there was anything Lex learned from being the innkeeper, it was to hold the power and authority in a conversation. If Lex asked him a question, he would directly be putting himself in the weaker position from the start of the conversation, and there was the chance Ptolemy wouldn't answer. He had a much better strategy to get his answer. After the meeting, he went and waited by Ptolemy's tent until the latter arrived. Lex gave him an amused look, as if he was watching a performance, before saying, "I notice you didn't tell anyone about the upcoming dangers of a hostile Trolop. Not a bad plan. No need to cause unnecessary panic." Chapter 256 Odyssey. Chapter 256 Odyssey. Ptolemy didn't show any visible reaction to Lex's goading, but he was internally surprised by Lex's comments. Information about the Trolops was not exactly roadside knowledge, and to a certain degree, it was even kept hidden. This was because Trolops more often than not played a significant role in food production. The human population was not small, with it being quite common for counties to have several billion humans. Even as organized as the Hum Nation was, arranging for food at such a scale was a massive undertaking. In the scenario they were facing, there were a few neighboring Trolops, with Karam being one of the weakest, and hence the most cooperative. Unfortunately, right after Karam's territory was that of another extremely hostile and very aggressive Trolop. That Trolop alone was the reason why humans stopped expanding in this direction. Of course, that didn't mean that this Trolop was so strong that humans couldn't fight it at all, but that high-leveled cultivators didn't usually take care of things like these. Not only did they have their own duties, the Hum Nation felt strongly against the idea of becoming used to having others take care of all your problems. While it was true that higher-level cultivators could take care of everything, first of all, they were not omnipotent and couldn't be everywhere all the time. Secondly, if they did everything, then what would the lower-leveled cultivators' contribution be? They were not living in some utopia. Humans needed to become used to the habit of facing trials and dangers to achieve what they want, instead of having someone hand it to them. Ptolemy was going through various thoughts in his head, but the few moments of silence that created gave Lex the impression that he was ignoring him. In that case, some more goading would be required. Or is it possible you hadn't thought so far ahead? If you need help, I don't mind giving you some advice. "The situation is handled," Ptolemy replied, his voice full of vinegar. "If you must know, the guards of the expedition have been fully informed of all the upcoming threats and have made ample preparations. Dealing with a Trolop is not too hard, for at the end of the day, they are just plants." After that, Ptolemy did not bother explaining further and went inside his tent. He honestly didn't even want to explain this much to Lex, but he couldn't have him going around telling the expedition that they were heading to certain death. As the leader, he needed to provide some assurances, even to the members of the expedition he didn't like. Such was the burden of a leader. Lex didn't push him any further. The answer was fairly simple, but he doubted that Ptolemy's preparation was lacking. Still, it was interesting to know that sometimes he did not need to search for complicated solutions to everything. Lex returned to his tent and packed up his stuff. Since this was their first camp and was built even before they arrived, it would stay here even after they left. Ptolemy had hired a small group of guards to maintain this camp for their return journey, but that was for later. For now, everyone got on their Delame lizards and started wading through the snow that had accumulated on their newly built road. Since the Frio birds still seemed to be nearby, the weather had not changed at all, and the endless snowstorm raged on. One might wonder how the expedition was able to see and navigate during such a relentless storm. The answer was that the fresh, falling snow produced in this storm gave off an ethereal, silverish light that made the whole world look like it was in a fairy tale. Its beauty was like moonlight, but on steroids. As long as one had a sleeping mask for the hours they were resting, no one would complain about it. So, while they made their way through the forest on a relatively straight and level road, Lex finally had the time to divert his attention to the inn. Things at the inn were, well, they were great considering the circumstances. The invasion had naturally affected the inn's reputation a bit, and some of the guests had stopped visiting as the inn no longer seemed as safe as before, at least until the innkeeper returned. However, that number was still low. Furthermore, despite the invasion ending over a day ago, another one had not happened. Considering that they still did not know the identity of the attacker and their true motives, this was a grand sign. Last but not least, after having been abruptly exposed to a life-and-death situation, Fenrir's growth had undergone an explosion. Currently, he was the same size as the galactic sovereign turtle, meaning he was much bigger than Lex. Moreover, while his cultivation growth was the same, he had unlocked various abilities from his bloodline. One of them was the ability to change his appearance, though size was still not an option. This had helped him tremendously, as, by sheer coincidence, one of the slimes Fenrir had befriended back on X, 142, was teleported to the inn through a golden door. Fortunately, Fenrir was not alone at the time, and as soon as he recognized the slime and was about to greet it, he was stopped. Then Mary explained to Fenrir that it could not expose its identity, and, unexpectedly, the dog understood and complied. Lex wiped some metaphorical sweat off his brow, as he completely forgot about the whole identity issue when he summoned Fenrir to X, 142 with him. He would have to be more careful in the future. His giant training dummy had assumed the role of a statue beside Midnight Mountain, since there really wasn't any energy to control it. Fortunately, people were used to the inn changing all the time, so no one questioned it. His staff was recovering nicely, and surprisingly, none of them seemed to have any mental trauma about going through such an incident. In fact, many of them seemed to consider it normal. That made Lex realize that he had seriously underestimated his workers, and especially the ones that had unlocked their bloodlines. The fact that Gerard was able to hold his own against a nascent level rascal while in the Chi realm, he did not think such an ability could be easily replicated, even in the vast universe. He decided to emphasize their cultivation and training some more. If all of them became powerhouses similar to Gerard, wouldn't he be worried? He further reduced their work hours and added mandatory training and cultivation time to their routines. Furthermore, despite Gerard's reluctance, Lex upgraded him to head of security. If there was any consolation, it was that Lex allowed him to keep the golf cart. Furthermore, he told Mary to approach the Drake that had upgraded the cart and see if it was willing to work for the inn. Of course, actual hiring would have to wait for now, but there was no harm in testing the water. which finally led to their newest hire, Anita the Lich. While due to her amazing cultivation prowess, she was an important member of the inn, Lex's real purpose in hiring her was actually very different. Once Lex's tumor was removed, he finally became aware of the real weight of what it meant to be a cultivator, as well as the innkeeper. He had no intentions of being mundane whatsoever, which meant that he had the expectation of reaching a very high cultivation realm. Along with such a cultivation came a long lifespan. He had already seen many of his guests who had lived for thousands of years, let alone Anita herself, who had lived for a ridiculously long time. Currently, his experience made it impossible for Lex to imagine what living for so long would be like, but he understood the importance of history and recording it. So, among the many other things Lex had planned, Anita's first and most important role was to record the history of the inn. He told Mary to have her interview all the workers and start recording a detailed account of all the events that happened within the inn itself. This history would be highly classified for now, and Lex had an idea for he would make it accessible in the future, but that would have to wait till he had spare energy to use. Once she was done with recording the history of the inn, he told Mary to have her start recording the histories of the planets that were connected to the inn one by one. This seemed like a tedious and endless task, one with no seeming purpose or reward. But not only did Lex have a plan on how to use all this, Anita herself, as a person who had once created history, had a strong interest in learning and recording history. As someone who had firsthand experienced how the events of her time were changed from memories to stories, to legends, to myths, she was endlessly intrigued by learning other myths and trying to figure out the stories that had inspired them. It seemed that coming to the inn was the correct decision, at least for her. And so, it was with this giddy enthusiasm that Antia began recording what would one day be known as the Odyssey of the Innkeeper. Chapter 257, Sinister Intentions. Chapter 257, Sinister Intentions. The ride from the camp to Deadfall Cliff was long and monotonous. It was difficult to talk to those around you unless you were in a carriage or sharing the lizard with another person, for you would end up having to yell over the blowing wind. For most, this was a boring part of the trip that was necessary, but for Lex it gave him much-needed time to catch up on what was happening at the inn. After he was done distributing tasks and making important decisions, he spent some time just catching up. Unfortunately, Mary could not spy on guest conversations the way Lex could when he was at the inn, so he had no idea how Earth was doing these days. Had the political instability finally calmed down, or were there new issues now? Had the Jotun Empire finally reclaimed all of the Vegas planets, or was the war still ongoing? How was the harvest back on X-142 doing? How was Nibiru progressing? Lex quite enjoyed knowing about his guests, but it seemed all of that would have to wait till later. Eventually, when he ran out of things to check up on even at the inn, Lex decided to use the time to continue reading the book in his ring on arrays. He would have preferred to cultivate, but that wasn't something you could easily do while riding a traveling lizard. They traveled continuously much longer than a day, but fortunately, the physique of everyone on the trip could handle such exertion without issue. When they finally arrived at their destination, it was abruptly made clear by the drastic change in scenery. A steep and sudden cliff appeared, marking the end of the forest, as well as the border of human exploration. Hundreds of feet down below was a forest of orangish-yellow maple trees, the leaves moving gently in the wind, as if welcoming everyone down below. Even the weather across the cliff was different, as there seemed to be an invisible dividing line that prevented the snowstorm from extending past the cliff, instead replaced by the warm breeze of early summer. Yet, as welcoming and picturesque as it seemed, no one was fooled. There was a reason this was called Deadfall Cliff. As cheesy as the name was naturally picked up when few, if any, ever returned after venturing past the invisible border. It was the exact place they were going, and was the place where Lex's true trial would finally begin. Ptolemy did not waste time on any needless ceremony. After ensuring everyone was arranged into proper formation, with the 30 student soldiers making up the outermost layer of their expedition, while the rest formed a close circle within. Then, after ensuring everyone was seated securely on their lizards, They ventured forth into the warm abyss, their lizards climbing down the cliffside as easily as they walked through Karam Forest. Despite the confident demeanor of Ptolemy and their protectors, Lex could not help but tighten his grip on his lizard's leash as he felt a silent tension fill the air. As the temperature around him changed, going from cold to suddenly warm, the array character on his right hand stopped glowing, though it did not disappear. Karam Forest had been frigid cold, yet safe and secure. Goli Forest was warm and inviting, but his instincts warned him of a sinister evil. It was not fear that filled him, but wariness. None in this expedition were untested and unaware, for beneath their casual banter and smiling faces, each and every person here was born in times of chaos. It was not just the external threat of an unbeatable enemy that tempered them, but the knowledge that they would be abandoned by their own race if they did not prove to be useful. It wasn't that there were none in this realm that procrastinated or were lazy. It was that those who did were already dead. Still, while they had skill and strength, making light of the danger ahead was a mistake none made. It was their experienced caution that created a mood Lex mistook for tension. Instead, what he would soon come to realize was it was their anticipation for whoever dared to bar their way. After all that build-up, their descent was uneventful. As soon as they reached the bottom, Ptolemy sent out scouts to check for nearby threats, as well as to locate a place to establish their new camp. Before wading into danger, they needed to create a secure base of operations. In a way, staying beside the cliff was both very dangerous and the most secure. This was because if they built their camp in the forest, they would have to deal with a hostile Trolop. Lex did not fully understand how dangerous Trolops were, but he was not looking forward to fighting a forest. But if they stayed by the cliff, then they would literally have their backs against a wall should they come under attack. The situation was bad either way, so it depended more on how they responded. A short, tension-filled wait later, the scouts returned, stating that there were no signs of any dangerous predators nearby. But, at the same time, there was no source of running water in the vicinity either. Even though they were cultivators, a source of fresh water would be important for any long-term base, not only for their consumption, but for other uses as well. Of course, they could use water affinity spiritual techniques to artificially create water for themselves, but this was not a good solution as it would exhaust their cultivators' energy. So, as much as Ptolemy wanted to build a base near the cliff, the party eventually moved into the forest. Their speed was much slower now since the trees had not cleared a path for them and the carriages with their luggage needed to maneuver around them. Initially, everything seemed to be going fine, but after a certain amount of time, unknowingly, Lex started to feel a certain anxiety growing in his chest. Moving the carriages was taking too long. The expedition party, while trying to stay close, somehow still ended up being divided into clumps. The weather had gone from warm to hot, humid and sticky. The sound of the lizards walking through the grass was too loud. Suddenly, it struck Lex. The sound of the walking lizards was too loud. The forest, as warm and welcoming as it seemed, was instead too quiet. The bright orange leaves were too prominent. Immediately, without even realizing what he was doing, Lex lifted his hand from the heavy Harley attached to his waist and put it on his sword, before prompting his lizard to move up to Ptolemy. The man was not happy to see him, but the seriousness in Lex's eyes caused him to hesitate from insulting him. But, at the end of the day, no matter how strong Lex's instincts were and how accurate his premonition, his level was just too low. By the time his instincts had warned him, it was already too late. Before Lex could even speak, chaos erupted. Chapter 258A will to challenge the heavens. Chapter 258A will to challenge the heavens on a battlefield of giants. Every step they take would be like an earthquake to the mortals living down below. Their battle cry would be the sonic boom that threatened to tear the eardrums of lesser beings. Each of their clashes a biblical Armageddon for those suffering the misfortune of being nearby. So when Lex, a mere chi-training cultivator, was caught in the middle of an ambush, with flaming, razor-sharp leaves slicing through the air threatening to cut the world in half, and batons of tree branches beat down on them to crush their backs, It was a testament to regal embrace that he remained unharmed. One moment he was looking Ptolemy in the eyes, about to warn him about danger. The next moment his pupils constricted when he saw the canopy alight with flames. The array character for ice on his hand shone with a silverish blue light, and an armor made of ice suddenly covered not only Lex, but his lizard as well. The raining bullets made of leaves could not melt his armor, for unbeknownst even to Lex himself, the ice was that of the Frio birds themselves. But, while he was safe from the temperature, he doubted he would be safe from the branches that came crashing down on him. After such a long time of riding Fenrir, Lex was long accustomed to controlling his mount effortlessly, and so it was with finesse undeserving of its race that the lizard dodged all attacks. He had been saved from the rising temperature and avoided the direct clashes, but there was nothing that could protect him from the shock waves that traveled through the air. The weakest of these attacks was in the Golden Core realm, while most were in the Nascent realm. How could Lex expect to survive such shock waves traveling through his body? The answer was with a straight back, eyes full of unyielding determination, and a will to challenge the heavens. Also, he still had the talisman to protect him from nascent-level attacks that automatically turned on when he was threatened. So, when death rained down on the expedition and the forest tried to beat them like drums, the weakest of the expedition, Lex, was the most unhurt. But though they had been taken by surprise, if a simple, extremely lethal ambush was all it took to eliminate the students of the academy, then as the holy land of the human race, its reputation was undeserved. The moment Lex's armor had appeared, Ptolemy already reacted and launched a counterattack. Unlike the orange flames produced by the forest, Ptolemy produced green flames that spread around as if he was someone who vaped, competing with a smoke machine. The green flames consumed the orange ones and clashed as if the two were solid entities. Around them, while the other students did not respond as fast, many of them were able to quickly retaliate, especially the 30 students trained as soldiers. Lex could not understand exactly what they had done because he was busy trying not to die, but they all looked very cool whenever he saw them. The fight was not short, but for Lex it only involved controlling his lizard to stay out of everyone's way. An hour later, or maybe it was several hours later, the fight ended just as abruptly as it had begun. While initially they had been surrounded by a dense forest, they now appeared to be in a burnt-down clearing. As Lex saw green flames spreading in the distance, eating at the trees, Lex suddenly understood what Ptolemy meant when he said he threatened a forest fire. Maybe Goli would not be afraid of normal flames. As it appeared, Goli himself was adept at controlling fire, but the green, malevolent flames produced by Ptolemy was anything but normal. Suddenly, the armor around Lex receded, and the character on his right hand reformed, although much dimmer now. While Lex was analyzing their situation, suddenly it occurred to him that the whole expedition was staring at him. Over 100 soot-covered, bruised and beaten students looked at the neat and clean Lex, seated comfortably upon his uninjured and noble lizard. It was like a scene out of a story, and, unbeknownst to Lex, the few members of the expedition who had heard rumors about him suddenly recalled the latest one. It was said that even immortal cravens could not injure a hair from his head, and though he had been born from that family, he had forsaken his family name so that any prestige he built, it would be of his own design. Reverence flashed in a few eyes before it quickly disappeared. They were still in danger, and now was not the time to dwell on such things. Ptolemy did a quick check, and though there were a dozen injured, no one had died. No longer bothering to be gentle, the expedition bulldozed through the forest to the campsite one of the scouts had picked for them and immediately began laying down defense. For the first time, Lex saw formation masters at work as they erected protective formations around their new campsite. Others chopped down all nearby trees, while others still used their techniques to level the ground. In a few hours, the expedition managed to monopolize a sizable pond with fresh running water from multiple small streams, put up formation-reinforced wooden fences, and built watchtowers. The efficiency with which they worked was only matched by the nonchalance of the students. None of them were at all bothered by the ambush, and even the injured had conveniently taken sedatives and gone to sleep so as to accelerate their healing process. Lex was only just beginning to comprehend the mentality of humans who had been raised knowing they would die at war when one of the watchtowers sounded an alarm. Their camp, which they had not even finished setting up, was facing its first attack already. As if that wasn't enough, the enemy this time even managed to scare Lex. It was snakes. Tens of thousands of snakes. Chapter 259, The Expedition Begins. Chapter 259, The Expedition begins. The battle that followed left Lex unusually flustered. Their camp's defenses, despite only having just been built, seemed impenetrable, which meant there was no actual threat to Lex. But at the same time, he couldn't just relax or focus on something else, because if the defenses fell short, he would need to protect himself. He couldn't participate in repelling the attack because, frankly, he was too weak to make a meaningful contribution. He couldn't even watch the fight because if he came too close, he would make himself vulnerable to shockwaves from a battle and might even get in the way of his allies. In the end, he spent multiple hours just waiting for something to happen. In the end, the battle ended with their camp managing to defend successfully. Ptolemy, afterwards, went into the forest with a few guards, and though he did not say what he did, assured the camp there would be no of such more attacks once he returned. With his assurance began the true purpose of the expedition. This entire region was unmapped, with little to no knowledge of anything. Cartographers built themselves their own watchtower, from where they used telescopes and other devices to map out the surrounding terrain, as well as try to figure out the best direction for their expedition to proceed. Others started studying the snake's physiology, as they were the first living things they had encountered other than the trees. Speaking of which, from mingling with the various small groups, Lex learned that these were not actually maple trees, but an as of yet unknown species of trees, the bark of which was extremely resistant to flame, while the leaves themselves were very flammable. They had already begun studying the sap and the roots of the trees they had cut down, and were proposing new uses for them. Others were studying the soil and mineral composition, while other groups still were studying the currents of spiritual energy in the area. The camp had truly come alive, which brought a lot of emphasis on the fact that Lex had nothing to do. Well, officially he had nothing to do, since Ptolemy could not be bothered with him. Unofficially, though, Lex had a lot to do. This expedition had only just begun and would likely continue for months if not years. But Lex only had a limited time with them as he was just undergoing a trial. That meant, in the next few weeks, Lex had to get access to at least one of the buried spirit stone mines without alerting anyone. The trouble was, Karam had not given him a map of their location. Rather, he had only told Lex key or identifying features of the area nearby, to help Karam fulfill his own agenda as well. He had provided Lex a way of escaping Goalie's supervision as well, but that did nothing for hiding Lex from the beasts. Over the next few days, small hunting and exploration parties would venture out from the camp several times a day, and Lex would accompany at least one such party every day. He had proven capable of ensuring his own security, so no one really minded, not to mention that everyone more or less knew that Lex was supposed to have a say in their defenses, so just accepted this as a part of his duty. Furthermore, even on the trips that Lex did not venture out on, he made sure to interview the scouts or guards that went out so he could develop a deeper understanding of the terrain as well as the habits of the fauna of the region. He corroborated all of his analysis with the zoologists in the expedition so that he could be sure instead of forming baseless speculations. What Lex was actually doing was creating his own map and formulating his own plan for how he would get the spirit stones. To the people of the expedition, however, it seemed like Lex was taking his job very seriously and was working hard to ensure they suffered no more unexpected attacks. Some people had noticed how, even before their first ambush, Lex seemed to have sensed some danger and tried to warn Ptolemy about it. The extra attention, of course, was due to the rumors about him. Cut off from society, the only thing the people from the expedition had to do during their free time was gossip. Of course, there were many more people being gossiped about as well, with Ptolemy being a key figure. However, It was exactly because rumors of Lex were mixed in with so many other stories that people actually forgot that they were supposed to be just rumors instead of facts. Of course, none of that had anything to do with Lex. After a week of scouting and research, he was prepared to venture out of the camp alone to properly begin looking for the mines. There was just one problem. Asked the student who was watching the gate. It wasn't an interrogation, since they all somewhat knew one another now, but he still had to ask. To do some personal reconnaissance. Are you sure? Sure, Lex replied, letting out an exhausted sigh. Considering that they were living in such close quarters, Lex did not expect to be able to hide the fact that he was going out alone from anyone. He was just hoping for more of an apology instead of permission approach. He didn't relish having to explain his actions to Ptolemy. Ptolemy, likewise, was not happy about the fact that Lex had been so active. If Lex had just been a lazy, entitled brat, it would have better fit his internal narrative about him just being someone who was handed everything instead of earning it. Even though he knew he should have looked into how Lex was able to detect the ambush before him, his existing bias had prevented him from doing so. His strategy for dealing with Lex had been out of sight, out of mind. But when the latter was literally taking the initiative to contribute by scouting on his own, it was entirely impossible to ignore him. You're not a scout, and we have no scouting missions that require going alone. What exactly do you want to do? Then don't, Lex replied, rolling his eyes. I thought you didn't care what I did as long as I didn't get in your way. Do whatever, Ptolemy replied. Lex was relieved that Ptolemy wasn't going to try to stop him from leaving, but it also increased the pressure on him as well, knowing there would be no fall back or rescue should things go wrong. Chapter 260. Chapter 260 Druck. The crunch of stepping on dead leaves on the ground was unusually audible as Lex stepped out of the camp alone for the first time. While normally he would have admired the satisfaction of such a crisp sound, this time Lex could only worry about the fact that he was not trained to move silently through a forest or without leaving a trail. But there was no room for self-doubt on this journey through a sentient forest, stuck in a realm that was not his own, without so much as a GPS or even a compass for that matter. No, there was no kind of hand-holding going on. The only way Lex would ever get back was if he took the steps and risks necessary. Anyway, who needed a GPS when he had the fancy monocle? Fitting the monocle in front of his left eye, Lex quickly departed. Since Lex did not have the skill to hide his trail, he had decided to actually submit a scouting report when he returned to make his venture more credible. With a monocle feeding him information, he was bound to learn more than the expedition members. Anyway, Lex moved at a light jog for 15 minutes until he was on the border of the camp's radius of influence. He didn't know what Ptolemy had done, but Goli hadn't attacked the camp after the first day, and most animals had vacated the area. That did not mean the danger was eliminated, but at least they weren't being targeted in the same way. Lex took out an acorn from his backpack and crushed it in his fist before covering himself with acorn dust. This acorn provided by Karam would allow Lex to hide from Goli's senses and eliminate much of the danger for him. But, moving forward, he would still need to be more careful. The best he could do to stay hidden was move close to trees and crouch between the tall grass or behind random bushes. That would in no way hide his figure, nor would it prevent the sound of his footsteps on crunchy leaves. Fortunately, things were not as bad as he made them seem, as he had gotten somewhat used to moving through the forest while he accompanied previous scouting parties. He was currently following a stream of water, hoping to find its source. One of the mines nearest to him was deep underneath a lake, Karam had told him, but no one had as of yet found one. It was hard to tell how much time passed in the forest, as there was no concept of the sun rising or declining in this realm. Instead, the leaves seemed to always emit a warm, incandescent yellow light that made it seem like the forest was stuck in perpetually at noon. At least that made it easier for Lex to identify any creatures in his path. Up ahead, he saw a small scaly creature that looked somewhat like a grasshopper, only about 3 feet wide, drinking water from the stream. Not wanting to take any chances, Lex moved around the creature, as he had done so many times before, when the monocle showed him something interesting. It identified gold. Hidden behind a few bushes was a naturally formed tunnel that seemed to descend underground at a 30-degree angle. Right at the mouth of the tunnel, however, was a small rock with bits of gold in it. Having worked with the weaponsmith for so long, Lex learned an interesting tidbit that he suspected fed the actual reason for the value of gold back on Earth. It was a great conductor for spiritual energy, and when mixed with other metals in the manufacturing of weapons, or any item really, it served to enhance its capabilities greatly. Could this be a gold mine? Lex put the gold-infused rock in his backpack and decided to carefully explore the tunnel. The immediately dark tunnel was a sharp contrast to the ever-bright forest, but while it troubled Lex, the monocle was in no way impeded from functioning. As Lex slowly descended, the monocle started to detect other valuable ores and minerals. Lex was congratulating himself on making a huge discovery when a monocle flashed a familiar red sign stating danger. Thankfully, the danger was not in the usual bold letters that meant Lex was about to be attacked. Up ahead in the cave, hidden in the darkness, was some kind of creature, asleep thankfully, that the monocle did not have any information on in its repository. But, while it could not identify the creature, it gave Lex plenty of information on it. 1 meters, nearly a dozen short and fat legs, 2 scythe-like claws, and a face that seemed to exist directly on its torso. Its body was not scaly or lethargy, but instead consisted of an unusual blend of metals and minerals. Whatever it was, it weighed a few tons, and Lex thought that the metals that made up its body were extremely valuable. Deciding not to take any more risks, Lex silently exited the cave and grabbed a few more rocks on the way out. Lex spent another few hours searching for any identifying landmark that could help him locate one of the mines he was looking for, but when he could not, he decided it was safe to share the story about the tunnel with the camp. With this, if the tunnel proved to be valuable, their attention would be focused here, making it easier for Lex to explore other places in the forest. Once he returned to the camp, much to the relief of the student on gate duty, Lex first went to someone called Barry and told him about the tunnel and showed him the rocks he had brought out. Barry was a sort of jack-of-all-trades kind of guy and had deep knowledge of geology, metallurgy, energetics, thermodynamics, and a bunch of other fields Lex did not know the meaning of. Initially, Barry was listening with interest, but as soon as LX began to describe the creature, he jumped off his seat and yelled, "Druck! You found a Druck lair? Rich! We're going to be rich! Quick! Someone called Ptolemy!" Lex was startled and confused at Barry, who was laughing like a maniac. Drucks are creatures that live in spirit well. Lex. Suddenly, Lex felt like cursing Karam from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 261 Spirit Well. Chapter 261 Spirit Well in the Dead of Night, which was to say, during the well-lit and fairly active portion of the day that Lex usually slept since it was never dark in this forest. Lex stood alone in front of the deadfall cliff. It had been 3 days since he visited the tunnel, and this was the first opportunity he had gotten for some privacy, mainly because everyone was focusing on the tunnel so much, Ptolemy included. Of course, because of all the hubbub created due to his discovery, Lex had learned a great deal about spirit wells, which is what caused him the most frustration. Some people at the camp had started calling him their lucky charm, but he didn't feel lucky at all. After ensuring that he really was alone, and that there were no animals or beasts around, Lex withdrew one of the many acorns in his bag and crushed it against the cliffside. A short while later, a thin and weak-looking root emerged from the cliff. "Everything all right, bro? You contacted me a lot sooner than I was expecting." "No, Gully did not find me. But why didn't you tell me about the spirit well? That would have helped even more than a mine." The root froze for a moment as it tried to process what it had heard. Spiritual energy tended to flow from one area to another and had currents much in the way there were ocean or air currents. Of course, the flow was not based on going from regions of high to low concentration, as this energy had its own sets of behaviors, but that was besides the point. Sometimes these currents faced an obstruction, and instead of flowing, spiritual energy started to gather in spots with increasing concentration. At this point, there were many ways in which spirit stones could be formed, and the way in which they would be formed would dictate their purity and concentration. What was more important to Lex, however, was the fact that, Even after the spirit mine was created, the concentration of energy did not drop, but continued to increase. There were chances of a well being formed. If scientists from Earth studied this phenomenon, their attention would be most attracted to the fact that, following this logic, spiritual energy being contained in a liquid state of spirit water had a higher concentration than the solid state of spirit stone. The truth behind such an occurrence was that spiritual energy was a lot more complicated than it seemed at a glance, and many more matters were at play here, but at Lex's level, there was no need for him to know of them. All that mattered was a single spirit well was better than several spirit mines put together. If he had known this matter beforehand, he would have directly used the method Karam gave him to dig underground and bypass the Druk. Eventually, Karam spoke hesitantly. I was there when Goli moved in. Lex asked the question that really had him feeling frustrated. It occurred to him that an oversight on his part was treating a Trollops similar to humans when he clearly recalled that due to their different physiology, they treat the world differently. Trollops especially. It was some 60,000 years ago, I think, Karam said, as it was counting the years in his mind. Lex let out a defeated sigh, as his suspicion had proven true. Trollops had a very different sense of time, since their lifespans were infinitely longer than humans. The amount of time Karam was talking about was more than enough for a spirit mine to turn into a spirit well, not to mention all the landmarks he knew to change that could be used to identify the location of mines. There was no point in explaining to Karam how it had messed up. Lex would rather move on to the next issue. All right, listen up, Karam. The situation has changed. There's no way of knowing if the spirit mines you knew about still even exist, let alone being able to find them. On top of that, if they end up really discovering a spirit well, then it'll only be a matter of time before the Academy takes over. When that happens, I won't be able to get any spirit mines, and you won't be able to absorb any of your cousin's forest land. Karam was once again silent for a while before he answered. I understand, bro. Make sure you confirm with me before doing anything. Lex told him, not at all trusting the sensibility of the Trollop. In the end, although Karam agreed with him, Lex ultimately decided not to rely only on him. Lex asked after tapping his back, Mr. Innkeeper, I can only detect spiritual energy if I physically feel it. With mines and wells, their energy is completely shielded and blocked from escaping, which is what causes a mine to develop in the first place. Figures, Lex muttered as he made his way back to the camp. His trip to the cliff had not been so simple, and he had to hide and run from some predators a few times. But even when he came back to camp with his clothes clearly having suffered damage, no one batted an eye. Instead, whoever saw Lex let out an excited cheer. He was the man of the hour, the good luck charm, and some even called him the noble prince. Lex naturally maintained the banner with everyone, but did not stay for long as he needed to get back to his tent and rest up. The backup plan he had made was fairly simple. He had already shown everyone where the tunnel was, but they had not proceeded to exploring it yet, as a Druk was not an easy foe to face, even assuming there was the only one Lex saw instead of a whole family of them. Lex had decided, despite his better judgment, to join them on their exploration of the tunnel. For even if they did discover a spirit well, no one would notice if he ended up absorbing some energy from that as well, right? He figured, as long as the well wasn't completely drained, he would be all right. Ptolemy, on the other hand, took Lex's insistence on accompanying them as a form of mistrust, as if he would deny Lex's role in finding the well if he didn't accompany them. He felt so frustrated, in fact, that a part of him even wished that there was no well to begin with. While all of this was going on, back his own domain, a small humanoid clump of leaves that sort of looked like Lex walked back and forth trying to figure something out. Karam had spent too long as an adolescent, and unless he could find a way of expanding his territory, he would be stuck like that. He suddenly yelled, as an idea came to him. If the humans were too preoccupied to determine the existence of the well, that would give Lex more time to find spirit mines and lay down his seeds. Why was he stressing out over such a minor issue? All he had to do was distract the humans, maybe even trap them for a few years. That would give Lex plenty of time to search. He was so enthused by his new idea that he completely forgot about Lex's warning not to do anything without consulting him. "Dear Auntie Gina," he started to write down on a rock, preparing to send it as a letter. "You will never guess what I just saw. Goalie has been meeting with humans." Karam wrote down his own version of the latest gossip of how Goalie had decided to embrace the humans. The fastest way for Trollops to grow stronger was to absorb parts of other Trollops. This was why there were so few of them, not to mention the fact that so few of them ever remained close to one another. Karam did not specifically lay down any allegations, but the fact that he was so nonchalant about Goalie deciding to work with humans would obviously insinuate that Karam was not the target of Goalie's and the humans' cooperation. How this beloved Ani would take this news, he did not bother speculating. Soon, a massive boulder could be seen being pulled by hundreds of roots through the forest, its body entirely covered in writing. Chapter 262 Heartbeat. 262 Heartbeat instead of sleeping. Lex chose to cultivate to recover. He needed to be in top shape to protect himself while the rest of his cohorts fought the Druks or any other enemies that might crop up. A benefit of all the exertion he was experiencing was that his cultivation was progressing quickly. While the concentration of spiritual energy mattered little for Qi training, since he was absorbing individual strands of Qi, the indirect benefits he was receiving of being in an energy-rich environment, such as eating healthier food or recovering from fatigue quicker, were speeding up his cultivation nonetheless. The whole process of forcing a higher number of Qi into your body and then having your body get accustomed to it was apparently greatly facilitated by being beaten up and then recovering quickly. Considering Lex's defense, this was not how should have been cultivating, but just based on the fact that he was always surrounded by higher realm enemies made it, so that the effect of his defense was always mitigated. Lex firmly entered the 6th level of Qi training and was already on his way to the peak of it. The good news was, if he continued to get hassled the way he was, it would speed up his cultivation. The bad news was the protection talisman he had to protect him from nascent realm attacks had limited energy. While it had sustained itself so far, it was because he had not yet taken any direct hits and mostly suffered shockwave damage. Even so, eventually it would run out. While it was not a concern yet, it was something Lex had to keep in mind. Finally, it was time to explore the tunnel. The group going would be the largest group that ventured out into the forest yet, since the camp was founded. Other than Ptolemy himself, 20 of the 30 guards would be joining, as well as another 10 students that would serve auxiliary purposes to help in the combat of Druks. Lex and Barry were the only purely non-combatants joining in. Lex because he insisted on going, and Barry because, should the tunnel end prematurely or instead form an underground maze, he would be the one to guide them and carve out a new path should it be needed. Their party set out, once again mounted on their lizards, since there was no hope of being discreet with such a large group. Many animals would run away as soon as they saw the size of their party, but some of the stronger beasts still fought with them. However, no matter how much they fought or how much noise they made, the forest no longer made any moves on them. Lex genuinely wondered what Ptolemy had done to achieve such a result. A few hours later, they finally reached the mouth of the tunnel. At the sight of the descending path, a new mood overtook the group. It was not anxiety or fear this time, but that of excitement. One of the group members ventured ahead, while the rest stayed back and secured the area. A small concealing formation was set up so that no other beast would accidentally discover it and attack them from behind. A short while later, the group member that ventured into the tunnel came back out, a grim look on his face. The group members had various reactions, with most grimacing as well, but a few jumped up with ecstatic faces. Lex asked his fellow non-combatant, Barry. 3 druks means the size of the spirit well is large enough to support 3 of them. But at the same time, each druk is ridiculously difficult to defeat. They eat various metals and absorb them into their body, augmenting their defense. Adolescent druks, like the one you saw, get their tough body as a result of the metals, but adult druks form a unique alloy that is even more difficult to penetrate. 3 druks signifies that 2 are probably parents, while 1 is probably a child. Facing 2 adult druks, it's not an exciting concept. Lex silently watched as Ptolemy discussed the plan with the rest of the combatants. He silently wondered, should he use the distraction from the fight to reach the well? If someone found out, it would be highly suspicious. Once they were done with their plans, the group continued into the tunnel. Their primary plan was to try to capture the younger Druk, if possible, to use against the older ones. However, if capture seemed impossible, they would find ways to fight the beasts one at a time. They held no illusion that fighting all three together would be their demise. It did not take long, barely a few minutes, before they once again ran into the Druk that Lex had encountered, still asleep. The built-up anticipation mixed with anxiety as the group quietly assumed their positions. Barry and Lex were farthest back, while a few went ahead to ensure the two adults weren't nearby. The longer they took, the greater the tension that built up. Lex suddenly became very aware of his heartbeat. It was not beating fast and maintained an even pace, but suddenly he felt like each beat was like a hammer trying to break through his chest. Bazoom! One of the guards, a female, moved close to the Druk, holding a rope made of bark. Bazoom! 3 others surrounded the group, trying to set up a suppression array. Bazoom! Everyone drew their weapons, the sheen of their blades cutting through the darkness of the tunnel. Bazoom! A drop of sweat rolled down Ptolemy's brow. Bazoom! A nod, so subtle one could have missed it if they weren't watching for it, from one of the group members was all the confirmation they needed. The adults were far away. Bazoom! Just as they had been ambushed so suddenly a short while ago, the group ambushed the Druk this time. Any kind of metal was useless against Druks, so the weapons they used were made of special synthesized materials and should have been harder and sharper than steel. Despite the surprise, though, their attacks failed to pierce the beast all the way through. The Druk did not roar angrily when it opened its eyes. No, the tunnel itself released a sharp wail at their blasphemy. The walls shivered under the weight of the beast picking itself up, and then shivered again as all the metal ores were pulled straight out of them and fell to the ground like melting ice. The sight of a massive, angry beast glaring them down with murder in its eyes would have intimidated a lesser group, but not this one. So far, things were going according to plan. As soon as the beast stood up, various members of the group swung their ropes through the beast's legs. Their intention wasn't to tie it up, but rather flip it with inhuman strength. Members of the group used the ropes to pull the beast in the air, while others attacked it once again, flipping it over. Its 2 front claws, its primary weapons, were pushed deep into the tunnel walls so that the Druk wouldn't be able to pull it out easily. Upside down and immobile, the beast was unable to retaliate as the group started to suppress it with their arrays. The beast was definitely a young one, and was too used to its foes being intimidated by its display of power. What it didn't know was that to these academy students, threats meant nothing except time gained to counterattack. So far, things were going according to plan. But when the Druk finally awoke from the shock of what was happening to it, it finally roared in anger. Stalactites shattered from the power of its voice alone, and Lex was pushed back, having to take Barry's support, but not much else happened. Its claws were already stuck in the wall, and it had been manipulated in such a way that it wasn't able to exert its full strength to pull them out. An unusual stalemate was formed where the Druk wasn't able to attack, but none of the humans' attacks hurt the Druk. But the stalemate wouldn't last long. If the humans weren't able to do something, the other two would eventually notice something wrong. Time was against them. Try taming or subduing techniques, Lex suddenly suggested. Its physical defense was astounding, but that did not necessarily mean the same for its mind. Ptolemy gave Lex a dirty look before turning to someone else and giving them the nod. They were already going to do that, but with Lex's suggestion, it now seemed like it was his idea. Overall, it didn't matter, but Ptolemy was irked by the fact that Lex seemed to be getting the credit. Suddenly, Lex's heart started beating faster. Something was wrong. Chapter 263, Onigina. 263 Onigina this time. Lex did not bother warning Ptolemy and the rest, for he had understood that their resilience was beyond what he imagined. He grabbed Barry, used Falcon's relief, and sped back as fast as he could. As they moved back, and their view of the tunnel increased, their pupils constricted. The fight, so far, had been in a realm that Lex could understand. The students were hitting the Druk with all their strength to hurt it, while the Druk's abnormal defense kept it safe. Any tactics or strategies employed still made sense to him, and the way they manipulated the inexperienced Druk to flip him over and put him in his most vulnerable position also made sense. But there was a fundamental fact that Lex overlooked simply because he was used to being around extremely powerful cultivators. Up until the Golden Core realm, cultivators gained access to greater and more powerful techniques that allowed them to do increasingly incredible things. However, in the nascent realm, things became more complex. Yes, nascent-level cultivators could, of course, use more powerful and destructive techniques than Golden Core ones. But in that realm, their strength transcended realms such as simple physical damage. Even something as simple as a flame produced by them would carry a sense of profoundness anyone other than the desensitized Lex would sense. But irrespective of how desensitized he was currently, he could feel it. The various metals that had been pulled out of the tunnel walls, which everyone had been ignoring up until now, surged as if they had come to life and formed a tsunami of liquid metal. But more than the physical intimidation of a giant wave of molten metal hurling towards you, the wave had a sense of oppression that pressed on Lex's very existence. Even as Lex retreated and tried to get away, he was reminded of the coercion he faced against the Craven on his first day in this realm. There was nothing about this oppression that Lex could defend against, as it touched on matters beyond his understanding. A part of him also suddenly understood why the inn was so spectacular. When the difference between two beings was too vast, even without them doing anything, the lesser being would naturally be oppressed. The inn prevented that and created a safe environment where everyone could interact safely as equals. But this understanding was fleeting. Currently, Lex was running for his life. He did not turn to see how Ptolemy and the rest would react to the attack. He was sure they had contingencies. He was only concerned about saving his skin. If they hadn't left their lizard mounts outside the tunnel, he might have escaped quicker, but the entrance of the tunnel was too small and narrow, and so now he had to rely on his 2 feet. "Let me," said Barry, as soon as he realized what was happening. Instead of being pulled along by Lex, he grabbed the ladder and ran at a speed dozens of times faster than Lex. In a few seconds, they had completely escaped the battleground. "That was really something," Lex said, as he tried to catch his breath. "Yeah, it really was," asked the distracted Lex. "Your foreshadowing ability. Your ability to sense danger. I heard that when we were ambushed on the first day, you detected the attack beforehand and managed to warn Ptolemy." "Oh, that. It's just a gut feeling, no ability or anything," Lex said dismissively. Barry did not comment further, but all it took was a single look to detect that he had other thoughts on the matter. Lex finally asked once he had gotten over the shock of the coercion. Mentally, he was planning out how he should get Barry to help him find the spirit well. However, it seemed like he didn't need to do anything. "They'll take care of the Druk, don't doubt them, but it might take some time. My objective, however, has always been to find the spirit well. Since we've already gone deeper into the tunnels, I suggest we don't waste our time and continue searching." "I agree," Lex said promptly. Barry opened up his own backpack and took out a pair of black gloves and a few items to help him find the way, while Lex took out his fancy monocle and put it on. Barry put his right arm against the tunnel wall and started to slowly move forward. The descending slope in the tunnel slowly started to get steeper until it was almost at a 45-degree angle. While not ideal, it was not able to stop their progress forward, yet soon they encountered a problem. It was not the usual left or right diverging paths in the tunnel, but a direct vertical drop on one side and another descending slope on the other. Personally, Lex felt they should go directly down, as based on his understanding, the well should be somewhere deep underground. But in this instance, Lex didn't need to guess, as he had the luxury of being guided by an expert. In this case, it turned out Lee's instinct was correct, and Barry grabbed hold of Lex before slowly descending the vertical drop. Lex asked after they finally reached the bottom, only to be welcomed by a few diverging paths. Spirit stone mines, Barry began to answer, absent-mindedly, as his focus was still on determining their path, are formed due to a few recurring reasons. Two of the most common reasons for such mines to form are due to two different kinds of ores, orichalcum and deitite ores. Both are naturally formed ores, but they both behave exactly opposite to one another. Orichalcum, in its natural state, greedily absorbs spirit energy. Lex was suddenly reminded of the red gold dust, a specific kind of metal found on Mars used by the Morrison family that was great at absorbing spiritual energy. He wondered if it was the same thing. Deitite, on the other hand, is an excellent insulator for spiritual energy and blocks, or in some cases, even traps spiritual energy when it encounters it. Eventually, if enough energy is absorbed, spirit stones naturally begin to form automatically. There are a few more ways in which mines are formed, but they are relatively rare. Anyway, this is not an exact science, as more often than not, these ores can be found without the presence of any mines. But if you ever suspect the presence of a mine, just go to the area with the highest concentration of these ores. If such a mine exists, it's bound to be located there. Of course, detecting specific ores through several layers of dirt and rocks and other materials is not so simply achieved. Lex asked no more, but he tried to use the monocle to pick up traces of these ores Barry mentioned. He did not see the names, but the monocle detected many ores qualified as unknown, one of which Lex suspected was either one of the ores Barry was talking about. This was good. He had discovered another way to search for mines. Goalie Forest. Inside a wooden hut in the middle of the forest, a massive snake with a body made entirely of hundreds of tree branches was slithering around in circles. Goalie was furious, but there was not much it could do for now. The cursed human had some kind of evil flame that could not only feed on Goalie's own flames, but could even attack any of Goalie's spirit attached to any plant Goalie controlled. Until he found a solution to that flame, attacking the humans would only end up hurting it instead. There was a knock on the door of the hut, breaking Goalie from his reverie. But, more than curious, Goalie felt afraid. What kind of entity could reach his hut without him even realizing? He could even think of one. Before his thoughts could continue, the door to the hut fell onto the ground, and in walked the most lascivious rose bush Goalie had ever seen. "Auntie Gina," he croaked, chills running down his wooden spine. He could not stop his voice from quivering or his body from trembling. The smell of roses filled his hut, and Goalie, despite his subdued plant nature, started to feel urges that were more human than plant. "Little Goalie, you've grown so big," the bush whispered as it ran a thorny stem across the wooden snake. "And I heard little Goalie wants to grow up." Chapter 264 Buried. 264 Buried. Goalie trembled, so hard his snake form almost unraveled. It may seem like Auntie Gina was only teasing, but amongst Trollops, using another Trollop to reach adulthood was a very serious issue. One way for them to reach adulthood, naturally, was to slowly age and eventually grow into it. But this was one of the rare cases where a long lifespan worked against them. Growing into adulthood would take so long that your chances of being killed were incredibly high in the meantime. The second method was to take over some natural landscape and grow it. But realistically speaking, it was difficult to find an unoccupied area large enough to achieve this. The third and fastest way was to forcefully encroach upon a landscape that was once occupied by a Trollop. To be clear, this was not lethal to the other Trollop, but it would naturally weaken them a lot. In this case, if Goalie admitted to wanting to use her help to reach adulthood, it would mean encroaching on her land. Gina was so incredibly strong that even the thought of it was borderline insane. To explain the power difference, Goalie, who used his forest to strongly suppress the human expedition, and had for so long resulted in a halt of human expansion of territory, was himself only in the Golden Core realm. Despite his own individual low cultivation, the might he could wield was much larger, due to having the entire forest and its energy at his beck and call. Karam, too, was in the Golden Core realm, albeit he was weaker than Goalie. So then it could be imagined how powerful Gina was as an Earth immortal Trollop. No, Auntie, not at all. The wooden snake barely managed to say, "Oh, but then, why am I hearing something else?" "No, no, Auntie, it's—" Stop stuttering. "Yes," Goalie replied meekly. "Yes," he replied, suddenly feeling like something bad was about to happen. No matter how he tried to explain, it would definitely seem like he wanted the humans' help to upgrade his beautiful golden flames to that nasty, stinky green flame. Gina only chuckled as she saw the young Trollope shy away. "Dear young Goalie, you may not want my help, but I have some thoughts of my own. I think it's about time you boys grew up, or at least one of you did. Your younger cousin Karam told me that you had partnered up with the humans to take over my land. The fact that he wanted to pit me against you makes me think that he's the one who has partnered with the humans. But I don't care about any of that. I see you boys too content with life, and it makes me sad. So I think it was time you boys matured a little. One of you needs to grow up. I don't care who and I don't care how. But if I see you two slacking again, then I might be the one to take over both of your lands." Goalie suddenly asked, as he watched his aunt turn around and leave. "What about them?" Instead of a groan, Lex just let out an exasperated sigh as he covered the bleeding wound on his chest. It did not matter for squat how good his defenses were if his enemies were just too strong. On the bright side, he had gotten better at responding to his instincts of danger and dodged almost all attacks. He watched impassively as Barry crushed some kind of rock monster. Even though he was not a fighter, all humans here had at least some combat background. That, accompanied by his peak golden core cultivation, made it so that he could at least defend the two of them. Lex and Barry had been ambushed by some kind of a rock monster that had escaped the detection of Barry, as well as the fancy monocle. Even now, as Barry broke its body to pieces, his monocle only identified it as sedimentary rock and not a living thing. After a few moments, when Lex removed his hand, his bleeding had stopped. This was not because he had recovered, but instead because he had gotten injured so many times in the last few hours. He suddenly learned he could control his body the way body cultivators could. While it would not mitigate the damage done, he could stretch his skin to cover sharp cuts and move his muscles around to accommodate his injuries. For the glass half full kind of people, it would seem that Lex had gained something from being mercilessly attacked numerous times. For Lex, it just seemed like they still hadn't made it to the mine. Lex asked as he surveyed the surrounding area. Suddenly, more rock monsters would be fine for Barry, but they could spell real trouble for him. "I cannot detect the ores that deep." At some point, Lex considered ditching Barry and directly using the method Karam had given him to directly go underground till he reached the mine. But these tunnels were infested with various goo, not to mention rock monsters and the like, so he would never make it far on his own. So he continued to stick by Barry and made slow progress. They had been slowly moving deeper underground for hours now, and the farther down they got, the hotter the tunnel started to become. They also started getting wider and larger, and Lex had come across many more rocks containing gold. A part of him was sad that he couldn't carry all that gold with him, even though he didn't really have a need for gold. 20 minutes later, they reached a dead end. This wasn't the first dead end they had been faced with, but this one was different because, "I think we've reached the mine," Barry said with excitement. "Because it's most likely that the other two drugs we detected are in the mine." Lex could not reply as his mouth was left open. He remembered how strong the juvenile drug had been. He didn't want to face two adults alone. Instead, he limited himself to looking at the wall fondly. In truth, he was trying to see if the system could detect the energy yet. But the world, or rather the crystal realm, never truly cared for the plans of others. While Barry was content with waiting for the rest, the situation would not allow it. The ground began to tremble, and the walls of the tunnel started to groan. There was an earthquake, and the tunnel didn't really seem to be handling it well. For once, even Lex was caught off guard and had no idea how to respond. But as the tunnel started to collapse and they suffered a cave-in, he quickly moved next to Barry, which ended up being the right move. Barry's training and forethought suddenly failed him as his first true life and death situation filled his mind with panic. He used his digging technique to push through the wall towards the mine, trying to escape the collapsing tunnel. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't tolerate hundreds of tons of earth crashing down onto him. Despite his panic, his speed was incredible, and he tore through the supposed deadened until he reached another open cave. Barry and Lex were both hit by a sudden gust of wind, and Lex grinned as the system finally let him know it could detect a massive store of energy. Just as he told the system to absorb some of the energy, the situation went from bad to horrifically apocalyptic. The earthquake hadn't stopped, and while they had entered the outermost layer of the spirit mine, or well, instead of tunnel walls filled with shining spirit stones, or caverns full of spirit water, they were welcomed by erupting lava. Barry let out a scream filled with fear and horror as the lava enveloped them. And before they could even think of retreat, the cave-in caught up with them, pushing the duo firmly into the lake of lava. Up above, the Trolop goalie was shifting the roots of all the trees in the forest, pushing and pulling the ground with an endless fury as he prepared for a decisive battle with its cousin. Hundreds of trees that were thousands of years old pulled out their roots from the confines of the ground, causing countless artificial quakes and drastically changed the landscape. Goalie channeled all the energy of the forest, whether it was held underground in his mines, or in his trees or treasures, all into his emerging army. He was as furious at Karam as he was afraid of Gina. Someone would definitely pay for disturbing his peaceful life. Chapter 265, Annihilation. In movies, being burnt by lava was a slow and agonizing process where the person exposed to the lava was slowly absorbed into it, as if he were being pulled into quicksand. The truth of it was quite different. Lava was thick and heavy, and being pressed against literally thousands of tons of it felt just about as solid as being pressed against a wall. Of course, this wall was on fire, and the air was on fire, and the ground was on fire, and basically everything other than Lex himself was on fire. His protective talisman had turned on, and sandwiched between the lava and debris, Lex remained unhurt, even if only for now. Acting on instinct alone, Lex quickly pulled up his backpack and quickly opened it to find the acorns given to him by Karam. While at a glance, all the acorns looked the same, they all actually served many purposes. The only one he had used so far was to hide his special scent from Goalie, but there were others in here as well. Some of them were meant to be crushed by Lex once he was inside a spirit mine, while others would drill down and bring him deep underground. As soon as he found the acorn, he reached out to grab Barry so that the two of them could escape together. That was when, under the combined weight of the debris and the burning fury of the lava, his talisman extinguished. What Lex felt next was too extreme to be quantified and too very to be called pain. The pressure on his body was so sudden and so immense that he physically felt himself being squeezed to death. Yet his mind did not have the time or the capacity to think thoughts such as "I'm dead," or "even this hurts." It was not a slow process. In a millionth of a second that it took for his body to start being squeezed to death, the lava not only burned his clothes, his skin, his hair, his muscles, but the small metallic chunks in the lava that had not fully melted started to attach to his body, as if welded together. There was no plan, no thoughts, no escape, only an orchestra of extremes that bombarded Lex. It was indistinguishable through the glow of the lava, but a piece of his exposed skull shone for a brief moment, and a single word that had been carved into his skull long ago disappeared. Furthermore, had his mind been coherent, he would have realized that his back started to feel cool, and even the temperature of the lava dropped drastically. But none of that mattered. For the single moment in which Lex felt annihilation close in on his body and mind, the acorns in his hand were also crushed. A thin, wooden layer covered Lex's skin, and an extension berry, who Lex was holding onto, formed a wooden shell before it started to pull them underground. The heat of the lava and the pressure of the ground seemed to do nothing to the frail-looking layer of wood, and if anything, seemed to strengthen it further. After all, which root was afraid of digging through the dirt, and which root did not strip the ground of its resources to act as fertilizer for itself? In front of the power of a Trolop, the lava was nothing more than a consolidated pool of fertilizer. The duo kept moving deeper into the lava, but Lex had already fainted, so he had no idea. Instead, It was the severely burnt and wounded Barry who gained the awareness that he was no longer in pain. Confused and disoriented, he could not tell what had happened, but he could tell that something seemed to be moving. Safe now, or at least saved from all that pain, Barry let his mind wander as he allowed his body to slowly heal. Sometime later, they had moved right through the lava, and the wooden shell was now digging through rock and dirt, continuously bringing them deeper underground. Eventually, instead of ground, they dug into a cavern, and the duo went into a freefall until they were dropped into a clear, cool pool. As if sensing its task complete, the wooden shell broke open, letting the cool liquid rush in and wash the burnt duo. This was, of course, spirit water. While it did not have magical, mystical properties that could miraculously heal them, the spirit water nourished their bodies and provided them with the energy to heal. Barry, who was already somewhat conscious, was quickly roused by the cooling, refreshing feeling bathing his body. For a moment, he lost himself in the endless, soothing feeling, until he remembered what had happened to him and jolted up. The darkness of the cavern was not a problem for him, for he had excellent vision even in the dark, and fortunately, his eyes had not been damaged. It took but a moment for him to realize they had discovered the spirit well, and ecstasy flooded his battered mind before it converted to panic just as quickly. Spirit water was extremely nourishing to him, for he was in the Golden Core realm, but for Lex, who was still in Chi training, it was not but poison. Chi training cultivators absolutely could not allow a high concentration of spirit energy to enter their body, as they were still only dealing with individual strands of energy, Chi. He grabbed Lex's unconscious body and quickly jumped out of the pool before carefully examining him, ready to expect the worst. Somehow, though, Lex seemed to be all right. Well, about as all right as one could be after having their entire body burnt and buried. He was exhibiting signs of energy poisoning, and though his body was covered in severe burns from top to bottom, he was breathing normally and did not seem to be dying. Not completely relieved, Barry decided to check Lex's condition thoroughly to ensure the boy was all right. Although he was not sure how they escaped, he knew for a fact that it wasn't due to anything he did, nor did he believe in some god blessing them and allowing them to miraculously survive. That obviously only left Lex. He must have done something or used some treasure that allowed them to survive. Unfortunately, while Lex did not seem to be dying, his condition otherwise could not be called good by any measure. He had severe burns on every part of his body, except a small patch on his back that somehow survived, and some parts of his body had even burned directly to the bone. To be frank, Barry had no idea how Lex was even alive in this condition. While he himself was in a similar state, at least he had his cultivation to support him. What did Lex have? But while this may have been a good question in another situation, after making sure Lex was all right, Barry turned his attention to the cavern. They had finally reached the spirit well, but he had not yet seen the remaining two druks. Where were they? Chapter 266, Reforging Lex. Slowly and carefully, the naked Barry searched the cavern. All signs pointed towards the fact that the two druks had been here only a short while ago, but had just left. Maybe they had finally been attracted to Ptolemy and the rest. What he didn't know was that Goli had summoned all the strongest beasts living in his territory for the upcoming war. They had managed to avoid the druks by only a few minutes. Whatever the case, they seemed to be safe for now, but just barely. Barry had none of his treasures with him. They had been lost, except for one of the gloves he previously wore and had melted right into his hand. They didn't have any medicine either. All Barry could do was submerge himself in the spirit water to help accelerate his healing, and when he felt strong enough, he would start to look for a way out. Contrary to what one might expect, Barry was not actually being greedy for the spirit water and was just doing whatever he thought the best thing was to escape because he was in an insane amount of pain. The fact that he wasn't yelling and groaning around despite the condition of his body, wincing at the slightest movement, was a testament to his determination, as well as how afraid he was for his life. His only thought right now was how to get back to the camp. But without any medicine and without a mystical that would heal all their wounds to retreat to, recovery was slow. Soon, The cavern became so quiet that the sound of Lex's breathing could be heard like a concert. As for Lex, his situation was complicated, being squeezed like a lemon while also being burnt like barbecue prepared by an amateur cook, all the while having his mind bombarded with the most intense stimuli he had ever experienced, was not really enough to kill him. Maybe if he had stayed in that situation a while longer, he would have died, but currently he was only wounded. Due to the special condition of his body, it was not so easy to kill him or hamper his recovery. For all intents and purposes, a majority of his wounds were only cosmetic. Furthermore, since the experience he had undergone was extremely intense, as a function of regal embrace, his thoughts and feelings about the experience had been packed away in a corner of his brain until he was strong enough to handle them. This didn't mean his memory was erased. It just meant that when he thought back to the experience of being cooked alive, he would only feel emotionless. So, Lex was alive and not in mortal danger. Then, what was his current situation? He was extremely, severely physically exhausted, and so had fallen asleep. It would take him exceptionally long to heal, or it should have if his body was only operating under the influence of the regal embrace. But, while it only appeared like a tattoo on his back, in truth, his body was housing a world seed lotus. The most basic function of this lotus was to create a 5-star world, but was that it? Was such a function enough for the seed to this flower to be considered rare in the entire universe? That would be like saying 5-star worlds were rare in the universe, which was not the case. But while the other functions of the lotus remained a mystery, just its ability to create a world, any world let alone a 5-star one, was more than enough to give the lotus the energy to help heal a simple chi-training human body. But it could not create something out of nothing. So it began to absorb the bits of metal from the lava that had welded onto Lex's body into Lex's body. It absorbed the melted remains of the fancy monocle that had covered Lex's left eye into his left eye. It absorbed the spirit water into Lex's body to replace some of his blood that had boiled away. It absorbed the ash from the numerous acorns Karam had given Lex into his body. It absorbed the clump of metal that had once been the heavy Harley. And when it discovered that all of this was not enough, slowly and steadily, it began absorbing the unusual alloy that filled the walls of the cavern around Lex. To the lotus, these are just ingredients, and all it had to do was use them in the best possible way to create whatever it wanted. As a creator of worlds, this was as natural to it as breathing was to humans, so it did not even need to use all its attention for this matter. 99% of the lotus was still asleep, and only 1% of the infant lotus worked on Lex, which is why it was taking so long to begin with. Otherwise, had it fully woken up, it would have taken mere moments. But this ended up working in Lex's favor, as such an abrupt recovery would have alarmed Barry. So, for the next 6 hours, the duo remained where they were, silently recovering. After 6 hours, Barry still had not recovered enough to come even close to his full strength, but he was too nervous to stay in the Druk lair any longer. He picked up Lex's body and, for a moment, wondered why Lex's body felt heavier than he remembered. But he attributed the change to his own exhaustion. To be honest, he was still amazed that Lex was even alive. He used a technique to engrave some markers into the walls here, so that he would be able to find this place again, and quickly made his way out one of the many exits. He no longer had his treasures to detect, or density, and the like, so he could only go down a path blindly, hoping for the best. Midnight Inn, in front of the lazy river. Raphael Carter-Bravi, son of King Hanson Marlowe Bravi IV, slowly stood up from his wheelchair and grinned. As he took his first, unsteady step towards the lazy river, he felt a sleeping tiger within him waking up. He had not come back from the future to laze around. He had come to dominate. Much like the first literal step he had just taken, it was time to take his first step towards his new, glorious future. Chapter 267 Bear Survival. 267 Bear Survival. They had suffered a cave-in, were lurking in the lair of two incredibly strong beasts, and had their entire bodies cindered, which is exactly why Barry was not at all concerned that he was buck naked, carrying another unconscious naked man through the darkness. But while he slowly explored the tunnel, Looking for a way out, he did not know that they were probably the most relaxed in the entire forest right now. However, such good luck would not last much longer. With the two druks gone, for a while the underground tunnels were filled with peace. But, as perceptive as they were, the numerous creatures that the druks had suppressed and were subsequently kept away from the spirit well began to detect their absence. With such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before them, how could they remain calm for long? At first, Barry was only assaulted by some of the unusual rock monsters that could even escape his detection. Fortunately, while their camouflage was immaculate, their strength was well within Barry's capacity to face. It was when Barry started to see strange insects that the situation took a turn for the worse. A millipede with a massive body and each leg the size of Barry himself suddenly dug out of the roof in front of Barry and paused for a moment as it scanned the two humans. It considered whether to stop its journey for a snack, but then continued to dig downwards, its tunnel collapsing behind it. Ants that came all the way up to Barry's waist started to appear in the tunnels, scurrying around as if searching for something. They were still ignoring them, but Barry began getting more and more nervous. It was only a matter of time before some decided to attack him, and while he could hold his own for now, he would easily get outnumbered. It was while Barry was having this crisis that Lex, who had been asleep so far, suddenly opened his eyes. His instincts were screaming death, and time was too short to communicate. Flipping over, he fell out of Barry's grasp and onto the floor, immediately employed Falcon's relief, and bolted while dragging Barry behind him. An evil, gut-wrenching screech reverberated through the tunnels, as if mad that its ambush had been detected, before a bony, metallic creature fell from the ceiling right above where the two humans had been. Barry exclaimed as the hairs on his back lifted, and he felt the malevolent hunger the creature looked at them with. "Guide me," he said, as he took over running once again and lifted Lex on his back. Initially, a deep part of him was feeling like some kind of savior for bringing the wounded Lex with him. But now he knew well enough that without Lex's keen sense for danger, he may not even get out. Due to the urgency of the situation, Lex did not notice that despite his current situation, he was not in any pain. This was not a result of any mystical magic. In fact, all his nerves had burnt, and so he could not feel anything. It was only when he tried to speak, but no sound came out, that he somewhat realized that his body's condition was not the best. Still, now was not the time to waste on stuff like that. He patted Barry's left shoulder to let him know to turn left, and thereafter started communicating through taps. While his physical condition was far from ideal, his instincts for danger were as keen as ever. This was not to say that Barry was unable to detect enemies with his own spirit senses, but just that in this situation Lex served as a better compass. He was not guiding Barry towards the outside. He had no way of knowing that. He was simply guiding him on the path that felt the least dangerous. But as the current situation was far from ideal, they still ended up encountering some enemies on their path. This was when Barry showed his real ruthlessness. He had no time for a careful, drawn-out fight. He used the most direct and overpowering methods to bulldoze his way through any obstacle. There was another earthquake, and despite himself, Barry paused to look at the ceiling. Even the many monsters and insects that were fighting paused, though for entirely different reasons. Up above, on the ground, the war had begun. Since he made the first move, Goalie caught Karam unprepared and managed to deal a considerable amount of damage. But Karam had a strategically superior position that made it easier for him to retaliate. While the bro was not able to drive out Goalie's invading forces, he could easily counterattack while he defended. The matter was as simple as hurling a massive boulder off the cliff. Just the force generated from gravity was enough to deal considerable damage. The quake that they felt was the result of one such attack. The insects and monsters, however, were not responding to a call for arms by Goalie. Instead, they, or at least the leaders for their respective colonies, were realizing that the situation might be more beneficial than they thought. Unlike the beasts, the insects, or goo, did not have a cooperative relationship with the Trollops. A situation in which the Trollop was distracted was the perfect opportunity for them to plunder. Lex suddenly squeezed Barry's shoulders hard, a sign that they were in intense danger. And indeed, the moment Barry began running once again, a cacophony of celebratory shrieks filled the tunnels and chaos erupted. The insects were not even chasing after the humans anymore. They were outright destroying the tunnel walls and eating any ores or roots that they discovered. Of course, if Barry and Lex came their way, they were more than delighted to add them to the menu. Tunnels started collapsing left and right, and more quakes seemed to follow. Suddenly, when Lex went from squeezing Barry's shoulder to digging his nails into him, he knew the situation called for drastic measures. "Hold on," Barry yelled, and activated a technique he was trying to avoid using. A violent surge of spirit energy erupted from Barry and coated the two in a bronze light. Like a bullet, Barry shot directly upwards even as the ground collapsed under him. And instead of crashing into the ceiling, he fell into the rock as if he were diving into a pool. They were moving at incredible speeds, but the already wounded and exhausted Barry could maintain the technique for only a few seconds, bringing them much higher and closer to the surface. Once the technique ended, Barry's legs crumpled as his exhaustion caught up to him. But instead of falling on the ground, Lex swapped positions and put the man on his back. Not wasting any time, Lex began running. His skin and nerves were burnt, so he could not feel the warm breeze, and his nose was broken, so he could not smell the scent of burning wood. But his vision had improved, though he hadn't realized that yet, and even in the darkness he could see the grooves of the rocks in the tunnel walls. For some reason, looking at them and observing the shape and direction they were bent in, he could determine the direction the tunnel met the surface. He did not know the nuances behind why he knew this, but he was not in the mood to question anything right now. He attributed it to his instincts and ran for his life. But just because he was the one running now instead of Barry did not mean the insects disappeared or ignored him. That would have been too coincidental and fortunate. No, the chaos was only increasing, and the attacks Lex faced were even more numerous than Barry had. But instead of facing them head-on, he did something that would surprise even him when he thought back to this moment later on. He started dodging his enemies with the precision and accuracy of an American football player dodging tackles. He swerved just enough to dodge a scythe-like claw, jumped just high enough to avoid a biting ant, and evaded just enough to feel the wind of an attacking monster, but avoid its body. For a moment, Lex even felt like he heard thunderous clapping of a crowd. Then his mind connected the sound not to a stadium crowd, but the thumping sound of a marching army. Lex saw a part of the tunnel collapse, and light shone in like the rays of salvation that would rescue them from their plight. With skill Lex had no right to possess, he dodged every attack. Well, not really. He just couldn't feel pain, so he had no idea that he had actually been struck a few times, and finally exited the accursed tunnel. But what lay awaiting him was not salvation. It was a horde of massive, ape-like beasts, equipped with wooden spears that might as well have been small trees. Then, as if he had not just walked into an enemy force that could eliminate him, Lex looked at the nearest beast and somehow, in a croaking voice, said, "Quickly inform Lord Goalie. Karam has invaded the tunnel from the underground and is taking the spirit water." Chapter 268 Luck. 268 Luck in English. The term beast carried with it a negative or derogatory connotation. It was often used to describe another as lower or less intellectual than oneself. But in the context of actual beasts, as in a group of living beings, that was far from the truth. First of all, it was important to understand what a beast was in the context of the cultivation world. A common misconception, at least amongst humans, was that beasts were animals that began cultivating. They could not be judged for having this view, for this often was the case for many species of beasts who had an animalistic nature and lacked intelligence whilst in the mortal realm. But strictly speaking, that was not what defined a creature as a beast. In the cultivation world, a beast was a creature whose cultivation depended upon heritage and would, while growing in cultivation, slowly undergo evolution until it achieved the species that stood at the apex of its heritage. This was exactly why so many beasts paid so much attention to rare or powerful bloodlines, as they provided a much higher endpoint than weaker ones. This is also what contributed to Fenrir's high evaluation, not only its heritage, but the purity of that heritage. This should not be confused with other species that rely on bloodline abilities. For example, even though there were many subspecies of humans and many humans that carried foreign bloodline, as a human grew in cultivation, his or her species would ultimately change from what it was. Yes, the bloodline ability may become more pronounced, but at the end of the day, it would only be limited to the ability. Of course, Marlowe, who was undergoing the path of a prime, was different, as his cultivation also depended on evolution, but any kids he had would not be primes but regular humans. Thus, regardless of whatever height he achieved, he could not leave behind a heritage, only a strong bloodline. What was the point in bringing all this up right now? It was the simple fact that, should anyone be Na'vi enough to imagine it would be easy to fool a beast, they would be gravely mistaken. The massive apes that surrounded Lex and Barry were not one of the main 7 races only because they lacked the population for such a claim. As limited as they were, each one of them boasted ridiculous physical strength and an inherent affinity for wielding the spear. If anyone ever thought that an affinity for a weapon would make them weaker than someone with an affinity for an element, such as fire or lightning, for example, was more than welcome to try. But besides their combat prowess, they had a very intricate tribal system that gave equal value to intelligence and strength. So when they were marching together, off to war, there most certainly was some sort of leader within their ranks who had the ability to distinguish a fallacy. This leader would also know that, while the current war did not seem to target humans, Goli was infamously racist towards humans and would never work with them. So, regardless of what kind of important or vital information a human brought, they would never escape suspicion, which is why it was incredibly fortunate that neither Lex nor Barry seemed like they had anything to do with humans. Lex may have been bipedal, but then so were the apes, so that was not enough to arouse doubt. Instead of the soft and fragile skin that humans were most commonly identified by, these two creatures were covered in char and soot. They wore dirt and small rocks on their bodies the way humans wore clothes, and the muscles on their limbs were tough and wore signs of being tempered in fire. Furthermore, they did not smell of humans either, but of fire and smoke. The ape identified them as some variant of moles with a strong fire affinity, perfect subordinates for the druks that would temper their bodies in molten metal. "I will pass on your message," the leader of this troop said, giving an acknowledging nod to these two valiant beasts. They had suffered great harm to bring them this important news when they could have easily hidden. Instead, taking that as a sign to leave, Lex identified the direction the apes were heading in and decided to run in the opposite direction, completely unhindered by the beasts who saw them interact with the apes. His face only showed his determined expression, but internally Lex was flooded with relief. He had taken a big gamble back there because, honestly, he saw no way of surviving should they get into a fight. His mind worked at incredible speeds to determine the best way he could resolve the situation. Since they had already suffered many attacks from various beasts, and he could determine that the beasts had attacked under the instruction of Goli, he estimated that Goli was the leader of all the beasts. That guess was not accurate, but functionally, such a guess worked well enough. Second, because of his contact with Karam, he knew the two Trollops were not on the best of terms and even harbored subtle hostilities towards one another. Third, he knew that the spirit well would be an important asset regardless of the situation. Keeping in mind these points, he instantly fabricated a story that put him in the right. It was not some intricate plan he concocted, but something he did so instinctively he was speaking before he even realized. A number of other factors played into his ruse working, including the ongoing war and his current appearance, but Lex would never know how lucky he had just been. However, even though he was lucky, it was because of his believable story that they got away, so he still deserves some credit. Lex did not know about the ongoing war, but he suspected that his remarks may spark some tension, but he couldn't be bothered about that right now. His attention lay elsewhere. The tunnel they exited from was not the one they went in from, and so he had no idea which direction their camp was in. The lack of any celestial bodies in the sky made it impossible for him to determine the location he was heading in. The best he could do, currently, was climb a tree to determine the direction of the cliff and head that way. The task was harder than he expected, even when leaving Barry on the ground, not only because of his exhaustion, but because he had not given his body any rest after being wounded. Such strenuous exertion in such a wounded state only served to exacerbate the seriousness of his injuries. Lex was just thinking of how he would finally rest when he breached the forest canopy and froze. The cliff, as massive as it was easy to find. The searing clash between two forests, one aflame while the other fiercely resisting, was not a sight easily overlooked. If he ignored the trees that had uprooted themselves and seemed to be climbing the cliffs, and the hordes of birds that clashed in the skies, and even the countless beasts that seemed to be using the cliff as a battlefield, the boulders being flung towards Gully Forest were not so easy to escape because one could fall on him at any time. While scouting the forest, Lex suddenly noticed another area in the forest that seemed unusually devoid of trees. After focusing for a bit, he realized it wasn't that there were no trees there, but that they had all been burnt down. He found a camp. For the first time ever, Lex praised Ptolemy and his green flames as he climbed back down the tree. He wasn't too far, and should be able to reach it fairly quickly if he ran. Chapter 269, The Legend of Lex. 269, The Legend of Lex. The expedition camp was filled with an eerie silence, as everyone who was able stood guard with their weapons drawn. At first, when Ptolemy and the rest set out, all was normal. But when the war began, Goli's first target was the humans. They faced an assault the likes of which could fit in with the greatest legends in human history. Beasts, trees, flames, all assaulted them with passion hitherto unseen. But against all odds, with the fury of the world against them, the humans banded together and proved their resilience. There was no fear of death in their eyes as they battled a horde that had no end, no reluctance, only the one core value all humans in this realm had ingrained in them from birth. If they were going to die, then the enemy would die with them. In history, it is said that humans fought their greatest battle in the darkness, abandoned by the graceful light of the soul birds, abandoned by hope, abandoned by any notion of tomorrow. It was in the darkness that they forged the greatest of their legends, and it was from the darkness that the humans had clawed their way to becoming one of the 7 great races. But these students fought under the light of their enemies' burning leaves, under the glare of senseless hate, so that when their end came, they would see it coming. Hours later, when the strength of their limbs was leaving them, and the last of their swords were breaking, it was not the abyss that came for them, but Ptolemy and his group. Lizard astride, bloodied warriors tore through the enemy ranks behind the charge of their leader, shrouded in green flames. And when they finally reached the camp, Ptolemy made good on his promise of starting a forest fire. A flame so greedy it absorbed the yellow color of life itself, engulfed the forest that surrounded them, and the wails of beasts filled the skies. Unable to counter such a sinister villain, Goli abandoned the area around the human camp and focused solely on Karam, for now. But even abandoned, the flames roared for hours until every last shred of life surrounding the camp was erased from existence. In the end, the humans finally had their rest. Many of them fell onto their knees and then onto the ground. How many of them would ever get back up was a question no one had an answer to. No one asked about Lex and Barry, for in the chaos, who knew how many of them had gone missing? No, they only rested as the camp doctors made their rounds, doing whatever their failing strength allowed. For who knew when the next battle would come down upon them? The once green and lush camp was now carpeted in ash, with tendrils of smoke rising up into the air all around. A yell from a watchtower broke the silence, rousing all to their feet. They had come to the expedition as specialists in their fields, as geologists, doctors, cartographers, and more, but none would regret ending the expedition as warriors dead on the field of battle. Ptolemy stood at the forefront of the camp, looking out towards the trees in the distance. Normally his vision would allow him to see unabated even at a greater distance, but through the gray smoke he could only see vague figures. Slowly, a crowd gathered behind him, swords and spears drawn, arrows nocked, shields at the ready. At the moment, no one blamed the expedition for being a failure. The truth was, if expanding to regions where entire human settlements had withdrawn from was easy, then it would never have been their turn to complete this task. Everything that happened, to some extent, was already expected. With the ever-present threat of the Craven hanging over their heads, the human race needed brave men and women to face the dangers of the unknown and carve out the path to their survival. Just as Ptolemy tightened his grip on his sword, thinking about the fact that he had not yet recovered enough strength from the previous battle, a dark shape was outlined in the smoke. All the warriors turned their eyes to that approaching shape, as the scouts on the watchtower looked elsewhere to ensure they were not ambushed from another side. The dark figure in the smoke looked too alien to identify what creature it belonged to. But if it was following up after the previous attack, there was no doubt that it must be the forest champion. Yet just as they hardened themselves to face whatever monstrosity emerged, from the smoke emerged a thin, charred creature that stumbled more than it walked. It seemed to be carrying something on its shoulder. But it only took a moment before the confusion was swept away and Ptolemy recognized that damned figure. More of a walking charcoal than a person, he would have never recognized the figure if it wasn't for those damned, determined eyes. Suddenly he recalled the rumors he had been hearing in camp, the stories that made him spit on the ground and somehow hate Lex even more. No, not rumors, legends. Legends of a lone human who walked through the carnage of Gristle and gathered a group of survivors, fighting an endless horde of enemies until they were saved by the representatives of the Academy. Legends of how, when they faced an ambush, the human stood tall and strong against the flesh of an immortal craven, teeth bared as if ready to bite, his knees unwilling to bend even in the face of death. He recalled the legend of the human thrown in the path of the cultivation to a village destined to be erased from memory, which, ironically, became a village whose name people would never forget. It was the village where that human stood his ground against a calamity of nature and even dared to attack the strongest cultivation that caused a vice dean of the Academy some trouble, all to protect his fellow humans. Ptolemy recalled legends of the man so distraught with his weakness. He worked all day and all night to grow stronger, so he would never fail again. He recalled the legend of the human that had forsaken his surname so as not to rely on the prestige of his forefathers. He recalled the legend of Lex, noble son of Gristle, suspected heir of Cornelius II. Despite all the frustration he had felt towards the man, as he watched the charred body of the irritating plebeian that refused to die, carrying on his back a cultivator much stronger than himself, he couldn't help but believe the legends for a moment. Call the doctors, Ptolemy told the crowd that was still ready to fight. Chapter 270, The Return of Booty. 270, The Return of Booty. Lex's journey to the camp was, for the lack of a better word, boring. A few times he ran into a few beasts, and just as he was preparing to give an explanation to avoid a fight, or perhaps even run away, the beast would only nod at him and move away. How was he supposed to know that he was being identified as a mutated mole? So in the end, the return ended up being him carrying the exhausted Barry through the forest for hours until he finally reached the camp. He hadn't had any time yet to think about his future plans, but this incident would surely affect them. Just as he was about to enter the camp, though, Mary gave him an update about something happening at the inn that put him in a foul mood. He was cursing and whining internally, not realizing that he had made it to camp. This led to the misunderstanding where his eyes, full of frustration, were mistaken for unwavering determination by Ptolemy. This was a misunderstanding destined to never be cleared up, for when would two men actively talk about the expression in each other's eyes? As matters at the inn didn't actually require his attention, he put the matter behind him as he refocused on the matter at hand. It was only when the doctors came and wrapped him in Barry and blankets that he actually realized he was nude. They started testing him and applying various salves on his skin, but it was only when he saw them prick his skin and he felt nothing that he realized that he had no sensation. Well, maybe considering the circumstances, that was for the better. The doctors asked him some questions, and when he tried to answer, he discovered once again how difficult it was to speak. If he forced himself, like he had with the apes, he would release a grotesque, hoarse sound that did not sound human. So in the end, they stopped asking him questions for now. During the entire process, Lex felt nothing, and in fact was once again bored so much so that he hoped he could fall asleep, or at least faint so he could in a way fast forward this process. But to his viewers, Lex showed a silent resilience and refused to utter a single wince even as his burnt and battered body was treated. Surrounded by valiant warriors who had fought off death and destruction with tooth and nail, it was instead Lex who did nothing but run, whose legend once again began to grow. Accompanied by the already positive impression everyone had of Lex, everyone was more than happy to fill in the blanks of his no doubt perilous journey with the most arduous of trials. Of course, Ptolemy refused to be one of those. So what if he was the heir to Cornelius too? The king had lived for hundreds of years, had thousands of wives and concubines, and literally had tens of thousands of children. He never favored any until they made real, quantifiable contributions to the human race. It was actually because of how little he cared for his children that made the story of relinquishing his family name more believable. Who could know the real reason Lex never gave his family name was because he was seriously creeped out by the guy interviewing him and didn't want to give him any accurate information. In the end, one of the doctors gave Lex a powerful sedative and put him to sleep. Barry, however, did not receive the same treatment. This was not because they were being harsh on him, but because he would be able to communicate with his spirit sense at least, and Ptolemy really needed to know the details of what happened. But Barry was in much better condition than Lex, and, after being given a dose of stimulants, quickly recovered. He did not need to use his spirit sense, and told the tale of how Lex saved him multiple times, from somehow bringing them out of the cave-in, to guiding him to avoid danger, to carrying him after he thoroughly exhausted himself. Ptolemy, of course, was no longer listening. He had gotten the news he was hoping for. The spirit well existed. One of the many objectives of the expedition was to locate valuable resources. Since he was hunting for resources, naturally, the resources had been allocated ranks and value quantifiers. Spirit wells, while not being the highest value target, were still high on the list, since about only 1 in 100 mines ever even had the chance to become one. It was high enough that, using the potential danger to the well due to the ongoing war, he could request Academy intervention. Naturally, the Academy would not interfere in the struggle between the Trollops, but as this was still the human domain, they retained the rights to any valuable resources. Distribution rights would be discussed later, for that had nothing to do with Ptolemy. He only had to report the situation back to the Academy, and they would send someone over to secure the well, and, hopefully, take that irritating Lex away considering his situation. Midnight Inn, Gamer's Den, roared a wrinkled old man, dressed in traditional Dowsett clothes. His beard, hundreds of feet long and previously wild and untamed, now bore the signs of having been treated by Harry and braided in Viking fashion. For meters, long spear leaned against the wall, gathering dust. Instead, the tool he was using to inflict damage was a controller. His character in a Mortal Kombat was constantly being beaten by his opponent, who used the forbidden technique of repeatedly doing low attacks that knocked him back. He did not know how to block low attacks, nor did he know how to attack low either. The cause of his frustration, "Old man, you're my father," yelled back another man who looked equally old. In fact, he was also dressed similarly and had a weapon that looked almost identical to his father, so that the two looked more like twins than parents and child. He was instead fighting using a mouse and keyboard, the superior option. Hundreds of viewers gathered around them and hooted and chanted for the ones they supported. The group looked like they were taken from a Comic-Con convention, as they were too varied and unique to look like they came from the same place. In the end, the son won the round, using his forbidden technique, launching his supporters into a frenzy. The proverbs of a failure who could not even get past the qualifying rounds mean nothing to me, replied the son, as he ran his hands down his new beard braid. The father, enraged, snorted before he left with his weapon. While the father-son match ended quickly, many matches in the Gamer's Den were still going on. A gaming tournament organized by Booty, the pirate, was taking place. After the Iron Heart pirates discovered the inn, they began using it on and off until one of them had the idea to sell the keys as treasures. Their business was good, since they visited numerous space stations and planets on their journey to loot and pillage. After they had distributed the keys to many places, however, it occurred to Booty that they could take things a step further. Immediately, he sent out a message to his entire network, and they organized a friendly tournament over some of the video games Booty liked. The idea was an instant success, and hundreds of people paid a good deal of money. It made sense, for not everyone who was a cultivator was highly motivated. After living over 100 years, most people would actively pursue new forms of entertainment. Of course, Booty specifically targeted the non-problematic people from his network for this tournament. He didn't want to risk a fight breaking out over disagreements and then being blamed by the staff for it. It was the entrepreneurial efforts of Booty that saw a sudden spike in new guests, and what's more, ended up in a gaming tournament for contestants from around a galaxy. Lex was extremely bitter over missing the tournament, for he wanted to be there for it. Z was also bitter because the Gamer's Den had never been more popular, and he didn't like being around so many people. Another round of cheers erupted as an intense match finally came to a close. As for what game they were playing, Call of the Money, Modern Capitalism 2. There were a few tournaments happening concurrently, and this game was the one that had the highest anticipated finale. That was because in one qualifying bracket was a team from Earth formed by famous YouTubers who just happened to be visiting the inn, while in the other, soldiers trained to remotely operate combat robots in active war zones. To them, this was more than just a game. It was a matter of pride and good quality content for their channels. No one would back down. Chapter 271 Peculiarities. 271 Peculiarities. 3 days passed before the representative for the Academy finally arrived. The war did not cease for even a moment, but fortunately, the humans were left alone during this time. The rep had a long meeting with Ptolemy wherein he conducted a detailed interview of everything that had happened so far, as well as the reason for summoning him. Once he learned about the spirit well, he picked up Ptolemy to guide him and directly flew over the forest until they reached the tunnel. The original tunnel that Lex had discovered had collapsed, but it was not a problem for the rep to dig it up once again. Not bothering with any of the creatures in his path, he zipped through the tunnels as he followed the marker Barry had placed down by the well. When he reached the well, he checked the authenticity of the well and then sealed it using a special talisman. No one would be able to access the well until the seal was removed, which was easier said than done. Naturally, any goo or monster or beast that protested against the seal met with a swift end. The details, such as figuring out the size of the well, how it would be used, who would be allocated the rights to harvest the water, all were someone else's responsibility. He was just there to verify the report to the Academy. He would not help the expedition too much, as this was also a kind of graduation test for these students, nor would he interfere with the Trollops War, as that was not his job. In the future, should Goalie refuse to compromise and insist on keeping the spirit well, then someone else would be sent to deal with him. The matter would be handled in a way that best served human interests. But, while he did not interfere, the timing of the war was too coincidental, so it required further investigation. The representative was not exactly polite with his investigation, either. With his superior cultivation, it was not a problem at all finding the Trollops' real bodies, not the leaf humanoid form or snake form the Trollops liked to show the world. He did not bother sharing the result of his investigation with Ptolemy. But considering the fact that the war continued as it had previously, there must not have been any big issues. It was time for him to return, and he was supposed to bring all the seriously injured members of the expedition as well, as they were no longer fit to continue. But one of the doctors stopped him. To be more specific, the doctor that had been looking after Lex. "I have to report some special circumstances relating to the patient," the doctor said with a lot of hesitation in his voice. The rep asked without dismissing the doctor. Normally, it was unlikely for something like a patient's condition to be relevant to someone like him, but he trusted the competence and professionalism of the Academy students. The patient in question is at the Chi training level and suffered severe burns and blunt force trauma from being smashed into a pool of lava by a collapsing wall. Furthermore, his body's condition was worsened during escape, where he carried an incapacitated student back to the camp. Under normal circumstances, with injuries like these, we would not expect full recovery, ever, and partial recovery would take well up to a year at least if he managed to live that long at all. "Show me," the rep said, reserving his final judgment until the report was complete. The doctor led the red into a medical tent where Lex was being treated separately from all the other patients. His body was floating 3 feet in the air over a white marble platform on the ground, and various tubes were connected to his body. He had been kept sedated this entire time, as the doctors expected Lex would go into shock if he saw the actual situation of his body. With all the char, dirt, and grime cleaned from his body, you could now see that he looked more like a diagram for the human cardiovascular system than a living person. This was because he had nearly no skin left and was wrapped in a white gauze that was mostly see-through, where his skeleton was exposed. Visible cracks ran through the bone. The rep was not a squeamish man, but even he was surprised by what he saw. "You say he's recovering the fastest?" "Much, much worse," the doctor replied gravely. A lot of the meat on his body was cooked, rocks and dirt had stabbed through his organs, and he had completely drained all his chi. "I honestly have no idea how he was even able to run from the tunnel all the way back to the camp." Silence once again filled the tent for a moment, before the doctor continued. "But that's not why I brought you here. I was the first to notice the patient's peculiarities, and so I ordered that I alone would take care of this patient to keep the matter from getting out. Let me show you the first peculiarity," the doctor said before turning Lex around. Since Lex's body was floating in the air, turning him around was easy, but the moment his back was exposed, it became evident what the issue was. Just because his back hadn't been directly exposed to the lava didn't mean it suffered no burns. But while his back carried various degrees of injuries, there was a patch of skin on his back completely unblemished, except for a tattoo of a lotus on it. Not only did his skin around the tattoo not suffer any burns, the doctor said, his eyes stuck on Lex's back, but even his spine directly below the tattoo remained completely unharmed. The rep, now truly curious, scanned Lex's back and his body thoroughly. But the system was able to hide itself even from Balaam. This rep was no obstacle. The lotus, on the other hand, did not even try to hide. Its existence was on a completely different realm compared to the rep. Let alone the lotus. The rep could not even sense the various energies the lotus was always absorbing to feed itself. The rep asked, when he was unable to find anything out of the ordinary in Lex's body. "This next bit is truly remarkable. Like I told you, the patient is recovering faster than I've seen anyone recover, and that was no exaggeration. You see all these tubes connected to him? Only one of them carries any medicine. The rest are all nutrition solutions. This is because any medicine we give him, no matter what kind, is thousands of times more effective on him than it should be, and is actively recovering his body so fast. If we don't feed him with these nutrition solutions, he will literally starve to death. I have a theory about why this is so, but I can't think of a way to prove the theory yet. You see, when we administer medicine, any medicine, not all of it is being used. If we're really lucky, maybe a few % of the medicine will be absorbed and properly work as intended, while the rest never makes it to the targeted area, or is even excreted from the body as waste." The doctor had excitement and fervor in his eyes, but this was much less impressive to the rep than the back tattoo. While the truth of the matter was that the lotus was using any and all ingredients absorbed by Lex to best help him recover, going even beyond the 100% theoretical efficiency of the medicine, the rep had a completely different understanding of the situation. "This is a gap in your knowledge," the rep patiently explained to the doctor. "You've focused your study on general medicine, and so have a limited understanding of the various cultivation techniques. Your patient is clearly a body cultivator. There is nothing unusual about him having elevated recovery and absorption." The doctor naturally understood the advantages of body cultivation and knew this went beyond that, but could not argue with the rep. "The final thing is about the patient's cultivation. Considering the state of his body, I thought it would collapse, but if not, the best should have been him being able to keep his cultivation. However, based on his absorption rate of chi and the state of his body, I estimate that by the time he recovers completely, he will have reached the peak of chi training. All right. The rep replied impassively, giving nothing of his thoughts away. With his tasks completed, the academy representative returned, flying out of the forest and over the ongoing war. While he was flying, though, he started to write a letter from his personal terminal to Vernan, the crazy man responsible for Lex's insane tests. "I think I found an interesting one for you," he wrote, not knowing that Vernan had long been paying attention to Lex. Chapter 272, Oh Honey. 272, Oh Honey. Lex woke up feeling extremely well-rested. There was no stiffness in his body, no bed sores, and if anything, he felt thoroughly reinvigorated. He drowsily picked himself up and stretched while letting out a massive yawn that forced him to close his eyes. When he was done stretching, he wiped the accumulated sleep dust from his eyes. He just felt like he just woke up from the best nap of his life. He looked at his fair, spotless hands and felt there was something strange about them. It took him a moment to realize he had no hair on his arm. Had he waxed recently? Just as he tried to recall, memories of what he had last experienced came flooding back. The emotions he felt from being boiled in lava were still locked away. So after impassively going over everything, Lex focused on the next important thing. 5% accumulation. The accumulation was not bad at all, but in the process he had also lost a lot. The heavy Harley was gone. The fancy monocle, that one really hurt Lex. More than once the monocle had directly saved his life, and it had helped him tremendously otherwise as well. In fact, had it not been for the monocle, he would have never found the tunnel leading to the spirit well in the first place. He would need to figure out some other way to detect or scan things. He had also lost basically every other personal item that he had. The expensive inks he bought for using arrays. Just as Lex was wallowing in the losses he suffered, the white curtain around his bed was pulled aside and a familiar, smiling face welcomed Lex. "Good morning, sleepyhead. I know I asked to see you again, but you can see me too without coming in as a patient," said Honey, the nurse that took care of Lex the last time as well. "I'll keep that in mind for next time," Lex said with a smile, but his hoarse voice ruined the effect he was trying to create. Honey giggled as she approached Lex and started giving him a checkup. "You've recovered quite well," Lex asked, suddenly realizing he had no idea how much time had passed. Honey stuck out her tongue, realizing she had made a mistake, but then slowly explained Lex's condition on arrival, the treatment he received, and how long it had been. Throughout the course of treatment, Lex was kept unconscious on purpose to relieve him from the pain he would feel during the healing process. Many things that Honey told Lex surprised him. Learning the true condition of his body surprised him, because honestly, he genuinely didn't feel like he was on the verge of death like everyone kept claiming. This matter went beyond not being able to feel pain because of lost nerve endings. As a cultivator, he had an inherent understanding of his body and the seriousness of his wounds. He could only attribute the situation to how his body was a combination of his body, spirit, and soul. He was much more resilient than it seemed. The matter that shocked him most, however, was how quickly he healed. This was contrary to his understanding of his body and genuinely confused him. He didn't even need to ask to know that it wasn't the system that helped him, for that was not how the system worked. But even with his relatively quick healing, when he calculated the amount of time he had spent, Lex could not help but let out an audible sigh. Honey, who was doing her best to give Lex her cheeriest smile and keep his mood positive, couldn't help but look at Lex with compassion. She could not even imagine what he must have gone through to get so gravely wounded. Surely he also lost a few partners in the endeavor. It must have been tough. She squeezed his hand a bit and warmly said, "Hey, what's with the sad look? I haven't even told you the best part yet. Apparently, you've accrued quite a reward." Lex was confused by what she said until he paid attention to his cultivation. His body currently contained 76 chi, which was almost the limit of the 7th level of chi training. But more importantly, he did not feel the usual bloatedness that came with filling his body with the maximum amount of chi he could hold. Had his cultivation somehow grown? Did he really grow stronger by getting beaten up? Was he going to have to walk down the path of a masochist? Lex pushed away all his thoughts. He was not thinking clearly and turned his attention to Honey. So what's my situation now? Almost. Your results are all clear, and you've almost completely healed, but we'll keep you under observation till tomorrow. After that, you're good to go. Why? Honey laughed loudly, despite trying to control herself. My time off work is very precious, Mr. Lex. You're going to have to try harder than that if you want to see me off work. Lex smiled weakly. He was not actually trying to ask Honey out, as nice as she was, for he was too preoccupied with working to get back to the inn. A part of him was also sure that Honey wasn't actually interested in him, but just had a friendly personality. Whatever it was, after conversing a little more, she left him to go check on his other patients, and Lex properly organized his thoughts while feasting on. He had no idea what he was eating, but it was some kind of soup. After some deduction, Lex only came to one conclusion about why his body had healed so quickly. "Hey, Lotus," he said, once again lightly tapping his tattoo. "Yes, Mr. Innkeeper. I sense that you were reconstructing your body, and so I helped a little. I sensed that the makeup of your body was too wasteful and too inefficient, so I made some alterations. There was a special alloy in the tunnel that was extremely malleable and very good at conducting spiritual energy, so I remade your meridians with that. Previously, your meridians were made from some carbon-based material, which was very fragile. I sensed the remains of a special lens that had great optical features, so I integrated that into your left eye." The Lotus very excitedly told Lex all the alterations it made to his body, like a child showing a parent some macaroni art. In its opinion, it was only flexing its natural instincts to create just a bit, for compared to what its abilities would grow into, it truly was unskilled at the moment. However, unskilled as it was, it had completely altered the makeup on a living being without affecting its life or abilities in any negative way whatsoever. Lex had no idea if the reason all the Lotus alterations were successful was because of the unique state of his body, or because it was just that skilled, but his gut feeling told him it was the latter. He refrained from actually letting the Lotus know that it had helped heal Lex instead of helping him reconstruct his body, as it assumed he was doing. He only commended it on a job well done before he turned his attention to other matters. Internally, he was both horrified and amazed. As long as he had the Lotus with him in the future, any time he got injured, he could take its aid in healing him. He just had to keep in mind that, even with the Lotus help, he could not heal overnight, as it had still taken him weeks to recover this time. Though, that was the extent he planned on relying on the Lotus, for he did not know if extensive alterations to his body had adverse effects. Next, he turned his attention towards the inn. 5% energy, he could now implement some of the changes he had planned earlier that would help him in the long run. He also had a plan for his latest 2 employees, the Sword and the Lich. In the time Lex was unconscious, the Sword had also managed to complete its trial and became an employee, though based on its condition, Lex could surmise that it had barely done so. Chapter 273 Security. 273 Security. A lot of time had passed with Lex unconscious, and it was fortunate that so far that the rascals had not caused any trouble, but Lex no longer wanted to leave things to chance. With enough energy, as well as 2,845,000 MP, due to his income of nearly 243,000 MP from all the guests entering due to the gaming tournament, he was ready to implement some changes. Firstly, he finally put to use the security room he received as a quest reward for exposing the devil's plot to plant trackers on his various guests. Unlike the private rooms he could give to his workers, the security room required a physical location. To keep it private and away from his guests, he put down the security room beside the greenhouse, and then immediately spent 500,000 MP on upgrading the room to level 5, 1 level above his regular authority. The security room had a few vital functions, and the upgrades not only strengthened them, but also added a few new ones. First and foremost, the security room could immediately detect anyone who had any malicious intent, not only towards the inn or its staff, but towards other guests as well. How the security room detected them was beyond Lex's understanding, but after identifying a threat, the security room could perform a very basic form of the scan function to let security best decide how to deal with the threat. Secondly, just by existing, The security room allowed any staff registered as guards to directly communicate with one another across the inn seamlessly. This made it much easier to coordinate than having Mary pass out instructions to each one of them. Thirdly, the additional upgrade Lex got allowed his guards to teleport to the location of another guard quickly. Once again, it was a watered-down version of Lex's own teleportation abilities, but it was good enough. Fourthly, having the security room made various penalties available to Lex, as well as to his guards. Misconduct by guests towards other guests or staff could allow them to now issue a temporary or permanent ban from entering the inn. Believe it or not, this was the first time Lex was getting this ability. Fifth, and perhaps what Lex cared about most right now, the security room could track associates for offenders, regardless of whether the associates were at the inn at the time of the offense or not. This meant that as soon as someone related to the rascal attack entered the inn, the security room would alert the guards as well as Lex. Finally, the security room gave all the guards some basic strength and defense buffs, as well as some special equipment and uniforms. As Gerard was the head of security, Lex let him pick how many workers he wanted to hire for the position and gave him the option of selecting existing employees or hiring/creating new ones. Gerard ended up picking someone named Chad to be his deputy, and Lex used all the strength he could to avoid cracking up at that. Gerard immediately began to work, as it surprised Lex to learn that there were well over 20 guests with malicious intent towards the inn staying there immediately. However, they kept it to their intent and did not take any action for now. After looking into it, Lex let out a defeated sigh. 19 of the 20 guests were thinking of urinating in the lazy river, but as soon as they even considered it, they felt intense danger. It seemed for certain things the system did not need instruction to prevent. Lex paused for a second, as it suddenly occurred to him that sometimes the system exhibited behavior outside of its usual crankiness or insulting him. He was reminded of the time the Galactic Turtle was automatically hired, even though he was leading up to that anyway. Preventing public urination was also good, but considering all the rules it put in place for Lex, something like giving guests a threatening feeling should not have been possible. It was something to think about. He already had various suspicions towards the system. He could not outright call it evil or malevolent, since it was helping him out a lot technically, but he didn't quite believe. It had no purpose either. This thought only bothered him for a second, for this was yet again another thing he could do nothing about with his current strength. It was just something to remember for now. Then, using his advanced authority, he purchased a building that he technically hadn't gained access to yet, the library. Sustaining the library would be a huge drain on his energy, but fortunately Lex was not planning on using most of its features, which saved him a lot of energy. The library was a monumentally important building at the inn, for when guests from around the universe stayed, providing entertainment or distractions was crucial. Its importance was proportional to its size, as it had taken the shape of a massive castle, similar in design to the Red Fort in India, connected to Main Street by a diverging road. The majesty of the building and the intricacy of the artwork spoke volumes about the importance it was given. It was not an invisible pedestal of importance that the inn gave to the preservation and impartation of knowledge, but a structure too glorious for even kings. The library, when it was operational, required a librarian, for which there would be stringent requirements, as well as knowledge on topics far and wide. Lex did not think for even a moment that he had even 1% of the knowledge required to open the library. He did, however, have a historian. A single branch of the library would be open and would contain the history of the various planets and star systems connected to the inn. The purpose of opening a library, for Lex, was twofold. Firstly, the commonly known history of each planet would be openly available for any of his guests to peruse, after Anita filled it in, of course. Secondly, while Anita had been stuck interviewing guests and staff to learn various histories so far, now she had a special privilege. Following certain rules of non-interference and maintaining anonymity, she could travel to the various planets connected to the inn. This would be much more helpful in recording down the history of the planets than interviewing a few select guests. But, as a pregnant woman, Lex had no intention of sending her around the universe to conduct interviews. She could just summon her undead and send them on her behalf. It was all the same. Not to mention, he had already seen the kind of undead she summoned. No one would ever be able to determine the truth of their nature just by looking at them. Next, it was time for Kawain. He was to be a sword instructor. Guests could hire him for guidance in helping them learn special techniques, figuring out their flaws, or just pointing them in the correct direction for exponential growth. Of course, while his services could be paid for, it was completely at his own discretion. Not only were his services the most expensive to acquire, a guest had to earn Kawain's approval before he could even consider spending his money. Unlike his wife, who had a location provided by the system, there was no integrated swordsman room or anything of the sort ready for deployment. So, after having Mary consult the sword itself, Lex created a very dramatic spot for Kawain's dojo. A sword slash cut vertically across the entire body of Midnight Mountain was formed, leaving behind a dark and narrow, yet prominent corridor. The corridor, imbued with some of Kawain's own sword intent, led deep into the mountain itself, where it opened up into a hall seemingly carved directly into the mountain rock. These are some of the more normal things Lex did with his authority. Next were the few things that would really take advantage of his increased authority as well as energy. He disabled random teleportation of guests and made sure all new guests arrived at the front gates, as far as they may be, from all the other main buildings. Then, he spent an entire 1% of the energy on upgrading the formation he placed here during the assault of the rascals that prevented anyone from leaving. Now, not only was the formation much sturdier, it could selectively let people enter or exit, as well as obtain suppression function. This may seem a simple enough use for an entire 1% of the energy it would require for Lex to travel back from another realm, but that just spoke to the new strength of the formation. He doubted even Kawain could damage it now. Just as he was feeling proud of his work and was about to turn his attention elsewhere, Mary alerted him to a very serious issue one of his guests was having. The guest was a proud centaur from Nibiru called Thurblaze, and when Lex scanned him, he saw in his eyes a look of a man on the verge of death. Chapter 274, A Deal with the Devil. Lex observed the centaur for a moment, for he had yet to see one before. He fit the build of every cartoon or animation of a centaur he had ever seen, except that he never realized how big they would end up being. Thurblaze had long, red hair falling down his human back, their fiery color perhaps the inspiration for the blaze in his name. The centaur, of course, could not see Lex, as he had just made his complaint to his personal assistant and was waiting for a response. Lex asked as he inspected the guest. His hands were clenched tight, and his jaw was squeezing hard, showing the veins running down his neck. The guest needs to use the restroom, but the toilet is designed for humans. Mary could not look Lex in the eyes as she gave her report, and Lex was not drinking anything, but he felt like he just sprayed out something. Anyway, remembering the deathly look in the centaur's eyes, Lex felt a tide of sympathy for the guest and quickly looked at the system and found an upgrade for his toilets. For a measly 4,000 MP, he bought an upgrade for all his toilets so that they would automatically adjust themselves according to the guest that rented the room or wanted to use them. Too embarrassed to focus on the topic any longer, Lex didn't ask Mary why they'd never run into a situation like this before. If he had, the answer would have been very predictable. As cultivators grew in strength, their body's ability to absorb and process food, or anything else absorbed, grew to levels where they hardly needed to relieve themselves anymore. However, certain races, such as centaurs, had a more complex biological structure and, well, long story short, their need for restrooms would never disappear. With the matter taken care of, Lex put away his thoughts about the inn, and finally feeling no anxiety over security for the inn and being safe himself, felt himself relax in a way he hadn't in a long time. Originally, he was planning on cultivating a bit, but he decided to sleep instead. It wasn't the best idea to cultivate in public places anyway. The following day, he was discharged, and after some friendly banter with Honey, he finally left. He only had a few things on his agenda for the day, and finding out about his so-called reward was first on the list. He had forgotten about how massive the academy was, and once again, taking public transport that took forever was starting to annoy him after the novelty wore off. There had to be a better way to get around. When he reached his destination, he walked into an office building and towards Instructor Vernon's room. During his time at the academy, he had learned a lot about the special forces Vernon had once told him about, and had learned about Vernon as well. The Crystal Realm was anything but simple, and the Hum Nation, representing one of the 7 major races of the realm, was not so simple either. The division of power was also complicated, and while as a whole the entire nation was focused on warring with the Craven, maintaining that cohesion was also a monumental task. While the royal family, other noble families, national and county-level armies, and a plethora of private entities had established a complicated and interlinked power distribution, there was only one entity focused on keeping the peace within the nation itself: the Academy. It may seem unusual for an educational institute to take care of policing a nation. The truth of the matter was the Academy was much more than an educational facility. The most direct example was that the Academy directly took in all survivors from Gristle to provide them basic amenities and a new direction in life. On surface level, it may seem like the Academy was using these people with nothing to lose for all their worth. But an observation at a deeper level would note that people who went through such deeply traumatic experiences would, to a degree, become unstable themselves. By bringing them to the Academy, they were put into a controlled environment where not only could they get medical and psychological help, the Academy would help them cope by keeping them incredibly busy. If they were too busy to think, they were too busy to wallow in regret. Similarly, the Academy took care of numerous issues plaguing the nation that weren't directly related to the Craven, and somehow, in the process of dealing with them, did not forget to propagate their narrative about the war. These were not things anyone told Lex. These were conclusions he made on his own. This was because this Special Forces designation was a general term, and both the military and the Academy had their own special forces that dealt with various issues. Lex naturally did not know that Vernon had already pegged Lex to enter the Special Operations Group called Red Hands. In his opinion, Vernon wanted to guide Lex into the kind of special forces that would deal with high-risk human targets within the nation. In a way, Lex's evaluation of what Vernon wanted was actually safer than what was actually planned. Still, Lex had no intentions of getting dragged by the maniac into his schemes. He just wanted the reward, and that's it. Putting on his passive, emotionless face, Lex knocked on Vernon's door and entered when he heard an excited come in. The office looked quite mundane, very unsuited for the unstable man who occupied it. Sitting comfortably behind a desk, Vernon was holding a physical file with the name Lex printed out in bold in one corner. Other than Vernon's immediate surroundings, the office looked too neat and clean. It was to the point where Lex could not detect any dust in the room, regardless of what surface he looked at. Immediately, he got the impression that this office was almost never used and was more of a staging area. Not bothering to say anything, he stood there silently until the man who was posing became impatient. He put down the file and acted surprised to see who had come into his room. "Oh, you, I remember you." "Reward." Lex continued to look at the man impassively and did not respond to him in any way. The more you reacted to people like this, the more you would encourage their behavior. Vernon, despite his original script, chuckled and threw the file away. He stopped acting, for he wasn't too good at it anyway, and looked at Lex in the eyes. Since Lex had been in the academy for so long, his psychological evaluation had been updated, and Vernon now knew exactly how he should deal with Lex. Leading him by the nose would only cause him to resist, in which case, "You have a talent for survival, kid, even more than I expected, and you have drive, you have ambition. I don't know if it's revenge against the Craven you're after, or something else. But the way you force yourself to work in your first month here, I know you're after something. As it so happens, so am I. So let's not beat around the bush, kid. Let's just get down to it. Tell me what you want, what you need." The assessment program in the academy is focused on squeezing out the potential of average students. But for people like you, who have the drive to squeeze out their own potential, it's just a distraction. That's where people like me come in. I can change your classes, Change your designation, do whatever I want as long as it furthers your cause. Despite his resolution to not give in to Vernon's antics, the bait he threw was too tempting. If Lex could really choose his own classes and his own direction for growth, it would help him tremendously. But that was not enough to get Lex to lower his guard. He would not bet his life away to play into someone else's hands. He asked, looking Vernon in the eyes, "What do I get?" "Kid, you have tremendous potential, but right now, you're not even qualified to even dream of being useful to me. So, I want to help you grow, to nurture you, to strengthen you into the finest blade and the strongest shield. Because what I want is not something as simple as killing Craven. We have soldiers for that kind of stuff. I want to create a living nightmare that will haunt the Craven from their dreams to their reality. So don't worry about me, kid." Chapter 275, Sometimes Size Matters. Very eloquent way of avoiding the answer, Lex said, not letting his thoughts show. Of course, internally, he had already decided. Whatever long-term goals Vernon had meant nothing to Lex, for if everything went according to plan, he would be long gone by then. This was because there was one very important detail involved in this transaction that was not mentioned, because it was considered common knowledge in the Crystal Realm. Since everyone, at least in the Academy, was a cultivator, they had a much longer average life expectancy than humans from Earth. The average Academy graduate was a Golden Core cultivator, who normally had a life expectancy of around 250 years. Keeping that in mind, the average student spent well over 15 years in the Academy before they graduated, since the course was much larger than then. Vernon paused, then smiled. The more wary Lex was, the more Vernon liked him. "The ideal situation would be for you to join the army," Vernon said finally. "But I can see that you don't like being forced, which is fine. My ultimate goal is to create as many experts at the highest level as possible, so long as they help the nation." Lex did not immediately reply, and furrowed his brows as if he was considering something difficult. Internally, though, he was already planning on what classes he wanted to take. Vernon, too, was gloating in his mind for as far as he was concerned. His only objective right now was to have Lex drop his guard and agree to him once. So long as a precedent was established, getting Lex to follow along in the future would be much easier. His true purpose would be fulfilled then. Eventually, Lex relented and decided not to keep the matter hanging too long. "Fine, that is acceptable," was all he said before they began hashing out the details. Lex quickly thought of what his priorities were. He needed to accumulate energy, but to be able to go around exploring, the first thing he needed was to increase his survivability. For that, he needed to get stronger. He also focused on receiving more combat training, leadership skills, business management, learning more about the Crystal Realm, and learning more about the Craven in particular. As much as he wanted to take even more subjects, such as a higher-level array class, he ended up having to refrain for one very important reason. Since he was taking more specialized classes, his basic academy covered allowance was no longer enough. He needed to pay some kind of tuition. Lex had no way of paying for his classes with money, for he barely had any. Fortunately, during the expedition, he ended up accumulating some academy credit. He could pay for classes with his credits, but the more classes he took, the quicker he would run out of those credits. So now, other than taking classes, he had to think of ways to either make a lot of money or gather more credit. Those were all issues for another day. However, as at least during this next round of classes, Lex's tuition was covered. After that was complete, they discussed Lex's reward. For all of Lex's contributions, other than just the academy credit, he received some of the spirit water as well. Currently, it would be poisonous to Lex, but if he absorbed it the exact moment he broke through to the Foundation realm, it would boost his cultivation by a large margin. Lex collected the small, sealed container with the spirit water and finally was free to return. He sent Amelia, his only close friend at the academy, a message from a new PT he got before he got on public transport and returned to his apartment. He did not focus on how depressingly bare the apartment was, considering all his belongings were lost or burnt. Lex took a shower and then sat down on his bed. He had only one thing left on his agenda for today: cultivation. Without wasting any time, Lex began cultivating because he was eager to know what his new limit was. But as the time started to pass, and from an hour it went to 2, and from 2 to 4, Lex never stopped cultivating. Not only was Lex absorbing chi seamlessly, he even felt, to a degree, that controlling it within his body had become easier. For a moment, around the time he was absorbing his 85th strand of chi, he became confused. Something was off. Even if his cultivation grew a little, it should not have grown so much. In chi training, the goal was to absorb chi slowly into the body and start getting the body accustomed to the increased amount of chi. This was a slow process. Even his meridians, the network through which chi traveled within Lex's body, were being subject to spiritual energy for the first time, and so were supposed to be sensitive and could not. Suddenly, he remembered what the lotus told him. It had thought his meridians were too fragile, and so remade them with the alloy it found in the tunnel where Lex had been. While the lotus had not been specific, Lex knew exactly what alloy it was talking about. An adolescent Druk strengthened its body by absorbing various ores, but an adult Druk refined them into a special alloy that not only strengthened its body immeasurably, it was an excellent conductor for spirit energy, something they severely needed since having their body covered in metal made it difficult for them to sense the energy in the first place. If that alloy had been used to reforge his meridians, it seemed, for all intents and purposes, Lex had already surpassed the chi training realm, and all that was required now was for him to take the official steps. Still, not taking any risks, Lex continued to cultivate at a stable, measured pace. If things continued at this rate, then he would be in the Foundation Realm by morning. Crystal Realm, the Academy, Perline building on the top floor of the massive skyscraper. A chaotic party was taking place. There was a band playing live music, hundreds of students dancing, a fighting arena right in the center of the dance floor, and hundreds of flying thimble fairies, not only absorbing the ever-present glare of the soul birds, but replacing them with a mellow, auburn light. The party was the subject of desire for tens of thousands of students, but the host was sitting in a private room, away from all the noise, watching the festivities through a camera. She was a young girl, maybe 17 or 18 years in age, with extremely prominent features. While she had long hair, on the right side she had shaved all her hair off, revealing a tattoo of a wolf curled behind her ear. She had a couple of piercings on the left side of her lip, a scar that ran across her jaw and down her neck, as well as clear green eyes. Were she not radiating charisma and confidence, some may have considered her appearance too much. As things were, however, the worst thing one could possibly say about her appearance was that she only captivated them for a short while. That, too, was only because anyone who got caught staring at her would usually have their faces bashed in by her. "Quinhild, I heard some interesting news," said one of the dozens of followers she had. Quinhild gagged, as if to demonstrate what she thought about that. Quinhild Cornelius could not care less about her many siblings even if she actively tried. While the whole nation swooned after her father, she actively hated him, and she was not subtle about her feelings. In fact, she had never even met the man. That's not the part that's interesting. What's interesting is no one knows anything about his past, except that he's a war veteran and survivor of a Craven invasion, facing off even immortals. Oh, and somehow, he managed to drop his last name. Before the follower could even continue, he felt himself lifted into the air. Who is he? Where is he? Quinhild screamed, not in anger, but excitement. There was nothing of her usual dark demeanor, only the giddy excitement of a child about to open some presents. It had been a lifelong dream of hers to take up her mother's name instead of her father's, but even she dared not drop the name for fear of the consequences. Outside the Vegastar system, on a juggernaut ship, he was ahead of schedule, but that was the way he liked it. With the Jotun Empire claiming control over all 3 invaded Vegas planets, he could now turn his attention to his new task. Of course, he did not leave the planets unattended. Between soldiers, administrators, workers, educators, and more, Ragnar had left some 30 billion humans behind to expand their presence and integrate the Vegas natives into their empire. But that was all in the past now. His vision turned to the command carrier, the forward operating base for Jotun expeditions, and a ship that he commanded. The vessel was so large that it had to remain outside the star system, at a safe distance, lest it affect the gravity of the system and destroy the delicate equilibrium. How would one even begin to describe the size of this vessel that he used to travel across and even between galaxies? A comparison could be made with planets. The surface area of the planet Earth was around 197 million square miles, 510 million square kilometers, but just the ship hangar of this blimp-shaped vessel, where smaller spaceships, such as the Juggernaut ships, were parked, was bigger than that. Perhaps another comparison could be made by comparing it to a star. If the command carrier crashed head-on with the sun, it would continue to move almost entirely undamaged, with the star being completely decimated. To explain the size and strength of this vessel, to say it was beyond the comprehension of mortals was enough. How many barren star systems have been mined dry to make this vessel? Even Ragnar did not know. For why would he care? This was just one of many command carriers owned by the Empire. On the battlefield he was heading to, he would probably see more of them. Chapter 276, a little bit. As the Juggernaut vessel docked into the command carrier, Ragnar thought back to his most recent visit to the inn. He just learned that the innkeeper was gone, and for the first time felt a little curious what the innkeeper did when he was away. Was he opening up another inn? Or maybe he was dealing with a few problems. Well, it was a pity that they could not meet, but there was always next time. But perhaps it was for the best that Lex was not there for Ragnar's last visit. Otherwise, he would have drowned in a sea of sorrow for not increasing the price of the golden keys, even just a little more than their cost price. After all, Ragnar just bought 300 million keys to distribute among some of the important personnel on his command carrier. After all, in a war zone, having a safe place to retreat to was invaluable. Lex cultivated all night long and, just as he suspected, reached 99 chi seamlessly. 99 chi strands was the absolute limit of chi training. There was no such concept as Lex absorbing more chi strands than normal just because his body could sustain the pressure, mainly because it was redundant. Whether it was 100, 200, or even a million strands of chi, individual strands of chi could do nothing against spirit energy in its natural state, which is why the process for the breakthrough to the Foundation realm began at the 100 strand of chi. Once it was absorbed, under the careful guidance of one's cultivation technique, the remaining 99 strands would blanket it until the strands began to merge, and instead of chi strands, they would form a spiritual energy stream. Once the stream was formed was when the actual process of the breakthrough would begin, as the single stream would attract more and more spiritual energy. One might think that, since only a short while ago, even a moderately high concentration of spiritual energy was poisonous, absorbing so much energy would be bad for the cultivator. This would make sense if that's all there was to it. It was important to remember that cultivation and cultivation techniques were actually quite complicated, and a description of the behavior of chi or spiritual energy was just the surface most layer of what was actually happening. So, the spiritual energy a cultivator would begin to absorb after forming an energy stream was not absorbed to increase cultivation, but to fuel the change that took place as a cultivator entered the Foundation realm. In simple words, the cultivator would be undergoing a process of literally reaching a higher realm of existence, which would be fueled by the energy absorbed. This is also why Lex was given spirit water for his breakthrough. By drinking it at the time of his breakthrough, the conversion would be more thorough and provide him with long-lasting benefits. For Lex in particular, the conversion would be much greater, since it was affecting more than just his spirit. It was for that reason that he was taking so long to absorb the last strand. But after making sure he was in peak condition for the third time, and making sure none of the chi he absorbed was acting volatile, he absorbed the last strand of chi. Everything that followed seemed to happen on autopilot. The chi was guided to his chest, and the rest of the strands that were spread throughout his body started to move towards it on their own. The chi strands began to join together and, in the smoothest way possible, fused to form a stream of spiritual energy flowing throughout Lex's body. It was an endless stream with no beginning and end, and flowed through Lex like an endless loop. Spiritual energy ebbed and flowed into the meridian branches leading to Lex's extremities. Lex almost lost himself in the ecstasy of spirit energy filling his entire body, but somehow managed to remember to drink the spirit water. That's when the hurricane began. Normally, the absorption process of spirit energy would be slow and measured, since the attracting force was exuded by the limited energy within the cultivator's body. But, fueled by the spirit water that Lex drank, the pull was turned from a gentle breeze to a natural calamity. The flow of spiritual energy in Lex's entire building was affected, and many people had to stop cultivating because the energy had gone into a frenzy. Lex could feel every inch of his body slowly getting stronger, somehow being enhanced into something beyond what he already was. This was also true for his meridians, which were already incredibly resilient, made from the special alloy as they were. He felt his consciousness being altered, and amidst the bizarre sensations that flooded his body, he felt more alive than he had ever been. Considering the fact that life was a product of soul, and that his soul was literally becoming stronger, his feeling was technically true. The breakthrough, even as bombastic as it was, would not last too long, and then it would be time for him to get accustomed to his new realm. But fate had different plans. Amelia finally checked her message after one of her classes and was ecstatic to learn about Lex's return. She made her way to his apartment to catch up and ask him all about his trip. Since she was coming directly after a class, she was dressed quite normally, but someone familiar with her may notice a light sparkle around her eyes and a gentle blush on her cheeks, an unusual addition. She was wearing something called fantasy skin, the equivalent of makeup in this realm. She noticed a particularly eye-catching girl enter the building before her, with beautiful brown hair and captivating green eyes. Amelia only caught a glimpse of her, so she did not think much of it, but when she reached Lex's floor, she saw the girl again. The girl was not alone, and was discussing the unusual behavior of spirit energy nearby with one of her two followers. When Amelia entered the floor, she and that girl exchanged glances for a moment, before looking away again. Neither of them were interested in the other, as they were not in the habit of snooping on random passersby. But when they both stopped in front of Lex's door, they realized they had the same destination. Amelia froze, for she did not recognize this girl, but she knew all of Lex's acquaintances well. Since he was such a focused and dedicated worker, he barely socialized with anyone other than her and her friends at the academy. So who was this? 100 different thoughts ran through her head, of which 99 were some form of girlfriend. Quenhild, on the other hand, deeply analyzed Amelia quite openly. She recognized the fantasy skin, as well as the fact that Amelia was quite an amateur in the field based on the way she used it. She checked her cultivation, her demeanor, her appearance, and everything else before she snorted mentally. As a daughter of Cornelius, she had lived her whole life surrounded by people trying to get close to her because of her father. As such, she was extremely skilled in detecting people who had such intentions, and currently, Amelia was ticking a lot of boxes. "Hello, my name is Quenhild," she asked politely. This was absolutely not Quenhild's normal attitude, but since she was coming to see Lex, a person who had pulled off something even she could not, she humbled herself a little. Amelia, Lux Frien. Yeah, this is his apartment. I have some business with Lex." Amelia felt this girl was strange and clearly had some kind of agenda. She looked a little younger than Amelia, but her piercings and tattoos screamed that she was bolder than her age would predict. Deciding to simply nod, Amelia knocked on Lex's door, which was followed by an awkward silence where no one responded. "Maybe he's in the restroom," Quenhild commented as she stayed put, not indicating any sign of wanting to move. Naturally, if their cultivation was high enough, they would be able to detect that the spirit energy was being pulled into his room and deduce that he was having a breakthrough. As things were, they could only sense its odd behavior, not the direction of its flow. And so the two girls waited outside Lex's room, staring at one another. Quenhild finally asked as well, trying to fill the silence. Her two followers maintained silence, as if their only job was to stand guard. "It was quite funny, actually. We met due to a misunderstanding," Amelie said with a smile, as she thought back to the moment Lex sat beside her for the first time. She was sure he was a shameless stalker. Lost in memory, she didn't even realize as she began to regale Quinhild with her story, filling in the blanks with her own misunderstandings and commentary. Did it seem like she was trying to show off the depth of her friendship with Lex to a potential rival? A little bit. Chapter 277, The Food Has Arrived. Lex's breakthrough took around 20 minutes. The moment it was completed, Lex was momentarily overwhelmed by the immense burst of information he started receiving, but quickly adapted. His senses had become infinitely more sensitive, to the point where on his skin, he could even feel the subtle vibration of the blood flowing through his veins. He could hear his own breathing like a gale and see everything in such detail that he could not comprehend it. But the sensory overload lasted only a moment, for his brain quickly adapted, and as if he had been doing so his entire life, he started filtering out the information he didn't need subconsciously. It was exactly for this reason as well that he immediately picked up the muffled sounds of a prolonged conversation, even through the insulted material that made his door. Carefully, he got up from the bed, remembering the time when he started cultivating and almost destroyed his own apartment due to a lack of control. He tiptoed to the door and opened the door. He was pleasantly surprised to see Amelia, but also shocked by the overload of information he got from looking at Quinhild. His instincts were a lot stronger now, and he picked up on a lot more than just immediate danger to himself. He could tell just by being in her proximity that she was extremely dangerous, and at the same time, that she could do absolutely nothing to him. Likewise, Amelia, who was somewhere towards the peak of the Foundation realm, suddenly posed no threat to him at all. At the same time, he picked up a strange feeling from her, as if she were uncomfortable or nervous or something. He asked, temporarily ignoring Quinhild. "I just got done with class, and I saw your message, so I came to see you." "Not at all. My return was just too hectic to send any messages," he replied with a smile, not going into too much detail at the moment. Then he turned to Quinhild and her two companions and said, "Hi, I'm Lex." "No, we haven't," Quinhild said in the most polite tone she could muster, flashing Lex a smile that could cause anyone to swoon. Honestly, her relationship with her other step-siblings was horrible, so she didn't want to get off on the wrong foot with Lex. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. His reputation? He hardly knew anyone here. What reputation was there to talk about? Still, he was curious about her, so he invited them in. "Well, come on inside." Even as he said that, he ordered some snacks to be delivered to his apartment via the dorm's room service application. Amelia had been to his place before, so she knew what condition he lived in and was not surprised, but Quinhild, well, she hid her feelings well, but internally she was a little surprised. It was a good thing she dismissed her attendance before coming in. It would not do if rumors about Lex started to spread because of her. Even though the famous king did not care much for his children, each and every one of his partners was from an extremely prominent family, or were themselves extremely well off. Someone living in such squalor was unheard of. He almost had no personal belongings at all. Considering the fact that Lex was currently dressed in the academy uniform, she wondered if he even had other clothes. The uniform was expected during classes, but otherwise was not mandatory. "Not at all," said Quinhild. "I came over unannounced as is." "I am curious about what you've heard about me," said Lex as he carefully sat down. So far, he hadn't shown any indication of losing control of his strength, despite not having any time to adjust his state after his breakthrough, and he was quite proud of it. She said with a light laugh, "The stories were so outrageous, from facing an immortal to shooting at one with a simple weapon, to the tales of your numerous feats at your latest expedition. Even if I took them with a grain of salt, or a whole fistful of it, they were too much. I had to investigate." Lex didn't know whether to feel flattered or creeped out. Who were these people talking about him? And how had his stories spread? "Oh, come now, don't be humble. You weren't the only one who was brought back from the expedition, and everyone who came back was full of praise for you. Actually, I headed to the hospital first to meet you, because when I read the report on the returnees, I thought you'd still be in the hospital." Amelia was suddenly alarmed at hearing the mention of Lex being hospitalized, but Lex instead was intrigued about what that revealed about Quenhild. He knew that someone would definitely report everything that had happened with him during the expedition, but being able to get access to Academy records like that was no simple task. Even among school personnel, one would need relevant authority to read files pertaining to things like this. In a situation where a spirit well was involved, Lex imagined the authority should have been even higher. "You've heard a lot about me, but I don't seem to know anything about you," said Lex, shifting the focus of the conversation. He didn't think a simple introduction warranted someone like her looking for him all over. Quenhild smiled, as if anticipating this change, and said, "What's there to say about me? My life is not nearly as interesting as yours. I'm just a simple girl, stuck under a couple of overbearing parents. That's the reason why I wanted to meet with you, in fact." Amelia suddenly became extremely tense, as she too had heard the rumors about Lex's origins. In the time she had known him, he never brought it up, and she never asked him about his past, but it would be a lie to say she never wondered about it. Lex repeated, confused. Suddenly, he felt a little offended. There was no shortage of incredibly insane things that he had done since he came to the Crystal Realm. How could claiming he had no last name be a greater achievement? It was ridiculous. Seeing that Lex continued with the facade, Quenhild smiled. "Well, isn't it? The rumor is you dropped your family name because you were dissatisfied with your father." Lex did not immediately make the connection between the name she mentioned and the king, for he was too bewildered by the story attached to him. "Me?" he said, laughing. "I have no interest in legend. I am—" "No, wait, did you say Cornelius?" His ignorance of the implied meaning behind Quenhild's words did not last long, for with his increase in cultivation, his brain worked much faster. "That's ridiculous," Lex said, laughing even harder. "How can I be connected to the royal family? I'm just a simple man, trying to survive in a chaotic world. I'm not trying to create any legends. I'm just trying to live a good life. Besides, how believable is it for a member of the royal family to be randomly roaming around?" She asked with an eyebrow raised. She was careful not to say members of the royal family, for one would need the king's actual recognition before it could make that claim. Both Lex and Amelia were startled by her revelation. Lex, who had been so meticulous so far, lost control of his strength and ripped the arm off his chair, and in the silence that followed, both by the revelation and Lex's minor display of strength, there was a knock on the door. The food had arrived. Chapter 278, Wild Imagination. Lex and Amelia both were taken aback by Quenhild's surprise, and while Lex's lapse was due to his recent breakthrough, Quenhild saw it in a different light. King Cornelius, too, had done much for mankind, and was seen as a savior by the masses, but his personality was in no way temperate. He was a ruthless, cold-hearted, and yet focused man who lived guided by a very strict code of conduct. Unfortunately, his code of conduct did not include kindness. In fact, he could even be extremely cruel to people who he did not see as useful or productive. His focus on pragmatism bled into every facet of his life. And while this was a huge boon for the nation, it was often a huge burden for those close to him. It was often his wives, concubines, or children who suffered the most due to this. She could well imagine the kind of hate Lex probably felt for the man, based on whatever his experiences were, mostly because she herself hated him as well. This small flaw in Lex's otherwise perfect facade convinced her even more that she was correct. "Excuse me," Lex said awkwardly as he put down the broken chair handle and opened the door. He grabbed the food and turned back, but froze again. Was he really about to serve royalty? Rice pudding cups? Lex did not doubt for even a moment that Quenhild was lying about her parentage, mostly because how crazy would you have to be to make such a claim? Back on Earth, in his youth he had traveled the world, and he remembered strongly how ardent people who lived in monarchies were about their ruler. This was mostly because if you dared to insult the monarchy in any way and word got out, no one would even know how you disappeared. Here, in the Crystal Realm, he couldn't imagine things were much different. Yet Lex's feeling of awkwardness did not last long. He lacked a fundamental reverence many people felt towards the strong or in high positions, mostly because he was so used to being around so many strong people. For example, just based on the fluctuations he could vaguely feel, he knew that Ragnar, the Jotun general, was stronger than anyone he had seen or met in the Crystal Realm so far. Likewise, the celestial bodyguard he had for a while was even stronger than Ragnar. And then, he had met multiple people even stronger than his bodyguard. This was exactly why, even though he was still vulnerable if strong cultivators used their coercion to physically restrain him, whatever that was, mentally, they could not intimidate him. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Highness," Lex said, unsure of how he was supposed to address royalty here, "but that rumor really is just a rumor. I don't have a surname because I don't have any family in the Crystal Realm. But even if I did, for example, have any relation to the royal family, for what I understand, they wouldn't really care if I remove their name or not as long as I don't directly insult them while doing it. After all, isn't the king's motto, 'I don't give a shit'?" He laid out the pudding cups on the table, along with some fruit. He froze again for a moment, recalling that he had no cutlery, nor any plates to offer his guests. He really should stock his apartment a little more, but he was so used to not spending any time at home that it never occurred to him. Amelia and Quenhild, on the other hand, looked at Lex, who was laying the table, his back turned to them, and felt numerous emotions well up in their hearts when he paused. The way he said he had no family in the Crystal Realm seemed too sincere, and clearly this line of questioning had brought back dark memories. That, alongside his statement of the king's motto, told the story of a neglected son, severing ties after a painful loss. They filled in numerous blanks and made up weird scenarios in their head that would explain his lacking cultivation and why he would be in Crystal in the middle of his invasion. Somehow, in the midst of imagining completely different scenarios, the two girls' thoughts coincided as they visualized Lex standing in the rain, alone in front of a grave with the marching hordes of the Craven, slowly gaining land. The filial son stayed until the last moment, and as he turned his back on the grave for the last time, so too did he turn his back on the father that had failed him. Lex, meanwhile, was chiding himself for being a bad host. His reputation as the innkeeper would be tarnished if anyone ever found out he didn't even have a napkin to offer alongside his snacks to literal royalty. "It's not much, but please help yourselves," he finally said, perfectly hiding his embarrassment. The girls helped themselves, and since the pudding cups came with their own disposable utensils, it wasn't really an issue. "Well, if you insist it was just a rumor, then I'll believe you. Such topics are more fit for gossiping little children, anyway. Let's talk about something more practical. Considering your short time at the academy, I assumed you probably hadn't. Every few decades, the academy opens up a bunch of new minor realms altogether and lets the students scout them out. Despite what it sounds like, it's not a tournament, and there are no prizes, but the students can keep anything they find in any of the minor realms. Since it's usually so beneficial, many students treat it like a race, trying to go through as many of the minor realms as possible before the event finishes. But not everyone has the same objective. I am planning on participating in the race, but with a completely different agenda. If I can subdue an entire minor realm before the race ends, and take complete control of it, the academy will let me keep the minor realm till I graduate. After that, the conversation became transactional in nature, wherein Quenhild explained her plans to Lex briefly, and her offer to recruit him for her team during the races. There was no theoretical upper or lower limit on any team, as long as all the participants were students, but quite sensibly, Quenhild took a quality over quantity approach. At no point at all during the conversation did it feel like this conversation wasn't the primary reason she had approached Lex, and even Amelia began believing. In fact, Quenhild was so well prepared, and the detail Lex received on his offer was so extensive that if his instincts weren't telling him that she was hiding something, he would have believed it. He didn't immediately accept her offer and told her he would get back to her. Since the races were still some time off, she didn't mind. Once their conversation was done, she excused herself, leaving Lex and a perplexed Amelia behind. "Don't tell me you heard those rumors too," Lex said to her after Quenhild left. Lex laughed at the absurdity of the claim, but didn't address it again, for he genuinely believed no reasonable person would actually believe the rumor. Instead, the two friends started catching up, and Lex honestly told her about the things that happened on the expedition that weren't a secret. She was startled to learn of the seriousness of his injuries and apologized for making fun of him, but Lex didn't mind. What else were friends for if not teasing one another? Eventually, she left, and Lex was genuinely surprised that she didn't notice his breakthrough. Not that he brought it up either. He spent the rest of the day meditating and cultivating, slowly getting used to his newfound strength and abilities. Tomorrow was going to be exciting, for he would go look for new techniques to use, and more importantly, he would finally start using arrays. He also needed new weapons, so he would have to visit his old boss. He wondered if he should look for another gun, or ranged weapon basically, or go for something more traditional. Lex was completely engrossed in his own thoughts, oblivious to the earth-shattering statement that would rock the gossip columns of the nation. Well, it wasn't as much of a statement as a discovery. Quenhild Haugen had removed the Cornelius name from her student documents at the academy, and when questioned for the reasons, or if she was afraid of any repercussions, she gave a simple reply. Chapter 279, Unlimited Access. King Cornelius II was not an idle man. Every minute of every day was filled with purpose, and not the kind where others schedule meetings or appointments, giving you commitments that you had to keep. No, he was a man who planned his day himself, and filled each part of it with a conscious effort to fulfill his goals. Due to this stringent discipline he maintained, he was often called callous or uncaring towards those close to him. The truth, however, was not that he was uncaring specifically towards them, but that he cared too much about his goals. The people he chose to surround himself with knew this well, and so were selective in providing him news unrelated to whatever he asked. Sometimes, however, there were situations that could not be expected and needed his comments. For events like these, Cornelius had allocated a certain time during his regular briefings. Of course, all of this was dictated by the fact that the event did not require urgency. In case of an emergency, his assistants would obviously interrupt him. Today, however, was not such a case, which is why, as he ate breakfast, he received various bits of news. To be clear, he wasn't receiving news while eating breakfast, but that so much time was wasted on these things, he decided to eat to fill the time. Someone like him didn't actually have any need for food. He was an immortal, after all. "There's a bit of news about one of your children again," said miscellaneous assistant A. Despite having the same first name, there was no connection in miscellaneous assistant A and miscellaneous friend A, the king asked. Assistant A paused, unsure how to respond, directly shared the news. Despite himself, Cornelius chuckled, then paused. He didn't care about the name being dropped or her comment. He was a king by right and power, and had forged his position through blood and carnage. He did not feel his position threatened by such things. No, he paused because the mention of the Haugen estate reminded him of some unpleasant memories. In his life, due to his position and power, there were few who dared accost him, and fewer still of those were humans. Quenhild's mother happened to be one of them, though. She was his only legal wife who he did not actively pursue. Instead, she was the one who approached him and, very bluntly, negotiated the title of wife as well as a child from him. It was not like she was in love with him or anything. She was an extremely capable woman of influence and merely needed the title to progress her own agenda. Of course, she could not threaten him because, honestly, who could? But her influence was genuine, and she could create endless problems for him, and she was not afraid, even in the slightest, that he would be offended by her bluntness or think he would harm her. In the end, she outmaneuvered him politically, gained what she wanted, and then left of her own violation. The latest news he had of her, she had expanded her influence to the realm of the Sentinels and actually controlled vast territories there. Next, he said placidly, unconcerned by the news. On the topic of your children, there's another one showing potential, just that. Cornelius was actually genuinely surprised. Assistant briefly detailed Lex's various achievements with a degree of accuracy that would have shocked Lex himself had he heard, especially his involvement in the battle between the Trollops. The details of his actions on that front were stated as inconclusive, but he was listed as the primary instigator of the battle. His breakthrough to the Foundation realm was not mentioned, for that had only just happened, but a medical report stating that his body seemed ready to undergo the breakthrough at any time was attached as well. The issue arose when he was being treated for his wounds. Having heard the rumor as well, Vernon, the local instructor, ordered his bloodline tested to see if he was related to you. The tests were inconclusive. There's something in his blood that prevents it from being traced to any relative, and he showed signs of a lineage bloodline, but that too has been hidden somehow. Inconsequential, Cornelius answered, having lost interest in Lex's origin. Whether Lex was his son or not, why did it matter? But I like his focus and initiative. Update his file. So long as his purpose is to improve himself, help him however the Academy can. T kind of focus he appreciated and wouldn't mind helping to nurture. While we're on the topic of your children, 12 of them have tried to break through to the Earth immortal realm since I last updated you. 11 of them failed, and their funerals were organized. The reports continued for only a short while longer, for the king had too many other things to do. Lex hummed the tune to I Feel Good as he walked into the Academy library, a ridiculous grin painting his handsome face. Despite its size, the Academy had only one library that had been built directly into a mountain range. There was only limited alteration to the natural appearance of the mountain Lex was currently on, mostly to mark the entrance to the library. How far the library itself ran, and how many mountains it filled, perhaps only a few handful of people knew. None of that mattered to Lex, for early in the morning he received a notification on his PT, and it was one that surprised him, as well as filled him with enormous glee. Due to the size of his contribution during the expedition, he was provided free access to a limited portion of the library, which included the Spirit Technique section. The free access would only last for 6 months, but that was more than enough time for Lex. Oh yes, Lex felt good, because he was about to have a free hand at whatever technique he wanted for the Foundation realm. Good morning, Lex said in the warmest way he knew how to one of the librarians as he passed his student identification. That's a big list. I'm good for now. Thanks, replied Lex, flashing a generous smile. The librarian shrugged and led Lex to a private room and helped him log onto the library's terminal. After that, he opened up the entire list of techniques they had available and showed Lex how to narrow the search if he needed to. After thanking the librarian, Lex looked at the list. A list of 130 million techniques was before him. The size of the list did not overwhelm him, but instead made him sad. He would have loved to see how helpful the fancy monocle could have been if it had access to this library. But it was best not to dwell too much on these things. He went through the list randomly for a bit, to get an idea for the kinds of techniques they had. But Lex was not here without any focus. He remembered the Midnight Games well, and recalled the performance of the best few Foundation Realm players. Alexander Morrison and Kara Deathsworn were two of the best performers, and he thought back well to their fighting styles. He thought back to all the kinds of techniques they deployed and how they used them. He had a few days before his classes began, and he was in no rush, so it was best to take his time and choose well. He thought back to the battle with the Druk that he saw. Despite being an almost indestructible beast, it was captured and incapacitated due to cleverly using its own sturdiness against it. Lex had excellent defense, but that would be pointless if he ever got in a situation where he was captured. Then, it would only be a matter of time before his enemies defeated him. So, his first order of business was to investigate mobility and/or escape techniques. He narrowed down a list in front of him and began searching. Origin Realm. Unnamed region of space, an escape ship crash-landed on a planet deep in the wilderness. The pilot, a simple merchant, ran out of the ship, covered in blood, and escaped in a random direction. Mere minutes later, a small but vicious-looking spaceship landed near the escape vessel, and its inhabitants investigated the escaped ship. Among the various belongings the merchant had been too panicked to bring along with him was a golden key. Along with everything else of value, the key was brought back onto the spaceship to be brought before the captain. Chapter 280 Midnight Madness. Nzar, the captain of the small ship, was a Quash. Quash were an extremely violent species and live as nomads throughout the universe. They were not too significant on a large scale because of their severely lacking population, since they never settled anywhere, and they didn't really focus on developing their civilization. Despite these extremely negative aspects, they could be considered a common sight in many interstellar metropolises due to the simple fact that they were a very talented species. They had a higher growth rate in the lower cultivation levels than many other species, humans included, and were more often than not winners in most fights. And for the fights that they lost, a lot of the time they managed to escape. With 6 sturdy legs spread across its long, muscular body for sets of claws, 2 on either side of its long body, and the ability to move its internal organs as it wanted, a Quash was a menace in a fight. Naturally, they had their own weapons designed to suit their bodies that were very different from swords and guns, and since they were not commonly seen, they were all the more dangerous. Nzar operated as a sort of space pirate, but not exactly. In the Origin realm, pirates were obviously a menace and extremely notorious for their danger, but they weren't inherently evil. Many of them were driven by circumstances of their own, and their target was more towards getting rich and then secretly retiring than anything else. Rather than a pirate, Nzar qualified as a pillager. He and his crew actively looked for undefended or weak prey and attacked just as much for resources as for the thrill of the hunt. They would take what was useful to them and burn the rest, something a pirate would never do, or they would take along even what wasn't useful in an effort to sell it. He was in the middle of a hunt when his crew, a mix of various species from slimes to beasts and more, brought him a golden key. As a species that did not have eyes, Quash had other senses to compensate, which is why he became aware of the key long before it was actually brought to him. Unlike the humans of Earth, who only felt vague sensations of what the key could offer to them, Nzar immediately picked up on the purpose of the key. It would teleport him to a special minor realm. Interested, he gathered his crew to explore this new arena. At the Midnight Inn, Gerard was currently on his regular patrols in his reliable old golf cart. The video game tournament was going well, as the semifinals were taking place, and the inn was more lively than it had been in a while. Old Man Will and Hera were going to finalize a trade agreement today with the governor of Vegas Minima worth billions of dollars, and so were present with a large entourage. Jimmy and Layla were, as usual, conducting a raid towards the heinous and malevolent peacocks of the inn. Queen Sophia of New York was celebrating with her son, Raphael, for not only was he walking once again, he had miraculously learnt about the location of an incredible panacea on Earth that would heal him and allow him to cultivate once more. King Marlowe was currently busy retrieving that medicine himself, as it was too important to leave to someone else. The Morrison family was also gathered at the inn in its entirety, for Alexander had come to the inn after many months. His journey in joining the Jotun army had been anything but smooth, but his horizons had expanded rapidly. He was currently having a meeting with his family, discussing the future direction of the family. Blaine, Chun, Lily, and Iris also happened to be at the inn, discussing old times. Considering the fact that Blaine and Lily had left on a spaceship, the only time they got to interact with their friends was at the inn. Many of the original Naxxons from Earth were here as well, drinking to forget their problems. It had been long enough for the inn to be connected to Earth, not to mention the new minor realm that never closed, that the number of nascent cultivators on Earth had exploded. Of course, these new nascent cultivators could not compare to the old ones, but suffice to say, the original 5 families had long since lost much of the power they held. Just the Morrison family had 4 nascent cultivators, in fact, and Marlowe was obscenely strong for incomprehensible reasons, making it so he was currently the strongest individual on Earth, at least on the surface. At this particular time, there were even a few devils at the inn. They had claimed that they would visit the inn regularly to recruit Earthlings, and this was their first ever visit. Pramod and Harriet Shelby Ruby Selma Jane happened to be visiting as well. Suffice to say, through a random coincidence, the inn was currently hosting almost all of its most regular or renowned guests. As it so happened, it was at this time that Nzar and his small crew of 100 aliens entered the inn. As soon as Nzar entered the inn, he got a sense for the size and spiritual concentration of the inn, and immediately decided to seize the inn. Without wasting any time, he ordered his subordinates to begin scouting the inn for all its dangers. Such insidious intent was obviously picked up by the security room. Chad, the deputy head of security, was currently in the room, and as soon as he got the notification, he activated the formation around the entrance of the inn, trapping the pillagers there. Calmly, he notified Gerard of the situation while also reporting to Mary. Mary then reported to Lex, who was currently reviewing spiritual techniques. As soon as he scanned the inn and understood the situation not only of the invaders, but of his guests as well, he smiled. He had been waiting for the next time the inn was invaded, and the situation of the invasion couldn't be better even if he planned it himself. He passed along some instructions to Mary, stunning her, before he turned his attention to the event management panel. A small 100,000 MP later, his plan was set in motion. Just to be sure no problems occurred, Lex used his advanced authority to disable the invaders' ability to return from the inn. Since they had come here with ill intentions, there was no reason to leave. Across the inn, the sound of a gong was heard, followed by the voice of the assistant innkeeper. Dear guests, the Midnight Inn is having a spontaneous, special event for your entertainment. A small horde of invaders have entered the inn, but, under the direction of the innkeeper, instead of being eliminated, they have been placed in a trapping formation. Since there are 101 invaders, 101 participants may enter the special event and take place. The participants will enter the formation and fight the invaders. Killing an enemy gives you 1 point, but capturing an enemy gets you 2 points. At the end of the event, the participant with the most points gets an award of 50,000 MP. Betting and special commemorative items for the event will be available. As soon as the announcements ended, projected screens showing the invaders' army appeared in front of all guests. All spots for the event were filled within the first second, as numerous guests were attracted by the prize, while the others just wanted to join in the fun. When a list of participants was concluded, the betting pool over the winner began, and immediately excitement filled the air. Many guests left the inn to call their friends to join in the festivities. Once they returned, since the primary teleportation point was locked, they were teleported to a secondary point surrounded by various inn guards to ensure no one with evil intentions could enter. After ensuring they were normal guests, they were allowed to go as they pleased. Raphael watched the screen curiously. This event was titled Midnight Madness, and he had no recollection of anything like that from his previous life. But then again, since he lacked all interaction with the inn, it was not a surprise. He ordered a Saturn cake in anticipation for the event and placed a few bets himself, though they were mostly small. By now, Nzar had noticed that he was trapped in a formation and was trying to figure out a way to bypass it. Little did he know, all his actions were being watched by thousands of people. In a few minutes, as it so happened, the merchant that he had been chasing finally remembered the specialness of the golden keys. He had never tried it before, but he was desperate enough to try anything, since he was too wounded to properly hide his tracks. When he arrived at the inn and then learned about what was happening, he burst out into a melodious laughter, before eventually fainting due to blood loss. Though before fainting, he took advantage of a special feature of the event. I placed a special, individually financed bounty on Nzar that could only be claimed if the person who killed Nzar sent the unaware, quashed the merchant's regards right before killing him. That was bound to haunt him even into the afterlife. Chapter 281, The Return of Tiffany. It was like a sudden festival at the inn, and everyone was suddenly enjoying the festivities. Many people were watching from the comfort of their rooms, but many had come out into public spaces to enjoy the atmosphere. There were 2 topics that were being discussed most commonly. First, who was crazy enough to attack the inn? Even though there was an invasion a short while ago as well, no guests were hurt, which showed just how in control the inn was of everything. Second, the topic was who would be the winner for the 50,000 MP prize. The contestants' names were shared, and, if the contestant permitted, some information about their cultivation and ability. The crowd favorites were Rorik Morrison, for naturally he had a stellar reputation on Earth, a well-respected captain from the Jotun army, here on vacation from the Vega system, and finally a young devil. But the bets were not only one who would win, but on how many points any of the participants could get. Considering the limited number of enemies, no one was expected to have an overwhelming lead, but there were still a few who were expected to get at least 10 points. While the crowd was hyping themselves up, the inn staff was preparing for the event. Mary was spreading the delinquent vines underneath the battleground, and Kawain was requested to help out as well. He would only interfere if a participant was about to die, and would remove them from the formation. This technically wasn't a part of his job, but the inn staff was all so friendly, a stark difference from the humans he had met early when he gained sentience, that he had become fast friends with many of them, and so did not mind helping out. In the meantime, some of the staff who were free stood in awe. For example, Z, who had been slightly traumatized from how badly he was wounded, could not help but compare how they had handled the situation versus the innkeeper's arrangements. This invading force, despite being fewer in number, was much stronger since most of their forces were in the Golden Core realm, with quite a few nascents as well. Despite that, not only had they been easily herded into the formation, but the innkeeper, instead of getting angry at the invaders, actually used them to entertain his guests. He was so vastly different from Z's direct boss, Leo, the original caretaker of the Gamer's Den. Z could not remember the last time he saw Leo, and of all the inn staff and workers, he was the most absent. His sheer laziness and lack of effort was all the more apparent in front of the innkeeper's silent dedication towards the inn. Velma had a day off and was, surprisingly, sitting alongside Larry. If Lex noticed him, he would be tremendously surprised to discover that Larry was in the Golden Core realm. His cultivation was more focused on absorbing various rare metals into his body than anything else, and the inn had been a good source for that. During all his time here, his many attempts at wooing one of the waitresses had failed miserably, but he had developed a decent friendship with Velma out of it. She especially loved hearing stories of his failed exploits back on Earth, and often encouraged him to keep on trying. In fact, she even set Larry up with a Nico, cat-human, from X-142, and, well, it wasn't a complete failure. Yet, Velma asked as she looked at the screen. I don't have the MP to spare. I'm a wanted man, back on my planet, so it's hard to come by any money. What about you? Yeah, of course I did, and not just a small bet. I placed all my savings on a single participant, she said with a sly smirk. Oh, in that case, oh noble miss of the inn, I implore you to impart onto me some information. I could really use some MP, Che, fool someone else. I know you've been hiding in King Marlowe's new mansion, disguised as a gardener. Larry asked, genuinely startled, only to be responded with a knowing smile. Well, anyway, since you asked so nicely, I'll tell you. The winner is going to be a human from Nibiru. She's extremely powerful, extremely ruthless, and she benefited greatly from the upgrade Nibiru is undergoing in its star level. She's been hiding at the inn lately because she's caused a lot of problems back on Nibiru, but if she wins this 50,000 MP, it'll be tremendously helpful to her, so she won't let anyone else get it. Having full faith in Velma, Larry bet quite a decent amount on her. Countless conversations similar to that one were taking place, but little Tiffany from Nibiru remained overlooked in almost all the bets since no one knew her. Eventually the time ran out as 30 minutes was just a short interval, and the event was finally beginning. Mary instructed all the participants to make their way to the battleground while she explained the rules once again. Killing an enemy got them 1 point, but capturing an enemy got them 2 points. This wasn't really a fair event, considering the higher-level cultivators had a blatant advantage, but as an impromptu event held in the absence of the innkeeper, it could not be perfect. Another rule was stated right before the contestants went in, which is that anyone who attacked a fellow contestant would get disqualified. With that, the event began, and all the contestants walked through the white wall of the formation, appearing at the far end from where the invaders were. Zar immediately noticed their entry, and immediately picked up on the fact that they were exactly the same number of enemies as him and his crew. Many thoughts ran through his mind, but his orders to his crew were ruthless and efficient, as usual. There was no build-up to the fight as it immediately began. It was absolute chaos, and in the very first second, Kawain separated several participants who were going to die under nascent-level attacks. These participants were naturally disqualified. On Zar's end, however, they had no immortal to protect them, so immediately there were some deaths. The nascent cultivators took to the skies, fighting in midair. The pillagers and participants both wanted to avoid friendly fire for their own reasons, which formed an unspoken understanding. On the ground, however, it was absolute chaos. No one had even tried to capture an enemy instead of killing, for the battle was too dangerous to take any risks. The numbers dropped quickly and in just the first few minutes. It went from 101 pillagers to mid-60s while the participants actually dropped to the 40s. The pillagers fought for a living, while the participants were just the lucky ones who managed to enter the tournament first. It was fortunate that Kawain was able to save all of them with great skill, removing them without harming them or their enemies. But after the first massive drop in numbers, the fight stabilized as the remaining few were similar in strength and skill. It was here that the strength of the pillagers became evident, for not only were they skilled in fights, but they had incredible cooperation as well. The participants, on the other hand, were just fighting randomly. Even when they paired up, they could not match the synergy of the enemies. But while they were the ones under pressure, the remaining participants were elites in their own rights. It was now that a few names started to stand out on the leaderboard. A surprise to everyone, except two specific people, was that on the top of the leaderboard was the name Tiffany. She already had 20 points. This wasn't because she had killed 20 people, but that she incapacitated every foe effortlessly, at which point a vine would emerge from the ground and take the captured enemy away. When Tiffany struck a foe, it was no longer a matter of skill. Her ability was so astounding that even the viewers could not accurately understand what happened, despite the effect being quite simple. If she attacked a pillager with a punch, and the pillager blocked her punch, without moving anywhere, the pillager would be struck by a sonic boom before fainting. If a pillager managed to dodge her punch, however, still sonic boom. If a pillager saw that she had the intention to attack and ran away, sonic boom. If a pillager thought about attacking her, he would suffer a sonic boom. One pillager, in fact, only gave her a dirty look before suffering a sonic boom. The most common wound her victims suffered was ruptured eardrums. If they had those, she was a force of nature, an unstoppable entity with a relentless will. She was the living embodiment of the drumming in a good rock song, because wherever anyone heard her strike, they would get chills. Chapter 282, Don't Forget the Aesthetics. Lex was not observing the event too closely and was more focused on monitoring its success overall. It was for that reason that he did not recognize Tiffany, not to mention that she looked vastly different from when he last saw her. The guests, however, could not take their eyes off her. She was ruthless, not in the sense that she was defeating every enemy she came across. Her staggering performance was throwing off all the bets people had placed. Some noticed that there was more to her attacks than the simple sonic booms, but even if they could discover the secret, it would not help them remedy the situation. It was fortunate then that the battle entered a balanced phase. The pillagers' coordination was keeping them from suffering any more losses while the participants' extreme powers and skills saved them. Whichever side gave in first would suffer tremendously. In the air, the battle was a lot more hectic. Zar was proving his worth and fighting 3 nascent participants on his own, and seemed to be winning. Furthermore, he was better equipped than the participants for the fight, which gave him an edge in both offense and defense. The various pillagers under him also seemed to be more skilled than the participants, and even Rorik found himself suppressed, something he hadn't encountered in a long time. "Mary, I'm busy over here, so I'll check back in later," said Lex, once he was satisfied with how the event was progressing. Lex turned his attention back to the issue of deciding on his techniques. He could have continued to focus on the end. It would have taken at most a few more hours, but Lex was pressed for time. Not only did he have to go through this massive list and decide on his techniques, he had to practice them as well. If he had access to a meditation room from the inn, it would be no problem learning them. But as things were, he didn't know how long it would take. In a few days, when his classes started, he would be even more strapped for time, which is why he had to make the most of every moment. His first priority was evasion and escape. Evasion could fall under movement-type techniques, but escape covered a vast array of technique types. This would help him escape from any enemies who were too strong for him, or escape in a situation where he gets trapped the way that Druck had. The options were truly diverse, and it was at this point that techniques with spiritual affinities started to come into play. Wind, lightning, and ice were some of the more common affinities seen in movement techniques, but the most incredible and effective ones seemed to be from space affinity. Lex did not have any affinities as far as he knew, but he tried out the simplest movement technique with a wind affinity to see if he could use the technique. He could not. It would require more research to understand why this was so, but for now, he accepted that fact and moved on. For clarification, while he could not use any techniques that required his spiritual energy to have an affinity, a neutral technique that took advantage of an element in nature was an entirely different concept. An example was the defensive technique he used that absorbed cold energy. It did not require Lex to have an icy affinity at all. In the end, Lex decided on two movement techniques. The first, Heart's Marathon, was similar to his previous movement technique, Falcon Relief, in the sense that it boosted his overall speed in every sense. This would not only help in escaping, it was great for evasion, blocking, attacking, and everything else that required any form of movement. It had a fixed cost in terms of spiritual energy, meaning it would use up Lex's energy at a constant rate while he was using the technique. The second technique, Home Sweet Home, was used for a linear burst that would increase Lex's speed tremendously. Its most obvious use was for escape or to gain a lead during a chase, but Lex could imagine himself using it to close in on an enemy as well. Its peculiar name was due to the technique's creator's deep wish to run back home Tommy left his house. The escape techniques, which were next, gave Lex a migraine. They seemed to be as useless as they were diverse, and all the good ones seemed to require an affinity, or they had extreme requirements which were difficult to fulfill. In the end, Lex picked one called the in-law effect that Lex suspected he would be able to use due to a loophole. The requirement was stringent and required Lex to stay in one location for up to 3 hours while he used the technique. But once the technique was done, it was supposed to let the user's soul leave the body and move up to several miles away, depending on how much energy was used. This technique was not designed for humans, whose souls were too weak to leave their physical body at this level. However, Lex suspected that due to the nature of his body and soul, he would be able to use the technique without issue. It would require some testing to determine, but if it didn't work, Lex could always pick another one. Next, Lex planned on picking defensive techniques, offensive techniques, and some miscellaneous techniques in that order. The reason he was picking techniques in that order was that, now that the options available to him were more versatile, he planned on using his uncanny ability to learn defensive techniques in various ways. Blocking attacks and protecting himself definitely was a priority, but why should he limit himself to just that? If, for example, he created a shield so sturdy his enemies could not break it, then could he not use that shield to trap his enemy as well? Theoretically, couldn't he create some kind of defensive barrier and then walk over it to form an impromptu bridge? To be honest, he didn't know the limits to which he could use these techniques, but he fully intended to find out. But while he could learn endless defensive techniques, it was best to focus on just a few for now. Too many techniques would make it difficult for him to choose the best one in the heat of battle and drastically reduce his efficiency in utilizing them. The first one he picked was called Talk to the Hand. For meters in height, the best part was the strength, or technically defense, of the barrier was directly proportional to Lex's bodies. It was unfortunate that it required Lex's hand to be up, which limited its distance and eliminated the element of surprise. But Lex was looking forward to the day he could block a barrage of long-range attacks simply by holding out his hand. His next technique was called Ripple Shell. It formed an elastic barrier around him that spread any damage received across its entire surface to reduce the effect. What Lex liked most about this was that this barrier would not stop Lex from attacking or doing anything else. And once Lex used it, it would continue to exist without being a drain on Lex's energy pool. Following that, Lex picked up a few circumstantial techniques. For example, there was one that strengthened the defensive capabilities of objects. There was another designed to protect inner organs, and one in particular that required an external energy source to sustain once established. With just these few techniques, Lex already had a few plans about how he could implement them in different situations. Next up, the attack techniques. For this, Lex already had a clear-cut idea of what he wanted. He was searching for overwhelming attacks to serve as trump cards or secret aces to use in opportune moments. This was because Lex already knew that Regal Embrace would cause him problems when learning attacks. The solution Lex had thought of was to focus more on his technique, weapons, and arrays for attacking. He thought it would be hard to pick out such a technique, but it turned out to be the easiest. Lex was extremely satisfied with the technique's description, build-up, and implementation. The technique was called evisceration and was for what it did. It was all in the name. Finally, it was time for the miscellaneous techniques. The techniques that weren't strictly designed for battle and could be used in multiple scenarios. Choosing these took the longest, for these were the most commonly used techniques and would accompany Lex on a day-to-day basis. Not only would they affect his quality of life, they would affect his future as well. These included techniques to dormant formations, traps, arrays, or other techniques. It also included things such as healing and preservation techniques, cleaning techniques, air and water filtration techniques. Heck, it even contained things Lex had never even considered, such as refining the etiquette of your energy implementation and signature. In high society, where even things such as forks and knives had to be used in the proper fashion, how could it be possible for one to let their energy signature run rampantly? These aesthetic-based techniques, in fact, were the rarest of all. Some would even give your energy a pleasant scent and sensation. Much later, Lex did not even realize how much time he had spent looking through these techniques, and eventually fell asleep in the library, still scrolling through the many options. He could not help but think, in his last waking moments, how helpful some kind of smart, computerized assistant would be that could sift through all this mess and just tell him the techniques most optimal for him. Chapter 283, Lady Velma. While Lex looked through the techniques and selected them, the midnight madness eventually came to a somewhat unexpected end. Despite Tiffany's admirable start, the favorites for victory were still the nascent level cultivators. Yet there was an unexpected turn. While all his subordinates and lieutenants were defeated, Nzar himself held up the remaining nascents by himself. This gave plenty of time for Tiffany to rack up an irrecoverable lead. In the end, literally besieged by all the participants, Nzar still managed to survive. He was defeated, not killed, though his condition wasn't the best. There was a small celebration after the event ended, and Tiffany received her 50,000 MP as well as a special token to commemorate her victory. Larry and Velma became the biggest winner from all the bets, other than Lex, of course. Due to how unexpected the event went, most people lost their bets, and Lex ended up raking in a neat 210,000 MP via all the gambling, feasting, and celebrations. Had Lex been paying attention to the inn at this time, he would have noticed a few interesting things happening at this point. Tiffany, along with her winnings, headed straight towards the greenhouse and waited in the forest for the sovereign galactic turtle to emerge. They talked for a bit, before Tiffany pulled up her makeshift backpack and from it extracted what looked like burnt-up roots. The turtle took the root from her, and the gardener appeared beside Tiffany and accepted 40,000 MP from her. It may seem like she only had 10,000 MP remaining, but she had also inherited 20,000 MP from Ijishima when he died. So, she currently had 30,000 MP for herself. As for the details of the transaction that had occurred between her and the turtle, they were a secret known only to them. While this was happening, Bentham finally signed the deal with the governor of Vegas Minima, with Mary as the assistant innkeeper as the witness, and through the guild room conducted their first major transaction. Through the 1% charge of all transactions, Lex earned another 4 million MP. It may seem like this was a lot, but the truth was this was only a small part of the cooperation they were planning. Well, Bentham was supplying the governor with extremely rare resources they had managed to collect from their new minor realm, but did not understand how to use. In exchange, the governor was not only providing them with various new technologies, far beyond anything Earth had, but also weapons and, most importantly, the knowledge to build a sufficiently advanced space command center. After all their matters were concluded, Will went to attend another meeting in the inn, this time followed only by his very competent bodyguard, Hugo. When he arrived at the new room, it was Larry and Matilda who were waiting for him. Larry did not wear his usual cavalier smile, and in fact had a grave look in his eyes. "I was informed you have information about Hugo's family," Will said, sitting down. His bodyguard, Hugo Laurent, had only agreed to work with Will on the condition that will help him investigate what happened to his family that had been killed behind his back. Larry and Matilda provided the first real lead he had been able to find. "I hope you have some evidence to back up your claims." "Neither do we," said Larry, his fists clenched tight. "Actually, finding out about Hugo's family was coincidental. Let me introduce myself." Will was startled, for he recognized the name. "I'm sure you've heard the stories about my family being banished to the moon. Well, sometime during the upheaval caused by the Council taking over Earth and the moon, my family disappeared. This is my associate, Matilda. Her brother was also killed by someone from the Council. We were working together while this meeting was going on, yet another one was taking place between Sam Brown and Richard, two of the original nascents from Earth, with a devil. The details of the meeting were unsurprisingly cliché. The two, unwilling to come to terms with their lost power, were striking up a deal. With a devil. Something that was surprising, however, was happening not in these meetings, but in the interrogation room near the greenhouse. All the captured pillagers were held prisoner here. To make things quite simple and ensure that none of them cause any problems, Anita had volunteered her aid. She resurrected all the dead pillagers and had them guard these few survivors. The undead pillagers, it must be pointed out, did not have the gruesome and decaying appearance one would assume. Not only had they recovered their appearance to what it was before they died, they had undergone some sort of cleansing. Since it was Anita's angelic voice that revived these bodies, as beautiful and pure as it was, the bodies were washed from their impurities. The shackles of a cruel life were lifted from them, the karma absolved, and what they turned into was if they had been saints, living a humble life of piety. They were as pure as the day they were born. One extremely important thing to know about undead was that they did not retain their original souls, but new, extremely weak and feeble energy filled their body, replacing the function that the soul would have performed. The security measures aside, the surprising occurrence here was not Anita's help in security, but who was performing the interrogations. There was no bloodshed, no weapons, no threats or blackmail. Instead, one of Nzar's lieutenants, an alien known as Grumble that looked similar to a Doberman with small, bat-like wings on its back as well as a third eye on its forehead, was sitting nervously at a table with tea and biscuits placed in front of him. Opposite to him sat Velma, taking a small sip of her tea and then nodding, as if appreciating the taste. "Please, I'll tell you whatever you want," the Grumble pleaded, with tears welling up in its three eyes. At the same time, it nervously eyed its capture companions, but they were all unconscious. "We're pillagers, killers. We've looted all over the galaxy. Entire worlds have known our wrath," Velma said chidingly. "I am a lady, and my friend Larry told me that ladies should not spend their time talking about violence. You know, you're not the first Grumble I've met. Some time ago, we had this lovely couple visit us on their honeymoon. Well, actually, they were going to X-142 for their honeymoon, but through a twist of fate, ended up here. Oh, their love story was so wonderful. I heard from them a million times." As she said that, Velma's eyes wandered to a patch of gray fur beneath one of the Grumble's wings. "No, please, no." The Grumble trembled once again. "You will? How lovely." The Grumble trembled once again, and then reluctantly started telling Velma his own love story. He made sure to fit in all the information about Nzar he could every opportunity he got, and gave as little information about his beloved as he could. If he didn't know any better, he really would start to feel that this wicked woman was more interested in his love life than their origins. But he was no fool. The moment he saw that evil woman raise his former comrades to life, heal them of their injuries, and then enslave their minds, he knew they had finally come across someone they should not have offended. It was fortunate that those who came back to life did not seem to have their memories, or else he suspected he would not be given a chance to be interrogated at all. Velma, on the other hand, listened to his story eagerly. Her endless curiosity, friendly attitude, and love for gossiping had resulted in a unique situation that no one had yet realized. Even though she had never left the inn itself, through talking to the various guests and learning all about their lives, along with the diverse crowd that the inn had started to receive in the entire inn, she knew more about the universe than anyone else. She had become a living encyclopedia, and at the speed at which she gathered new information, soon it would be more fitting if Lex asked her questions about the universe than Mary. At least Velma wasn't limited by the system with what she could say. As for whether she truly was only listening for love stories or actually fully interrogating the grumble, well, only the innkeeper would find out when he eventually returned. She had prepared many reports for him about things she found interesting, reports even Mary did not know of. Chapter 284, Midnight Tavern. Once Lex woke up, he finished up his selection and returned to his apartment. There were many things he needed to practice, attacking with arrays and his new techniques among them. There was a part of Lex that wondered why he couldn't just use the techniques he already knew. After all, considering those same techniques would be powered by a stronger fuel source, they should be more powerful as well, right? That was not what happened, as even fueled with spiritual energy rather than chi, the techniques could not perform much better, for they apparently had an upper threshold. The techniques themselves were just not designed to be used on such a scale. The intricacies of that Lex would learn during one of his new classes focused on cultivation. For now, though, he was catching up with what occurred at the inn. When he saw his MP balance at 6,451,000, he smiled. Once he had gotten the full update, the first thing that needed to be done was decide what to do with the prisoners. He didn't want to kill them outright, but considering their past, just kicking them out of the inn wasn't the best solution either, since then Lex would feel responsible if they harmed someone. In the end, he deferred the decision and told Mary to make sure they wouldn't break free from their imprisonment. The second thing he needed to do, or rather, wanted to do, was something he had been thinking about for a while. Mary, now that we have decent security at the inn and our income has increased, there's something I want to try. Mary was taken aback, as this was something that had never occurred to her. But after her initial surprise, she replied, "That would be redundant." "Not necessarily," Lex replied confidently. "This is not a spur-of-the-moment idea. I've been thinking about this for a while. The main inn will always be that one, but I want a few physical locations for the inn and a few worlds as well. These new locations won't be operating the same way as the main one. They'll be a lot more low-key. But for certain customers, if I like them, we can give them access to our better services, such as the meditation room or recovery room. After all, being teleported away to a new location is not ideal for everyone. This way, the inn can become a part of the community, and once the realm is connected, it can even be a way we can give out golden keys. Furthermore, once we've connected this realm back to the main inn, and we have a few more physical locations, it'll be a lot easier to find capable employees we want to hire. Plus, we can develop a network of inns. We can gather information across the universe, offer the best services, make the best use of all resources. Our options are endless. We shouldn't limit ourselves by just doing the obvious. Weren't you the one who said to find ways to make use of the system's loopholes? Lex's last statement was one he said as a random justification for his idea, but it was as if Lex had somehow insulted the system's honor and immediately prompted the release of a new quest. New quest. Establish a branch of the Midnight Inn. The Midnight Tavern. Pay 5% accumulated energy. Pay 10 million MP quest reward. Pocket watch remarks. The Midnight Inn is the best universal hodling establishment in this universe. How can it not have branches? Lex, for once, was amused by the system's reaction, while Mary was astounded by it. The truth was, she had a lot of ideas for how to develop the inn, but she held back in expressing them because she didn't want Lex to become dependent on her for ideas. Lex's unorthodox way of thinking, however, seemed to have surpassed her wildest expectations for how to develop the inn. It seemed, more and more, he was proving himself a capable innkeeper. After all, he was no longer the one chasing quests to improve the inn, but the system was giving out quests to meet his vision. "Well, to be honest, this is not something I ever even expected," said Mary. "Easy a yes. But the wording on this quest makes it look like the system will form the tavern on its own once I pay up the MP as well as the energy. This is not good. While I save up for this, you have to think of a way to let me control where and how the tavern is formed." Lex came out of this much happier than he expected. He was completely prepared for there to be multiple problems with his idea, for he had already scoured the system interface and did not find any way to establish branches anywhere. The next thing for him to focus on now was once again on collecting energy. Fortunately, Quenhild provided him with a solution. The fact that the Academy was going to open up multiple new minor realms, completely unexplored, meant there were suddenly many areas easily within his reach where he could search for energy. He had not yet decided if he would join her group or go on his own. Once he had more information about this event, he would decide. The drawback of joining Quenhild was that she was planning on focusing on a single minor realm instead of exploring many, while the advantage was that it would clearly be safer in a group than alone. Let's put all these thoughts aside for now and focused on practicing forming arrays. He was a little excited, for this would be his first time trying to draw one. Since he was just starting out, he chose an extremely simple and stable array. It only had a few characters, and its only effect was to provide a small degree of warmth. This was an array commonly used while traveling to heat up places like rooms, tents, beds, or even baths. He stuck out his index finger and slowly started to draw a character in the air. You did not really need to draw each character like this by finger, but considering that Lex had only just reached the Foundation realm, his control over spiritual energy was not the best, and this made it much easier. As he released the energy from his finger, it remained in the air with a silver hue. The hue was the effect of one of the aesthetic techniques Lex had picked up, since normal spirit energy would be invisible. He did this on purpose, for he needed to see if he was drawing properly and if any deviations occurred in the character. It need not be said that Lex's handwriting was not the best. Of course, that was before he started cultivating. Now he had much better control over his body, and though his handwriting had improved, drawing characters for arrays needed extreme precision. After he completed the first character, the silver hue of the spiritual energy faded, and the character took on an orangish color. This was normal, as this character represented a type of ember. After a moment, when the character did not explode or go horribly wrong in some way, Lex continued with the next one. Honestly, a part of him was expecting him to mess up somehow, but his control over his energy remained stable and each character he drew was perfect. A couple of minutes later, once the array was complete, the characters merged in a soft, yellow light emit a gentle warmth into his room. It was like putting on a cozy pair of socks, still warm from coming out of a dryer. For a moment, Lex was stunned. He actually did it on his first try? Wasn't this supposed to be a test of commitment and dedication? Something that was supposed to take countless tries? Was he a natural at this? No, going as far as calling himself a natural was surely conceited. After a moment of deliberation, though, he started drawing some new characters. This time, he was not drawing a tried and tested array, but one that he had thought up on his own. Theoretically, it should work, and now he would find out. There were 9 characters in this one, so it took much longer, for he was drawing very slowly. Eventually, though, when he drew the last character, and all the characters started to merge into one, his heart skipped a beat. Could it really be possible? Lex burst into a mad laughter. This would be fun. Chapter 285, Understanding His Instincts. The process of getting acquainted with casting arrays was a tedious one. After his initial Hello World experiment, Lex no longer tried to cast any original arrays, and instead repeatedly cast the warming array he first tried. After successfully casting the array 10 times, he paused to take note of his progress. The first thing he noticed was that, for now, he was stuck being extremely slow at forming an array. If he tried to speed up writing a character even a little, the character would be disrupted and all the spiritual energy would disappear. That was only the case in this simple array. As for more complicated arrays, instead of disappearing, it may result in an adverse reaction. The second thing he noticed was that, since he was taking so long in forming an array, large changes in the ambient spiritual energy could interfere with the array, causing it to fail. This was an issue he would need to address. He also learned that if he ended up taking too long to form an array, that would also result in the array failing. Fortunately, he had already taken a beginner's class for arrays and knew how to tackle many of these problems. All it would take now was the occasional adjustment and a lot of practice. The next few days, all Lex did was practice his techniques or arrays and met Amelia when she was free to get some rest and make sure he didn't burn out. When his classes began, he had to reduce his practice time, but while it slowed down his progress with regards to his techniques, it helped him in other areas, especially his class, that taught him more about cultivation in general. In fact, in the very first class, Lex was able to understand why his danger instincts were so much keener than the surrounding people. Cultivation is different for different species, and they each have various barriers, the professor explained. However, we will only be focusing on human cultivation for now. Regardless of what kind of cultivation system you follow, human cultivation is divided into 3 basic categories, namely the soul, spirit, and body. Spiritual cultivation is one of the most widespread, mainly because the resources required to follow this cultivation path are readily available. That does not, however, mean that it is stronger or weaker than the other paths. Each of them have unique benefits. For instance, it may seem like it is more difficult to defeat an enemy that cultivates the body, but that is only because most people are more used to fighting against spiritual cultivators. The truth of the matter is, the most ideal cultivation would be to cultivate all 3 at the same time, but that is extremely impractical because of how difficult it would be, time and resource consuming it would be, and lastly, finding 3 compatible techniques to cultivate at the same time borders on impossible. But all is not lost, for even if you only cultivate a single path, as you progress across the cultivation levels, the other 2 will also gradually be affected. When talking about specific benefits, let's begin with spiritual cultivation. Following the spiritual cultivation path grants the cultivator a strong and precise control over spiritual energy. This control can then serve to benefit the cultivator through the use of various professions, such as weaponsmiths, array masters, formation masters, and more. Furthermore, at the golden core stage, it grants the cultivator access to spiritual sense, a 6th sense that cultivators can not only use to observe the world around them, but also interact with it. It can allow you to directly communicate with others. It makes you more sensitive to the change in spiritual energy in the world around you. Another benefit, one that is often overlooked, is how cultivating the spiritual path allows you to increase the capacity of your brain. The professor didn't elaborate, but Lex got a general idea. It was like improving the processor as well as RAM in a computer. If the tasks you were performing with the computer were affected by a lack of those things, then you would suddenly notice a boost in performance. If, however, you weren't doing much to begin with, then no matter how much the computer improved, it would not affect things. Or, a simpler way of putting it was that if you were smart to begin with, then you'd suddenly be able to do a lot more. If you were dumb, however, then an improvement in cultivation would still leave you dumb, but just faster at being dumb. Lex snickered to himself before turning his attention back to the professor. The next most common form of cultivation is body cultivation. It need not be said that the body is the foundation of our life, and cultivating your body makes you more resilient and harder to kill. A common misconception is that body cultivators are focused on great physical strength, and while that is true for many of them, it is not the essence of body cultivation. The essence of body cultivation is preserving life. At the same time, as a secondary effect, it drastically strengthens the subconscious mind. That means not only is your brain better at taking care of the various functions of your body, You become more sensitive to the minute details of what's happening around you. For example, if there's a person in front of you who suddenly decides to attack you, your body will automatically sense the minuscule changes his body would exhibit before he attacked and warn you about it. On a conscious level, you may not notice his change in stance, tightening of the muscles, his eyes scanning you for a weak point, but your brain would and warn you in the form of instincts or gut feeling. But it goes beyond just that. Sometimes, the threat to your life is not coming from a person, but from some external factor outside of your current view. Since the focus of body cultivators is on preserving life, sometimes body cultivators are able to detect threats or danger from far off, with no apparent indication of the danger itself. The theory behind this is studied in a more advanced class. You only need to know that this is something they can do. We now know the individual benefits of cultivating two paths, but what if you cultivate both at the same time? Would the effects stay the same or possibly be even stronger? The answer is, not only would the effects remain, the growth in the effects would increase by an exponential amount. The cultivator would already have the energy sensitivity of a spiritual cultivator, but enhanced by the strength of the body cultivator's subconscious mind. The cultivator's control would quickly enter the levels of the most capable masters, and their precision would be exemplary as well. That is not to say someone who does not cultivate both paths cannot reach this level, but just that it would require more work. The cultivator's sensitivity towards danger would also increase, and this time, the increase is even more ridiculous. It has been reported that dual cultivators can sometimes even sense the exact moment someone decided to harm them, even if in a minor way. Furthermore, due to the granted sensitivity towards energy, the cultivator could also possibly detect dangers from nature or natural disasters. In summary, it takes the advantages of both and multiplies it manifold. Of course, I'm sure all of you are also familiar with the difficulty of following such a path. It is absolutely not something that can be done on a whim. This finally leaves the last path, that of the soul. In a way, soul cultivators are considered both the weakest and the strongest. They are the weakest because their distinct lack of spiritual techniques, as well as a strong body, make them more vulnerable. However, they're also considered the strongest because it is incredibly difficult to defend against a soul attack. Most cultivators are completely incapable of defending their souls before the nascent realm. It's not just a matter of being unable to defend. Soul techniques are so rare that even those who want to learn to defend their souls may not be able to. Soul cultivators are also adept at various fields, such as tracking, cursing, enchanting, and the like. Furthermore, it is nearly impossible to lie or deceive a soul cultivator in the same realm. This is because, while they lack the sensitivity towards energy or danger, they can easily detect any living being's intentions from the fluctuations of their soul. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 286, The True Path. There was a moment of silence in class, as everyone took a moment to absorb all the information. Soul cultivators were very rare and often had odd occupations that made them difficult to counter. Let's thought back to the Rascal invasion. Harry, despite being weaker than many, ended up doing some of the most damage to his enemies. But he wasn't just limited to that. As he was growing stronger, he was able to unlock more and more of his glamour sorcery abilities. While at the start, his skills were limited to giving people mental clarity, these days he could even grant a few buffs to customers that would last days. After giving his students enough time to ruminate about the new information he provided, the professor continued. Naturally, in a way body and spirit dual cultivators get the best of both worlds. Anyone who dual cultivates the soul and spirit or soul and body also gets tremendous advantages. However, these combinations are even more difficult to achieve. Setting aside the difficulty of cultivating two paths, the real hurdle comes from the fact that unless the secondary cultivation path follows a technique that is complementary to the soul cultivation technique being used, it is nigh impossible to dual cultivate. It won't stop your progress in one, but rather outright end your cultivation for both paths. It is for this reason that anyone who manages to find two complementary techniques often ends up killed or creates a lineage. Even in the academy, getting access to such cultivation techniques is an extremely difficult task, not to mention the difficulty of following such a path afterwards. It is for that reason that you will rarely come across someone with these two combinations. All the students held their breath, and Lex felt an unusual sense of anticipation fill the class. Lex furrowed his brows. The students seemed to know something he didn't, but it didn't matter. Lex focused his attention on the professor, for this information would help him understand his limits better. He already had an explanation for why he was able to form an array so easily. His energy sensitivity had been heightened. Now it was time to know what else he could do. As you all probably suspect, it is indeed possible. In fact, not only is it possible, cultivating all three paths simultaneously is the actual true form of cultivation, and is what differentiates the many races in different categories. The crystal race, for example, all cultivate all three paths simultaneously. In fact, for them, it is normal cultivation, as they do not have divisions in the paths the way we do. Theoretically, it is still possible for all humans to practice all three paths as well, if enough of the right kinds of cultivation techniques are spread. But that begs the question, since the king is so adamant in developing the human race, why hasn't he done so? The answer is fairly simple. Humans inherently are not very suited to cultivate. Cultivating two paths already more than doubles the difficulty in raising realms, but cultivating all three, with the talent of the average human, would require hundreds of years just to break through one major realm to the next. Of course, one of the greatest benefits humans have over other races is our high reproduction rate. No matter how difficult or rare, someone capable enough to cultivate all three paths is bound to appear. Excitement, enthusiasm, and admiration all filled the students. No one even seemed to care that none of them would ever be able to cultivate all three paths. After all, how could they compare to the king? Lex, however, was waiting for the professor to continue his explanation, but when he noticed that the professor was about to continue the class by progressing to a different topic, he interrupted to ask, "Professor, if the king is one of the two publicly known people to cultivate all three paths, who's the second?" The students looked at him oddly, and even the professor was surprised by the question, but answered anyway. The second person is naturally the crown prince, who is set to inherit the throne. As for the benefits, well, I can only speculate. Firstly, and perhaps most impressively, the survival instinct of the cultivator, amplified by the energy sensitivity and soul sensitivity, will be enhanced 100-fold. In fact, it may even transcend the realm of survival instinct and take another form that can sense more than just danger, due to the way the soul can sense intentions. I'd say the cultivator's danger sense would probably end up being even better than cultivators in a higher realm. The control and sensitivity towards energy will also be exceptional. In the lower levels, it might not be so apparent, but in the nascent realm, when cultivators deal with different forms and levels of spiritual energy, the advantage will truly bear fruit. In fact, those cultivators can probably pursue some truly unique professions by combining various compatible soul and spiritual professions. A simple example is by combining talismans and curses. Such things already exist, but require two or more cultivators to work together to form. The cultivator would also be extremely resilient, fueled by spiritual energy, preserved by a strong body, and resistant to destruction due to the soul's own strength. The cultivator could probably easily survive wounds that would otherwise kill them. In fact, it would be so difficult to kill such a cultivator. I wouldn't be surprised if they walked through an erupting volcano. The professor suddenly froze as he seemed to recognize the student who had asked the question, and suddenly recalled some outlandish stories. Could it be? The professor asked. Yeah, Lex answered, suddenly getting a bad feeling. In his mind, the professor was judging him for asking a question everyone knew the answer to, specifically the one about who the second cultivator of all three paths was. It was because he had judged the rumor he heard about himself to be so outlandish. he never even considered people could take it seriously. How was he supposed to know that not only did this professor take it seriously, he suddenly filled in a few blanks about how the Crown Prince oppressed Lex, which was the reason he dropped his name. Furthermore, the stories of Lex's achievements, his survival during the expedition, along with his question about all three paths. Could it be possible? In the most absurd, roundabout way, the professor made a conclusion about Lex cultivating all three paths, the first true conclusion anyone had made about Lex. Still, as a professor, he was mature enough to know not to spread rumors that he shouldn't. He did, however, silently decide to guide Lex to the best of his abilities. A basic enhancement of the individual abilities of all three paths is somewhat expected. The professor continued his class, suddenly a lot more serious. But if that were all, this would not be considered the true form of cultivation, and the gap between us and the crystal race would not be so huge. The professor had to try very hard not to look at Lex as he said that. Each path has its own techniques. Spiritual techniques for the spirit path, body techniques for body cultivators, and soul for soul cultivators. But there are rumors that for the true path, as some people call it, there is another form of techniques that take advantage of all three paths. Similarly, some records of the king from his youth suggest that he used to practice a unique profession oblivator that no one else could, though there are no details of it available to the public. But while those two previous aspects would require special information or heritages, there are other benefits as well. As many people know, the foundation realm is when cultivators commonly begin to explore specializations. Sword Intent is a good example of a very commonly pursued specialization. It is said those who follow the true path have an entire field of specializations that they can realize on their own. For example, if a true cultivator pursued the sword, it would not be the sword intent they realized, but something more. This time, despite his efforts, the professor ended up looking Lex directly in the eyes. Lex gave away nothing and wore the look of a simple, curious student. But it was already commonly accepted that Lex was exceptional, in which case, perfectly hiding his feelings fell perfectly within the realm of what he could achieve. The class continued normally after that, and once it was concluded, the professor submitted an application to see the dean, the king. Since he was just a normal professor, it would take months before he was granted the requested audience, if ever, but his speculations were too important to let slip to anyone. After class, Lex checked his PT and noticed he had a letter from Quenhild. She was inviting him once again to discuss her plan for the minor realms. After a moment's thought, he accepted the invitation. Chapter 287 Headache. For once, Lex did not need to take public transport, as Quenhild sent a private, small plane to pick Lex up. It was no bigger than the size of a regular car and was exceptionally fast. It was extremely luxurious, but that did not surprise him, considering her background. If only he knew that, after talking to him, she had severed her relationship with her father. Unfortunately for her, since her act was rather public, she had to face tremendous backlash. Even though the king himself could not be bothered to reprimand her. As the most worshipped figure in the nation, it was many of his fanatic followers who could not swallow the insult. But none of that had anything to do with Lex, nor did he know about it. The small plane landed on a rooftop landing pad in the high-rise building where Quenhild lived and Lex was escorted in. After being brought to a sitting room, he had to wait for a short while before Quenhild burst into the room, a wide grin on her face. Lex immediately noticed that she looked exhausted compared to the last time he saw her, but she was also clearly more energetic. "Lex, I'm so glad you came. I would have liked to invite you over just to get to know each other better before getting down to business, but I'm on a time crunch these days. I have to finalize my team for the minor realm so that we can start training together, which is why I'll get straight to the point. What can I do to convince you to join my team?" She was a lot more upfront than Lex expected, but the end result was the same. Lex had already given some thought to this, and was leaning towards joining her anyway, but since she was so open with her offer, since you've been so direct, then there's no point in me beating around the bush. Go ahead. Truth be told, I myself am searching for something that I expect can be found in the minor realms. I was planning on going to few myself to search, but I have never been to a minor realm and don't know what to expect. I was, of course, going to start researching minor realms on my own, but I expect, since you're planning on capturing a minor realm, you've already done quite a bit of research. If you can provide me with all the information of the kinds of minor realms the Academy has opened up before, as well as what to expect, I wouldn't mind helping you out first. It did occur to Lex to set some ridiculous conditions in exchange for his help, but doing so would put a strain on their relationship. Lex was not necessarily a materialistic person, but one would still have to be an idiot to ruin a good working relationship with an influential person for short-term gain. As it happened, his two requests perfectly fulfilled his needs, so it was good enough. Quenhild, who was expecting something much more lavish, was surprised by the simplicity of Lex's request. Her demure demeanor in front of Lex did not mean she was a simple or inexperienced person and was well versed in the ways of the world. Considering the complexity of her request, Lex asking for such simple remuneration could be nothing other than a gesture of friendship. If you don't mind me asking, what are you looking for in the minor realms? Lex did not reply, but only gave her a sly smile. There was no way to explain that he was searching for large reserves of natural energy, and he did not consider it a big deal that he should want to keep a few secrets. Seeing that Lex did not want to elaborate, she understood that it was likely a private matter. Regardless, she was not being greedy and had only wanted to help. Since she could not help directly, then she would think of another way to respond to his gesture. Well, no matter. Your requests are simple enough, so we can begin immediately. I'll introduce you to my team. There will be a total of 12 of us, including you. Quenhild immediately started debriefing Lex over her plans, many of which surprised Lex. 12 was a very small number. How were they supposed to take over a minor realm with that? Or maybe his understanding of what it meant to take over a minor realm was flawed. Moreover, as he listened to her break down her plan for the next few weeks, and then the upcoming event itself, he let out a small, internal sigh. A very large part of him already knew this, but a small part of him had been hoping for some kind of miracle. He was hoping to stumble into a big enough pool of energy and somehow make it back in only a few short months, but more realistically, he was stuck here. The thought did not depress him. He had become more resilient than that, but it snuffed out the small hope he had been carrying. As it so happened that with the death of that small hope, Lex's mind opened up to a new series of possibilities. As he listened to Quenhild's plan and saw how she took advantage of every possible opportunity, he became inspired. His new frame of thought was simple. As long as he was stuck here, he could continue to take advantage of his increased authority. In that case, instead of filling 100% of his energy reserves, he should continue to expand and improve the inn with his increased authority. This way, when he returned to the inn, it would be extremely well equipped to help him progress, not only as the innkeeper, but in his cultivation as well. After all, he did not want to spend hundreds of years on a single breakthrough, like his professor predicted, though he had a sneaking suspicion that if he could continue to have the lotus improve his body, his cultivation would be much quicker. Still, it made no sense not to use the advantages that he had. With this renewed mindset, Lex threw himself into his studies, practice, and preparation. Over the next few weeks, Lex thoroughly prepared himself by becoming familiar with his new techniques, upgrading his equipment with the truly insane amount of money Quenhild had paid him, as an advance only, and began to familiarize himself with Quenhild's team. Despite Lex's focus and determination, however, things did not always go over smoothly. First of all, his progress with the offensive technique evisceration was very slow. Lex had to be extremely careful while practicing it, for if something went wrong, he would end up injuring himself a lot. Furthermore, as predicted, Regal Embrace seemed to resist his efforts at using his technique. The only fortunate news he had in that regard was that his progress with arrays was good, and Regal Embrace did not seem to trouble him when the attack came from an array rather than a technique. Secondly, there were a couple members of Quenhild's team who clearly had a strong bias against Lex. They never showed it when the lady herself was around, but whenever she was absent, not only would they stop cooperating with him, they would actively try to antagonize him. Lex tried to mend the relationship, but after they rebuffed his attempts, he stopped caring. After all, He wasn't responsible if Quinhild's endeavor failed due to them. Furthermore, he was not at all afraid of them, for everyone in the group was in the Foundation realm, and Lex's instincts told him they could not harm a single hair on his body. Not to mention, if they ever tried to act against him, his survival instincts would warn him well in advance. Lastly, there were a couple of matters at the inn that kept distracting him. Not only was the date for Earth's Expo coming closer, requiring him to start preparing for that somehow, but there was a group of troublesome people at the inn. Tiffany, after her victory at the Midnight Madness, had attracted a lot of attention, which was the true origin of the problem. Things got so out of hand that Mary finally informed Lex, who eventually recognized the once sweet and immature little girl. The problem now, though, was that despite her actual young age, she had the body of an adult. Since that was the case, no one suspected otherwise, and a Tiffany fan club had been established by a group of bachelors and bachelorettes from various planets. Every day, they would duel each other in public to attract her attention, recite the sappiest poems about her strength, and reenact plays about her supremacy. Such a group, naturally, incited others, and quickly various fan clubs started meeting at the inn. Things were now already out of hand. The true problem occurred when Audrey Morrison, Alexander's grandmother, learnt that she had a fan club who was competing with a fan club for Velma who, in turn, was competing with a fan club for Gerard. Lex rubbed his forehead, tried to alleviate his headache, as he never knew dealing with a bunch of simps was so difficult. After all, Audrey was not content with leaving things as they were, and insisted on the targets of the various fan clubs directly competing with one another. As for the method of competing, naturally it was Chapter 288 Lady Cosmos. Since Audrey was the one proposing the method of competition, and the focus of the challenge was to see who was the best and more worthy of having fans, she proposed a pageant. A tournament would have been more straightforward, but Audrey was not much of a fighter herself, not to mention the contestants were in various realms as well. That was all well and good, but it wasn't like anyone could be forced into participating in the pageant. Tiffany neither understood the concept, nor cared for such a pointless contest. A few others, as well, were not so keen on the idea. That's when the crowd started getting rowdy, and some even tried to harass the focus of various fan clubs. Let alone the fact that no one coming to the inn was weak, the huge fan bases themselves weren't ready to see their idols being targeted. A fight nearly broke out, and was only contained due to the timely action by the security guards. Lex was very firm in his decision that such actions will not be tolerated. Anyone who harassed another guest would suffer a temporary ban from the inn, and the holographic personal assistants conveyed this message clearly to all guests. He hoped that this would be the end of the matter, but as he had become somewhat familiar with Audrey, he doubted it. And, indeed, the matter did not end there, though fortunately Audrey decided to be a lot more sensible in her next action. She went to Earth, acquired the rights to the competition known as Lady Cosmos, an annual international beauty pageant, and decided the next one would be held at the inn. Not only would the contestants be from the solar system, but from any star system that wished to join, making it the first ever true Lady Cosmos. Brandon, who always supported his wife in every endeavor, immediately opened up his wallet. 5 million MP on the event, and had a detailed meeting with Mary about what they wanted for the event. Since they were planning the event to happen soon, only one Earth month away, Lex had to take time out from his already jam-packed schedule to settle the details for the event. This was not such a straightforward matter, as Audrey and Brandon were accompanied by their lawyer, who wanted to establish a detailed understanding of everything the event would entail. It was fortunate that Lex was not so easily flustered, regardless of how eloquently the lawyer spoke. Since the lawyer was bringing up various requirements, Lex cut the conversation short by asking one crucial thing. Would the inn simply be the venue for the event, or also take part in the organization of it? If the inn were only the venue, then they would only provide the basic facilities. However, if the inn were also organizing, then they would try to fulfill the competition's needs, but according to their own regulations. Lex neither had a detailed grasp of the various laws on Earth, nor cared for them. The inn was not subject to Earthen law. In the end, they decided that the inn should help organize the event for them, but there were a couple of important conditions for that. There was no way to enforce Earth's trademarks or copyrights in space. But since the inn was helping to organize this event, they had to agree not to host another beauty pageant with the same name in the future if it was sponsored by someone else. Furthermore, although Audrey did not care, the pageant was a business, and so they wanted to hash out the details of how they would generate income. 5 million MP. In the end, after everything was concluded, Mary briefed Lex on everything so that he could use the event management panel to take care of everything. This was a prime example of how his increased authority was coming into use, for normally he would only be able to broadcast any event happening within the inn. However, Audrey wanted the event to be broadcast to every planet that sent a contestant, something he could barely manage. But first, he had to prepare for the event as well as advertise it. When he was holding the Midnight Games, he spent 50,000 MP per planet he advertised to and sent the invitations to the leaders directly. This time, he planned to be slightly more subtle in his advertising and also planned to advertise a little within the inn as well. He had a lot of guests going in and out every day, even from parts of the universe he had not connected planets to yet. So word of mouth would also serve him well. Counting Earth and Mars, as well as all the inhabited planets in the Nibiru, Vegas, and X-14 star systems, as well as the advanced way in which he wanted to spread the word, Lex directly spent 1 million MP on advertising. 2 meters tall near the entrance. They were the previous winner of the contest. The entrance was sealed for now, but a large marble plaque outside the venue stated the purpose of the venue, the details of the event, and how to register if anyone was interested. He would arrange for security, the broadcasting, and other miscellaneous tasks closer to the event itself. Done for now, Lex returned his attention back to training and studies. Currently, he was sitting in his Craven class, and the professor was discussing the biology of the strange creature that had managed to dominate their realm. Lex tried to focus back on class as he rubbed his temple. No matter how cultivation made his brain faster, it could not make up for how much he hated studying biology. Amidst all his studying, training, doing research, and practicing his arrays, Lex had overlooked 2 simple facts. He had overlooked how vast the reach of his inn had actually become, and he had overlooked the universal love for beauty. He had grossly underestimated how many guests this next event would attract. X-142, a farming village. Haley was slowly trudging back home after a long, exhausting day at the farm. Considering her peak foundation realm cultivation, the difficulty of her routine was self-evident. She had lived her whole life in a farming village, and from a young age, she had been taught the wonders their farming produced. The value of their crop was phenomenal, which is why it took years of hard work for a single crop yield. She had believed, she had worked, and she had toiled just to be qualified to be a farmer. But when she actually got to work, spending 16 hours a day, waist-deep in mud, nourishing the crops with fertilizer with her own hands, she realized there was no glamour in the life she had always pursued, and there was next to no reward. She got paid for her work, but even if one ignored the ridiculously small amount of pay considering her cultivation, she never had the physical or mental energy to do anything. Today was more of the same, and after returning home and taking a shower, she flung her frail body in bed. But as much as she wished to immediately fall asleep, her body ached too much to let her fall asleep. Eventually, she gave up and pulled out an old news crystal. She got this the last time she visited a city many months ago, but by now she had memorized the entire thing. Every news article, every bit of gossip, every ADV. In the upcoming events, something new had suddenly appeared. For a moment she was dazed and tried to remember if she had seen this before. But that was impossible. Her memory would not fail her, especially when she had read through this crystal numerous times. What was going on? More curious than anything, she read the new article that had appeared out of thin air. It was a pageant for the most capable and talented women in the cosmos. For a moment, she let herself imagine a life in which she could enter something like that, and her wings, fair and beautiful, involuntarily stuttered. Then, the news article shone with a golden light and enveloped her. When the light disappeared, she was no longer in her home, but stood in the middle of a road, cutting through a massive field. Chapter 289, The Capitalist Returns. Haley was bewildered, and for a moment, couldn't understand what was happening. Then she tried pinching herself to ensure she was awake. Just as her thoughts were about to spiral, her assistant continued speaking. Do not be alarmed, dear guest. If this is your first visit to the Midnight Inn, the only way in and out of the inn is through teleportation, and you were teleported here due to your interest in the Lady Cosmos pageant. She repeated, her attention directly diverting to what she cared most about. Why? To register, of course. The pageant is in a month, but participants are suggested to arrive a few days before the event so that you can become familiar with the format of the pageant and make preparations. She repeated, dumbstruck. Naturally, the hologram replied once again. Haley was dumbstruck, and she looked once again at the wonderland that she had been transported to. Was this really not a dream? Earth, Interstellar Confinement Facility Vera Joel, a political prisoner and a secret oracle, was scribbling mindlessly in her notebook. She was bored out of her mind. It wasn't because the facility they were locked in was like a prison. No, the facility had everything from various sports courts, cinemas, shopping malls, schools, and much, much more. After all, the difference between a political prisoner and a real prisoner was vast. They couldn't really be mistreated. The one constraint on them, though, was that after the discovery of the Midnight Inn, they were regularly checked for golden keys. Even if they wouldn't be able to go anywhere else from the inn, no one wanted to take a chance. And so she was stuck, until something changed, and she saw a vision of a new future. Her expression changed from boredom to excitement in a flash, and she sprinted to find her mother, Christine Joel. She whispered something in her ears before the two jaunted off to a nearby store. From the shelf, they picked up a couple of magazines and quickly returned to their rooms. Christine asked, but the only response she got was a flash of golden light. Her daughter had already found a small ad for the Lady Cosmos pageant and had teleported to the inn. Christine shook her head and quickly looked through her own magazine. A moment and a flash later, she too was gone. Countless other women, or it would be more accurate to say females, from various parts of the universe began to learn about the Lady Cosmos pageant and started arriving at the inn, one by one. Some saw the ads in magazines, some in news crystals, some in unskippable YouTube ads, and some saw the venue at the inn itself. But, surprisingly enough, it wasn't Lex's own advertising that spread the word the most. It was the Iron Heart Pirates, the one for which Booty was first mate, that did the brunt of the work. From port to port, planet to planet, star system to star system, they spread the word and enticed any who would be willing to listen. It need not be said that they recruited more members for the audience than they did actual candidates. For the love of beauty and competition thrived just as much in the worst of degenerates as it did in cultured socialites. Naturally, they charge a premium for anyone who wanted a key for the inn from them. After all, the innkeeper wouldn't mind if they made a little pocket money while doing so much legwork, right? Completely unbothered by the steadily increasing traffic at the inn, Lex continued his routine, maintaining the mindset that Mary would let him know if anything went wrong. Lex was completely dedicated to being fully prepared for the minor realm. After all, this was the only time he would have. The pageant would begin right before he had to head to the minor realm, and the two events would likely overlap. Soon after that would be Earth's Expo. Speaking of which, Miranda should probably be coming by the inn soon to discuss the details for the event. It was like this that Lex spent his time, the month gradually passing by, right up until 8 days before the Lady Cosmos pageant. 1 week before the event began, the participants were encouraged to come to the inn so that they could start preparing. Lex thought everything was under control, for he had once again purchased the unlimited rooms option that he had once gotten for the Midnight Games. He was planning on purchasing the same kind of security as well and continued to let Mary handle things, but that's when she called for his attention. Lex, I think the venue for the event is going to end up being too small. Oh, how come? A lot was a relative term, and Mary didn't know what Lex was expecting. When he only advertised briefly on only 3 planets, he had tens of thousands of guests, so he should have adjusted for the inn's new reach, right? Not too many. Due to Audrey handling things on Earth, we only have about 30,000 contestants from there and Mars combined. 6 million. After Dash, Mary had to stop giving her report because Lex, who had been leaning against a wall when he heard the report, slipped and fell, attracting the attention of Quinhild and their teammates. "Excuse me, I'll be right back," Lex said quickly as he quickly got up and rushed to the toilet. "Repeat that again." 6 million, Mary replied calmly. After having a discussion with the marketing and publicity manager Audrey has hired for the event, we came to the conclusion that the low turnout is due to a lack of trust or recognition of the pageant in the universe. After the first one airs and people become familiar with the brand, turnout should be much higher. Of course, we can keep the participants in their rooms while it's not their turn and thus manage them. But we can't force the guests to stay in their rooms all the time. Yes. After he recovered from the initial shock, Lex's mind started working in overdrive, and he quickly realized he had been underestimating the allure of a model on a catwalk. Leaving the bathroom, he promptly told Quinhild that he had some urgent business he needed to take care of, and left. On his journey back to his apartments, he continued to listen to Mary's briefing. It was tough to estimate how many guests there would be for this event, but Mary informed Lex that the Ironheart pirates had bought several million keys from them the last few weeks. Honestly, the pirates' hard work needed to be commended. It was not easy to travel to so many star systems in such a short time. Not only had they divided their crew into various smaller groups to advertise to as many systems as possible, they had been working non-stop. After all, there was no such thing as a repeat customer for them. Once their customer visited the inn a single time, they would be able to get their own keys. So, to make money, they worked non-stop. Lex momentarily considered hiring the pirate crew before dismissing the thought. He had other things to focus on for now. As soon as he reached home, a particular gleam filled his eyes. If Lex were a cartoon, his eyes would have transformed into giant dollar signs, as the capitalist in him had woken up once again, now with added authority. First and foremost, Lex checked how much MP he currently had. Over the past few weeks, due to the increased number of guests, his income had seen a small boost. During this time, he had made a decent 400,000 MP considering how cheap his rooms, services, and food were. This figure spoke volumes about the number of guests he'd had. That left him with a total of 7,311,000 MP. It had been a while since Lex went on a crazy spending spree. He cracked his knuckles and got to work. Chapter 290 Lex's First. The burden the inn was about to be placed under was immense. The most guests it had had at its peak was a few tens of thousands. Going from that to a few million was a massive jump, and the inn lacked the infrastructure to manage such demand. A lot of temporary solutions would be available in the event management panel, but the foundation of the inn itself would also require an upgrade. First things first, Lex had to upgrade his supply for spiritual food, which would require an upgrade of the greenhouse. Speaking of which, it had been many months now since the greenhouse had been completely overhauled, and the gardener's art was really beginning to show. The way the plants grow, the way the bushes create outlines, the shading of the various kinds of grass, as well as the growing vegetables, all came together to form an image of Little Blue when seen from above. But even so, the image was not fully formed. Suddenly, Lex felt like he really had been wasting the gardener's talents. After thinking on it for a moment, Lex bought 10 more permanent workers and put the gardener in charge of them. Instead of taking care of the greenhouse, Lex let him take care of the greenery around the Midnight Manor. Having him take care of the entire inn would require too many workers. The workers cost him 35,000 MP, and setting aside their salary for the next 3 months cost him another 16,000 MP. Being given a job where he only needed to care for the aesthetics and presentation dramatically improved the gardener's mood. After that, Lex spent another 100,000 MP on increasing the size of the greenhouse by 10 acres. The turtle would remain in charge of growing food, and now, without the gardener focusing on using the plants to supplement his art, he would be able to focus on maximum sustainable productivity. Now, he turned his attention to the inn. Quite frankly, with the current size of the inn, It was impossible to fit several million people here, let alone tens of millions, without severely crowding the entire place. He turned his attention to Main Street. As much as he wanted to avoid this initially, it was inevitable. He created a street branching off, henceforth known as Avalon Street, for that was the first building in it, and created 4 more high-rises of similar size. 2 million MP. He created more branches off Main Street and added another battle tower full of training rooms. On another street, he created a temple similar to the Blue Mosque in design and filled it with meditation rooms. He had to create several more restaurants as well, and overall expanded Main Street several times its size. All of these expenses took up another 200,000 MP, and hiring all the relevant staff, which was about another 100 workers, cost him a devastating 510,000 MP, which included hiring them, giving them living quarters, and setting aside their pay for the next 3 months. He spent another 2 million MP on increasing the size of the inn by another 200 acres, and filled the area with countless small, lone cabins, as well as smaller settlements. Previously, the biggest rental room he could build was a courtyard, which had 4 individual rooms. Now, taking advantage of his increased authority, he could also build small houses, large houses, mansions, and a small village. These were not the houses and villages Lex built on his own, but rather rental units backed by the system, meaning they could only be rented by a single person or group. The small house charged 600 MP a night and had 5 bedrooms, each with their own restroom, a lounge, a living room, a small storeroom, and a kitchen. The large house charged 2,000 MP a night and had 8 bedrooms, a lounge, 2 living rooms, an empty basement, a large kitchen, a single meditation room, and a small swimming pool. Though the meditation room was a part of the house, to use it would cost its usual daily fee of 100 MP a day. A mansion was about half the size of the Midnight Manor, had 12 rooms, a conference room, a lounge, a couple of living rooms, a basement, 2 kitchens, 3 meditation rooms, 3 training rooms, 1 recovery room, a massive swimming pool, a massive backyard, and a dedicated butler. Lex decided to keep the rent for the mansion at 5,000 MP a night. It need not be said that the mansion, as well as the houses, afforded total privacy and no one would be able to peek in, even if you were in the backyard. The small village consisted of 5 courtyards, 3 small houses, 2 large houses, and a single mansion, its own restaurant, its own team of dedicated workers, a massive open ground, and a small monument in the center of the village. Since Lex could customize the monument, he decided to shape it after the galactic sovereign turtle. Again, it needed to be mentioned that, despite its size and capacity, this village could not be rented by the house or courtyard, but had to be rented collectively by a person or group. Lex decided to set the rent of the small village at 15,000 MP a night. This was technically not actually the limit of what he could build, as there were still options after a small village. But at this point, they were getting too expensive for him to place, as he still needed to save MP for the actual event management itself. In the end, he ended up spending 500,000 MP on placing the various rooms, courtyards, houses, and villages. This left him with 2,750,000 MP remaining. To be honest, he had not even come close to making enough arrangements for dealing with millions of people, but that would have to wait for when he started earning money from this event, since the inn was a part in organizing the event as well. Instead of only hosting it, all further payments for the event that Brandon was supposed to make were deferred, and instead, a percentage of the income generated from the event itself would go towards the inn. To be clear, this did not count any profit the inn made by renting out rooms or giving out services. Only the income generated from aspects directly related to the event would count as earnings from the event, and Mary had negotiated a hefty 80% share in the inn's favor for the income. In her words, she had been very generous, even leaving them with 20% of the profits. Whether it was generous or not, when Lex saw the various ways in which they expected to earn from the event, he was extremely satisfied. He spent another 200,000 MP on enlarging the venue. If this was a permanent building, it would cost much more, but since it was only temporary, this was more than enough to enlarge the building enough to seat 500,000 people. He could continue to enlarge the building, but after a certain point it just became ridiculous to expand further. He told Mary to think of ways in which they could comfortably seat more people. Then he spent 1,500,000 MP on event security. The last time he had spent 450,000 MP and had gotten 10 Earth Immortals guards and a few hundred below that level. This time, he was looking forward to what he got. Still, Mary told him not to expect too much. The reason his bodyguard has been so powerful last time was because he had spent all that money on one individual. Since this time the amount was spread amongst various guards, they likely wouldn't be at that level. As it turned out, she was right. 2,000 Golden Core Peak Guards, 200 Nascent Peak Guards, 30 Peak Earth Immortals Guards, and 1 guard at the realm above Earth Immortal were summoned from a flash of golden light. Lex found it interesting that even with his increased authority, he could not see above the Earth Immortal realm. Yet what he found even more interesting was that he recognized many of these guards. They were the same ones he had summoned last time during the Midnight Games. It seemed like the system was getting these guards from a specific place. That was something Lex needed to remember, for it was another clue into understanding the system and how it worked. It was also important to note that up until Earth Immortal, all guards were humans, but the guard above it was not. As for the species of the strongest guard, with brown scales as smooth as polished metal covering its reptilian body, for wings that spanned 100 feet, 30 meters, each, claws that could rip through a moon, and a maw as rugged as it was malevolent, Lex did not even need to scan to recognize a dragon. The first he had ever seen. Chapter 291, Party Village. It was not just Lex who was awestruck by the massive beast, nay, dragon that had appeared in a vast, open area of the inn. Longtime guests, and especially all the workers, had become accustomed to the unannounced expansions the inn occasionally went through. They would all come outside and admire the buildings appearing out of thin air, and then spontaneously becoming bigger. It was a good reminder of the power wielded by the mysterious innkeeper. But the number of guests who were seeing this for the first time outnumbered those who knew what was happening. Even after they were assured this was a normal occurrence, they were curious. They had heard about the innkeeper, but it had been months since he was gone, and since the number of guests coming had only increased recently, most had never met him or even actually know about him. After all, how frequently would one bump into the owner of any establishment? So when these first-timers were basking in the changes, and a massive, deadly-looking dragon appeared surrounded by what looked like an army, many of them instantly froze. An air of tension and uncertainty filled the air. They were unsure if they should be screaming or running, or if this was just another occurrence at the inn. But the tension lasted only a moment, for Mary announced the identity of the new arrivals, and everyone dispersed. While they were only temporary guards, they were guards nonetheless, and so all came under Gerard's command. For all other than the Immortals and the dragon, he started passing out instructions and began explaining their plans for security during the event. While it may seem that a few thousand guards were too few to manage millions of people, when considering the average person in the universe, a Golden Core cultivator was already much stronger than them. But even if they weren't enough, Immortals were absolutely rare. Under normal circumstances, a leisure-based event such as this would not usually attract the attention of anyone at that level. The only reason, in fact, that the Midnight Games managed to attract so many high-level cultivators was because it directly interfered with the interests of various powerful entities. Even then, it was the silent deterrence of the Celestial, Lex's bodyguard at the time, that managed to dissuade the devils from causing problems. Otherwise, there was no telling what kind of mess they would have caused. Lex finally finished admiring the dragon, and then turned his attention to his current remaining MP of 1,050,000. He had to stop spending now to handle any emergencies that rose up, but the income from the event should start pouring in soon. Just to be sure, however, he instructed Mary to, in passing, show the Dragonburn Locket. It was an item he had gotten from the Emporium back on X, 142, and had priced it at 10 million MP. It could help dragons gain a deeper understanding of the intricacies of breathing fire. Lex did not have a complete understanding of dragons and how valuable their fire-breathing powers were, so he originally felt like a price of 10 million was very hefty. Now, though, when he considered how vast the universe really was, and the fact that he could earn millions from a single planet, if by chance dragons were really as esteemed as myths on Earth, that price may be too low. After deliberating a bit, he altered the price to 50 million. If it was too high a price, he would change it eventually, and if it was too low a price, he would treat it as a learning experience. Either way, he was done for now. Over the next 5 days, Lex kept a close eye on the inn while he went about his daily routine. The number of guests coming in had jumped drastically, and about 400,000 guests had already come into the inn. All the permanent rooms were eventually booked out, and the temporary rooms that Lex had paid for that didn't really occupy any space started taking the rest of the guests. Even if each guest only took a normal room, which most did not, with the price being 50 MP a night, and there being 400,000 guests, Lex would have been earning 20 million MP a night. The actual figure currently was around 31 million MP last night, just from rooms. And this figure was rising each day, for more and more guests started to arrive. The total MP he accumulated in these 5 days, with rental and food and services all included, was 145 million MP. Well, actually it was a bit more than that, but for the sanity of the OCD prone, he quickly spent the extra MP, rounding it off to a nice number. The official event hadn't even started yet, and Lex was practically drowning in MP. The absolute ecstasy of his wealth was only matched by the overwhelming effort it took to manage such a crowd. He had to take more days off from training as well as classes, causing Quinhile to become slightly concerned, but Lex assured her that everything was under control. In fact, everything was not under control. From Main Street to the Manor, to the lake and the lazy river, to Midnight Mountain, there was a massive crowd of people. In the end, Lex had to do something drastic since he didn't want to destroy the careful atmosphere he had been nurturing in the inn. Spending a no longer significant 30 million MP, he added 3,000 acres of land to the inn. Up until now, whenever he expanded the inn, he ensured to maintain a round shape for the inn. The latest expansion, however, was not balanced, and instead stretched the inn behind Midnight Mountain, letting the lone mountain stand as a sort of border between the two sides of the inn. In the new area, he decided to create a party village. That was a bad name. He hadn't decided what to officially call it yet, but the concept was that this was the part of the inn where all future large events would take place from now on. This way, the main area could remain relatively uncrowded for those guests who just wanted to visit the inn. For those that wanted a more happening scene, the village was the destination. Since he currently had an abundance of MP, he decided to make permanent additions instead of temporary ones to design the village. Furthermore, he really let his creativity flow this time around. Starting out with a few big attractions, in the center of the village was a very traditional-looking coliseum that could easily seat 1 million guests. Nothing too extravagant. Then, just for good measure, he added a massive, floating orb of water above the coliseum, inspired by something he saw in a game called Final Fauna X. What was the purpose of a giant ball of water? How could it be used? What would people think? These were all questions he decided to let his guests answer themselves. Of course, the orb was high enough that it would not obstruct any activities happening in the Colosseum grounds themselves. Next, he created a 1,000-story pagoda in another corner of the village. Its purpose? To be determined. Next, for good measure, he built 50 100-story high-rises filled with rentable rooms, all interconnected with bridges built on different levels in a corner of the village. Of course, he was no architect, so making the bridges look nice was somewhat of a challenge. So he decided to turn all the bridges into parks as well, with grass and bushes and trees connecting each of the buildings. In another corner of the village, he added a small, crystal-clear lake. It wasn't too big, only 20 acres large, and built a few hundred houses, added pathways, replaced what could have been parks with coral reefs, and, of course, did not forget to designate a portion as an underwater combat arena. Over another portion of the village that he populated with various kinds of large auditoriums, music halls, palaces, and the likes was the aerial part of the village. 100 buildings ranging from small to medium, floating at a certain point in the air, all connected thin walkways. Clouds floated through the city, and many birds visited this unique paradise that one could reach either by flying or taking one of the many elevator platforms. Hot air balloons surrounded the floating village, adding bright colors to the otherwise mostly silver site. Of course, Lex also had to take care of transport between the village and the main portion of the inn. Several trails existed for those who wanted to walk, going around, and some even over the mountain. For those that did not want to walk, he provided many options that could be taken from a few terminals he placed around the inn. There was naturally the option for horse, rhino, and golf cart riding. A lazy river was also an option, this time with the option of gondolas as well as the floating plastic donuts. But it was when Lex was designing a train route when he was struck by another brilliant idea, if he did say so himself. Chapter 292, Steam Train. Lex looked at how much MP he had spent. Due to the size of his many massive structures, the cost ended up being a lot more than anticipated. For example, just a single one of the 100-story high-rises cost him 450,000 MP each. 5 million MP. The Colosseum, the city in the sky, and the underwater city, as well as all the additional buildings in between them, cost him another 31 million MP. Obviously, maintaining all these buildings would require sufficient staff as well. Although the inn automatically took care of maintenance and various other services, minimizing the need for actual workers, it was only minimized and not reduced. He hired 3,000 more workers solely for the village, with the full expectation that he would need to hire more soon. 7 million MP. While he allowed Mary to decide their jobs and the division of labor for most of them, he gave her instructions to select 100 of them for a special designation. In his system, he had a panel called Employee Benefits, which he had so far only used to distribute pay, give them homes, and pass out basic cultivation techniques. Now, however, it was time to make further use of the panel. He went into specializations and selected architecture, civil engineering, and city planning, and designated those 100 workers with these specializations. They wouldn't become overnight specialists in these fields, but would be provided relevant knowledge about them. The same way they had to cultivate on their own, the workers would have to study the new material. Once they were sufficiently educated in the fields, he would have them work on expansion plans for the village, and, if he was satisfied, then on Main Street and the rest of the inn. After all, currently, while the village seemed fine, it lacked a sense of cohesion. The large structures in various corners all had drastically different styles, and the city looked more like a hot pot of different designs than a unified whole. He planned on having these workers, who were now a part of the planning and expansion division of the inn, gain experience with the village, which had more allowance for errors. After all, the whole purpose of the village was to host large events, so the focus could be slightly diverted towards function over finesse. With that done, though, he turned his attention back to transport. This was yet another thing that would be under the purview of the planning department, but he created several terminals for an underground subway system. The trains created by the system were completely silent and levitated off the ground, so they caused no vibrations. This way, guests could be quickly transported throughout the inn without hassle. Naturally, this did not mean he discontinued the golf cart service led by Gerard's former crew. They had developed some fans of their own. Unexpectedly, the underground train system was more expensive than he expected and cost 15 million MP. This, however, still left him with 35,850,000 MP to spend on his idea. He remembered when he was a child and would travel with his family, they would often take trains to travel overnight. For some reason, the allure of spending the night on a train was beyond comparison when he was a child. Since it was something he used to enjoy, there was no reason others wouldn't enjoy it as well. He spent the next few hours fiddling with the system interface, trying to get his idea just right. Once he was done with that, he spent several more hours planning a train route. The route had to be close enough so that those on board could see the various sights and sceneries the inn offered. This train's only terminal was in a street branching off from Main Street, and its path would begin with a visit around the lake. It would then loop around to the forest surrounding the greenhouse, and would make its way through the grassy slopes to come into view of the Midnight Manor. From there, it would go towards the hill with the meditation rooms, visit the mystery trial, go through a tunnel in the Midnight Mountain, and then visit the various sites in the village, including the underwater and floating portions of the city, since it wasn't actually a steam train, before looping around and ending back at the terminal. This train, which bore the appearance of a steam train, would move much slower on its track, allowing its passengers to enjoy the scenery passing them by. But the purpose of this train was not transport. No, this train was full of rooms that could be booked. Unfortunately, due to needing to meet the standards of the inn, there could only be a very limited number of rooms. The train had 9 cabins behind the engine, and 8 of those cabins could only be rented as a whole. Each cabin contained a small, cozy room, a relatively large sitting area furnished with the finest carpets, sofas, and tables, with a view on either side, and a bathroom. Naturally, anyone who rented a cabin could share it and bring multiple guests along, but ultimately each cabin would belong to one person or party. The 9th cabin was the kitchen, and through clever use of teleportation that Lex's increased authority allowed him to enable, a waiter could go directly from the kitchen to any cabin that ordered food. This particular project cost Lex another 2 million MP, and he decided to set the rent for each cabin at 1,000 MP a night. Now, there were a few other things that needed his attention. Even today, a month later, Haley found everything surreal. Even as she listened to the explanation for the different portions of the pageant, how each portion would be judged, and how she should prepare, she felt like she was in a dream. She was but a simple farmer girl who would spend her days working the land and her nights dreaming while still awake. She longed for a different life, imagined herself changing overnight and seizing the day, living fabulously without any regrets. But her longings were supposed to remain as longings. Her dreams remain as dreams. Whether it was a lack of courage or an addiction to the pain of a substandard life, something was stopping her either way. But in the mundane routine that was her life, an accident had flipped everything over. After all, it had to be an accident. Someone like her couldn't be destined for such things. But whatever it was, her life had changed with that one flash of gold that night. As she explored the inn, on that day she had stumbled into this fairy tale. Too afraid that she would wake up the next second, she ran into a rather handsome man named Harry. One look at her, in her dusty old clothes, tangled hair, untidy wings, and eyes full of wonder, was all it took for him to see something she herself had never seen. He asked her to let him do a makeover, and when she told him she couldn't afford his prices, for she truly could not, he said he'd do it for free. Haley was a proud woman, simple though she may be, and would have normally never accepted such charity. But whether it was the magic in the air or the excited look in his eyes when he saw her, something forced her to accept his offer. The second accident that day. That man, Haley blushed, the color running down to her neck as she thought of him, was a maestro. When he wielded his scissors and his comb, his expression changed. His eyes were sharp and his hands fast, yet Haley felt not a single tug of her hair as he worked on her, only a tenderness that nearly caused her to shiver. It wasn't as if Haley was unaware of the ways of the world, nor was she a prude, but somehow she lost all her words that day. It was not just her hair that he worked on. No, he also groomed her wings. When folded, they fit nicely behind her back, barely visible, but when extended, they stretched even beyond the length of her arms. Her wings, as dark as her hair, had never been groomed, for they would just get dirty and messed up again the next day at the farm. But as he untangled her curls and brushed their length, she felt like ropes that had been tying her down had been cut. Many hours later, when she stepped out of his store, her sun-kissed skin practically glowed under the light of the sky lanterns in her long, flowing hair hiding her wings perfectly. When she looked in the mirror, she saw a stranger looking back at her. The stranger was too neat, too clean, too perfect. It was not like how real people looked, at least in her experience. But instead of the mirror, when she looked at Harry with his crooked smile and dazed eyes, she got a feeling deep in her heart that she must have looked beautiful. Chapter 293, Builder of Bonfires. Gathering herself, Haley thanked Harry for the makeover, and they started talking. She explained that she had been summoned to the inn for the pageant, but After the initial overwhelming rush of emotions, she was having serious doubts about entering. It wasn't like she was unaware of what a pageant was. Just because she was a farm girl did not mean she was uneducated or uncultured. Instead, she felt like she would only end up making a fool of herself by competing. Harry, the stranger she had just met today, listened quietly to her story as she expressed her doubts, and in the end, only said one thing. He said that if she felt reluctant or pressured by it, then she did not need to force herself. After all, then would not force her to enter just because she had come here, but that he felt it would be a pity if she didn't. After that they parted ways, for Harry had his own tasks he needed to take care of, but more importantly, she had been gone quite a while and was probably already late for her duties at the farm. But she could not leave. Her mind kept wondering about the things that had been left unsaid. Why would it be a pity if she didn't participate? Was it because he thought she had a shot at winning? Or did he just want to see her more? But a bigger question also burdened her mind. What did it mean for her if she entered the pageant? Would her life change? Or would she just end up back at the farm after a fleeting moment of freedom? 100 different thoughts were running through her mind, so that she did not notice a few kids in her path and bumped into them. Perhaps he meant that Haley looked like a beautiful and enchanting woman, straight out of a storybook when he called her that. She, instead, heard something different. On her planet, and often in most other places in the universe, fairies were one of the most oppressed species. Their high affinity for spiritual abilities and innate abilities, paired with the general weakness of their species, made them perfect targets to be taken advantage of. Of course, in X-142, they were not treated like slave, but whatever the case, she did not want to live the life of a fairy. With her decision made, she registered for the pageant, and now, nearly a month later, she had let the other farmhands know she was taking an extended leave and had come to the inn. 2 days later, the pageant would begin. It would be broadcast to many worlds. They were already being briefed on the many divisions of the pageant and what to do when their turn comes. Though, the first thing they were advised, and very strongly at that, was they should not reveal their names and the planets they were from for their own safety. Should any opportunities for a career as a celebrity or anything else really present itself, then they would contact the Lady Cosmos organization in the inn first, and the organization would then contact the participants. With that, not at all scary advice out of the way, Haley began practicing. In 2 days, when the event began, the first portion would be talent. According to the cultivation level, each contestant would be placed in a different group and judged on different parameters. This was so everyone was judged fairly, and no one used their cultivation as an advantage. Over the last 2 days, as more and more people came to the inn, Lex was entirely focused on managing the crowd and ensuring there were no problems. Once the event actually began, he would become relatively freer since he was not the one overseeing the event. In these past 2 days, he earned another 63 million MP, bringing his total to 96,850,000 MP. The MP came just in time. For now, he had to finish setting up the actual event. 5% energy accumulation, he established the broadcasting for the event. Any planet, moon, asteroid, spaceship, or anything else from which participant came would end up receiving a broadcast of the show. The place of origin was advanced enough to have some form of television or streaming service. The system would integrate the broadcast into it. Otherwise, a massive projection in the sky would appear anywhere with a large enough group of living beings. Another 5 million MP went into establishing a sentiment analysis feature, which would judge how the audience reacted to different participants, which would end up being one of 3 categories in which they would be judged. Finally, he came to the part that personally interested him the most, his income. The inn itself would not put any advertisements during its broadcast, but if any local entities tried to put in ads between the show, then 95% of their profits will be transferred to the inn automatically. Then, naturally, there was a numerous merchandise for the Lady Cosmos show. The apparel was no longer limited to just t-shirts, but also included suits, dresses, gowns, saris, kimonos, and hundreds of other traditional dresses from each planet participating in the show. Then, as per usual, there was the betting pool. Finally, he would also implement an idea Mary gave him. According to her, a majority of the participants were financially struggling. So they decided to implement a very common feature of many platforms on Earth, wherein the audience could support the participants they liked by sending them gifts. Then would take 1% of the value for each gift as revenue for Lady Cosmos, but the rest would be given to the participants themselves. Setting up all this cost him another 10 million MP, leaving him 13,850,000 MP. That was more than enough to deal with any emergency that popped up. One day later, the event finally kicked off. 5 million, a lot lower than the number who registered, but no one was complaining. With a majority of all issues handled, Lex breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the Crystal Realm. They would begin their excursion to the Minor Realm in less than 2 weeks. He had to be ready. Earth, unnamed island in the middle of the ocean. Emperor Silius, first of his name, savior of the luggage, fisherman supreme, builder of bonfires and makeshift barbecues, stared in a daze at the broken TV screen that was still embedded into the airplane seat. He had no idea how long it had been since the commercial plane he was on crash-landed on this island. Almost everyone on the plane survived, but after what seemed like thousands of years and no rescue, nothing to do, and barely surviving by foraging what little they could, most had lost hope, and some, unlike Emperor Silius, had lost their minds. Of course, the patchy beard on his face indicated barely a month had passed, but who cared about these technicalities? But the supremely important thoughts in which he was lost were interrupted by a sound too alien to this island. Music. Alarmed, he looked up and saw that the TV screen latched into the seat in front of him had turned on, despite the prominent lack of electricity and any kind of signals, and was playing some kind of introduction. Confounded, he looked around and saw that all the TV screens had turned on, and he wasn't the only one who had noticed. All the passengers who had been resting in the shade of the plane were alarmed. Was this a case of mass hysteria? Screamed the diva queen in excitement, a ruthless and ferocious adversary who had kept Emperor Silius on his toes. But since this strange magic seemed to be the domain of this queen, the various lords and ladies turned to her for guidance. But she was too engrossed in the show to pay attention. Planet SSY 534. Planes of carnage for separate armies clashed together in an epic free-for-all. There was no indication of what these beasts and aliens fought for, or where their allegiance lay, for none wore armor or identifying tags, but the soldiers themselves seemed to know their enemies. Like rain, blood fell to the ground; like thunder, bodies clashed in the skies; like the wind, carnage washed over all. This was a planet owned by no one, but housed the largest black market in the nearest 1,000 star systems. Anyone from pirates, merchants, contractors, artists, and even actual lords and ladies visited this planet for some reason or another. On an unknown planet, where the rules and regulations of the wild were rampant, such a brutal war was not an uncommon sight. What was uncommon, however, was a massive projection appearing randomly in the sky above said armies, with the most unusual music playing. The soldiers did not stop fighting, but the commanders of the armies looked up in confusion. Was this some new tactic? Since when had their enemies become so devious? Chapter 294, Small Performance. Each of the commanders for the 4 armies looked warily at one another, while also keeping an eye on the projection in the sky. Their senses were deployed to the maximum, and as soon as something unusual happened, they would be able to respond to it. But once the introductory song ended, instead of a conniving plan of some kind, a fabulously dressed woman appeared in the projection. It was Audrey. Welcome, one and all, to the first ever Interstellar Lady Cosmos pageant, rang her voice across the plains. Oddly enough, the one army that consisted of a race that had no ears felt her meaning communicated to them through the extrasensory form of communication they normally used. Audrey began explaining a little about the pageant, since most viewers were probably not familiar with the concept, but the commanders were simply bewildered. Try as they might, they could not find the source of the projection. The battle on the ground continued, and while the soldiers were slightly distracted by Audrey talking, they managed to continue the fight. Until, that is, over Audrey's monologue, they started a slideshow of glimpses of some of the contestants, dressed up in breathtaking attire. All four of the commanders yelled at the same time, recognizing an image of a half-fairy, half-human celebrity. She started out as a pirate, until one of the spaceships she was robbing belonged to an interstellar marketing agency, where one of the recruiters risked his life to get her to sign for one of clients as a model. From there, her charm and natural charisma launched her career, and she became a celebrity in many star systems. The commanders, realizing they momentarily lost composure, quickly gathered themselves, until they also realized that the others had done the same. One of them asked hesitantly, declared one of the aliens, a humanoid, four-armed being with 6 thin eye slits on its face. "My daughter is obsessed with her," said another alien. The fourth, instead of saying anything, showed a tattoo of the name Martha over his heart. "I'll spare your life today," said one alien, before immediately ordering a retreat back to the nearest city. Another two shouted some random excuse, while the third one didn't even bother and immediately ordered his soldiers to return to base and start a feast. He liked to eat something while he watched stuff. The show finally started. Lex watched for a few minutes and also observed his end. Currently, other than the contestants themselves, there were only 1 million observers. The early, relatively empty village now seemed somewhat full. Every park, every restaurant, every rooftop had small gatherings, and Lex noticed that a majority of his guests were some subspecies of humans. That was probably because most of his exposure so far had been with humans. Or were humans just that common in the universe? Time would tell. Naturally, to take care of 1 million guests, and probably more incoming, was not something a few thousand staff members could handle. But Lex was not ready to hire hundreds of thousands of permanent workers just yet. Fortunately, the event management panel gave him the option of temporary workers. For the price of 8 million MP, he hired 300,000 temporary workers, all of them at the peak of the body tempering realm. They came highly trained and seemed to be easily handling the pressure so far. He sighed and then stopped paying attention to the festivities. He really didn't have the time. He had mastered quite a few arrays in the past month, but his deployment time was still low. He would focus on that for now. As for the Lady Cosmos pageant, with the number of participants they had, even if they aired 24 hours a day, every day, it would take quite a while for the preliminary round to end. Since the pageant was no longer primarily focusing on beauty, since with many different species involved judging beauty became more difficult, a great emphasis was placed on talent. The first portion would allow the participants to showcase their talents. Any participants who were mortals took on tasks such as playing instruments, playing sports, creating arts, etc., and would only be judged amongst themselves. They would not be pit against someone at the Foundation realm, who would most likely be using their cultivation as a part of showcasing their talents. If Lex had been watching, he would notice that one of the first participants being shown was a ballerina, and a familiar one at that. This ballerina had also performed once during the cultural part of the Midnight Games before disappearing. Since then, not only had the poise and technique of the ballerina improved immensely, but so had her ethereal beauty. Even non-humans who had completely different criteria for beauty could not help but be attracted to her performance. But, as moving as her performance was, it was one out of over 1 million. When the participant disappeared from the inn after her single performance, almost no one seemed to notice. Almost because Anita, who had a detailed record of everything that happened during the Midnight Games, was also currently recording everything happening at the pageant, immediately picked up on the detail, as well as the pattern of disappearance. It was also at this point that someone tried to harass one of the participants who was waiting her turn. A slim and greasy fellow tried to slip his hand over the small of the contestant's back and pull her close. The girl yelped and moved away, for she had not been expecting to suddenly be grabbed. "Oh, come on, dear. I was only Dash." The man never got to finish his words. The delinquent viper vine burst from the ground and tightly wrapped itself around the man. The commotion attracted a lot of attention, and by the time people began to look, the man was being held upside down in the air, 100 feet, 30 meters in the air. The man continued to hang in the air until the current participant showcasing her talent finished, at which point, instead of the next contestant, the screen turned to a projection of the man. The dragon, which had up until now kept its distance from the crowds, flew up into the air, its wings spreading strong gusts of wind threatening to topple over anyone nearby. "This is the first and only warning," the dragon said in a deeply terrifying, grunt-led voice. The appearance of a dragon on the show was nearly enough to shock anyone watching, but the fact that the dragon took orders from someone was about to rock several worlds. Lex had planned this little performance early on, anticipating someone trying to take advantage of the numerous girls. His aim had been to dissuade any troublemakers. While he did achieve that, what he did not expect was that the viewership of the show was about to explode, along with the popularity of the inn. The man tried to speak with a trembling voice, but before he could finish, he disappeared. He had been kicked out of the inn, but none of the viewers knew that. Instead of horrified, they were enamored. Strong, decisive, cruel. These were the things people loved. Well, at least the people on the planets the pirates had spread the inn's keys to. At the same time, many people who were hiding from various threats or enemies suddenly gained a new destination to run towards. With such a dramatic start, the Lady Cosmos show was kicked off. Ragnar 2 was shown a recording of the scene where the dragon made an appearance and suddenly raised an eyebrow. First a celestial, and now a dragon? The innkeeper really knew how to pick his guards. He was tempted to go see the dragon firsthand, but now that he was on his way to a battlefield, his every move was likely being monitored. He did not want it to seem like he paid too much attention to the inn. So he dismissed the video. Back at the inn, Xeon, the Drake refiner who was vacationing at the inn, had just come out of his room after a several weeks long nap and was dumbstruck. Real Drogon. And it seemed to be working for the inn. Suddenly, he ran at his fastest speed to search for Gerard, the only person he really knew at the inn. He had to get a job at the inn. He absolutely had to. Chapter 295, How Fancy. "Baron, cover me," yelled a woman who leaped into the air and fell behind her cohorts, her focus already on another task she was completing. As it happened, she landed furthest back at the group, directly behind Jovi, the synergist, and Lex, the all-around survival expert of the group. The group was locked in combat, fighting against a pack of Raylas. Raylas were actually parasites that often took over host bodies and used them to fight, most commonly affecting slimes. In exchange for completely destroying the body in a short time, they would be able to exert power countless times more than the actual strength of the original body's owner. The pack they were facing had, as usual, taken over slimes, but that did not mean that they were weak. On the contrary, every drop of a slime's body was energy-rich, making the Raylas particularly formidable. Baron, one of the main combatants of the group, moved to intercept the Rayla's attack, but missed it by mere centimeters. He could not be blamed, for the orange beam moved at inhuman speeds and with devastating strength. The target of the attack remained the girl who had yelled, but since she had fallen back, and the attack seemed to have adjusted to follow her direction, it lined up perfectly to hit Lex instead. Too quick to block, or even yell out a warning, the group could only watch as the beam struck Lex. It wasn't like Lex was a weakling or that he couldn't fight, but that his role in the group was as a safety and survival advisor, and had proved himself capable in that regard. As for fighting, it was generally understood that combatants were better trained and stronger than non-combatants. So in a situation where Lex suffered a surprise attack, they expected him to be gravely injured. When the group recovered from the bright flash of light and looked towards Lex to investigate the degree of Lex's injury, they were surprised to find him unharmed. He remained standing in the same spot, a rather bored look on his face and not a single ruffle on his clothes, with his left hand extended out and his palm stretched out, as if to block the attack with his bare hands. In truth, he had employed the technique talk to the hand, but since the barrier erected was invisible, no one noticed. It truly did seem like he blocked the attack with his bare head. "Don't get distracted, keep blocking," Lex said, breaking the group from their reverie. His tone was instructive, as if he was still continuing his job as a safety advisor. Too busy to feel embarrassed, the group continued to defend, while Lex continued to stand there, putting his hands in his pockets as he observed the fight. Quenhile had already informed him that he was not expected to fight, and each member of this group was as elite as they got, which is why he did not really feel bad about not helping out. A short while later, Sohee, the girl taking cover behind Lex, finally finished her task. Her hair turned purple and her pupils took on a lilac hue. She took in a deep breath and, after looking towards the main group of Raylas, shrieked. As if the sound of her scream had become visible, purple zigzagging streaks ran through the air, doing no harm to her allies, but directly crushing the parasites inside the slime bodies. A few still survived, but having lost their numerical advantage, they were quickly crushed. As soon as the fight finished, the group gathered around Quenhild, who had been silently observing the fight from the side. By now, Lex had learned a number of things about her. First of all, she was not at all as amicable as she usually was with him. No, she was extremely decisive and firm, and took great pleasure in bending others to her will. That did not, however, mean that she was arrogant or incompetent. In fact, she was quite capable, which is where the issue actually originated from. She assumed, rightfully most of the time, that others could not match up to the standards she held for herself, and so gave little to no importance to their opinions. After all, their perspectives on any issue would end up being vastly different. Most would look up to something as an achievement to something she would consider a failure. Secondly, he had finally heard about her dropping her name, as well as the statement she gave when doing it. It was quite unfortunate, but Lex could now determine that she did not at all believe his story about not being a child of the kings, and instead felt that both of them were in the same boat. He also learned about why their party was only 12 people instead of more. Yes, this party was made up of the elite, but even if Quenhild was limited to only Foundation Realm cultivators, there was no need to stop at 12. The reason was since she publicly dropped her name, certain people had started targeting her as a form of punishment for her arrogance. No one would have the gall to actually harm her, since the presence or absence of a name did not change her lineage, but many could not swallow the insult to the king her actions had wrought. Fortunately, no one knew her actions were prompted by his hypothetical advice, or he would have attracted a whole host of trouble for himself as well. The members of her party, or at least the two that were targeting him, did have some suspicions about him, though. They assumed that Lex was trying to win her heart, which is why they wanted to remove him. Initially, Lex was ready to retaliate lethally if her two followers dared try anything over the line. Now, however, he could not see them as any more than little kids fighting over a crush. Good job on the block, Lex. After this group session, I'll have to have your defenses tested. Sohee, the girl who yelled, was a witch, meaning she had a special profession that made use of spiritual energy and soul energy combined. Indeed, she was a dual cultivator. In fact, everyone in Quenhild's party other than Lex was a dual cultivator, hence their status as the elite. It was nothing. I always anticipate Baron's incompetence, Lex replied casually. Baron, one of the two guys who always try to pick on Lex, glared at him, but he dared not say anything in front of Quenhild. It was not just her temper that was scary, but her strength as well. Sohee, good job with your spell. Jovi, if you'd been faster with augmenting Baron's speed, he wouldn't have missed that block. The rest of you, good job. You've been performing excellently. Tomorrow we'll take a rest, and instead of practicing, I'll be providing all of you with your gear. Day after tomorrow, as you know, the minor realms open. A rare compliment invigorated many of the group members, but Lex had diverted his attention towards the inn while Quenhild spoke. He was not paying attention to the pageant or the many guests, but instead his attention was on Midnight Mountain. Velma was sitting opposite to the dragon and drinking tea? No, it was boba tea. As long as he was paying attention, the dragon did no more than grunt, but Velma was not at all bothered by the dragon's dismissive attitude and kept regaling it with tales from different worlds. As if that was not odd enough, Gerard was bringing with him, pulled by the strength of his upgraded golf cart, a 30-foot-long teacup up the mountain. Were they about to offer the dragon tea? Where did they get the massive cup from? Oh, it was a standard cup for massive guests, Mary informed him. Once the empty cup was in place, Velma put a ladder against the cup and climbed, all the while holding an ordinary-sized tea kettle and continuing her story. When she reached the top, she tilted the kettle to pour, and a thin, unending stream of tea came out, filling the cup with unusual speed. After he recovered from the shock of what was happening, he felt proud. Yes, this was the end. Why should his workers feel intimidated by dragons or extend less courtesy? Once the cup was filled and Velma climbed down, the dragon finally opened an eye and looked at the little human girl. She looked like a teenager, barely 16, but her eyes contained only an innocent curiosity and were distinctly lacking fear. After a moment, it extended one of its limbs and picked up the cup. Lex could not help but notice the pinky equivalent of its claw extended as it took a sip. How fancy! Chapter 296, Condottiere. After taking a big, deep gulp, the dragon blew out steam through its nose and its scales vibrated. That feels so good. I was absolutely parched, the dragon said, its voice changing drastically from the previous grumble to a surprisingly cute one, that too with a perfectly polished British accent. Lex was standing perfectly still when he heard it, but still nearly fell over. It's been a long time since someone has offered me tea. Not since back in the early days when the condottiere would have a lot more time. Condottiere? Velma asked, positively beaming with excitement and curiosity. At this point, Lex stopped paying attention, leaving Velma to continue her gossip, for Quenhild was done with her remarks, and they were once again about to begin practice. The timing was a shame. A few more moments, and Lex would have heard the dragon's next remarks. Leader? No, more like the owner. The condottiere is the owner of the largest mercenary group in the universe. Where trouble brews, and there is gold to be made, the reaving dread shall send forth its armies. The dragon took another sip of the tea, quite pleased with itself. Velma did not care much for that news, since she worked at the best hotel in the universe. And weren't the mercenaries working for their hotel? That meant the hierarchy was clearly established. The innkeeper was better than the condottiere. She was more curious about other things. Like, do dragons date? And do they have a type? Back in the Crystal Realm, Lex spent the next day training, as promised, followed by Quenhild privately testing out Lex's defense. He was not one to brag, but when a girl asked for a show, well, Lex put on a show. In the end, without having to use any ridiculous weapons, Quenhild wasn't even able to break through Talk to the Hand. To be fair, the technique built a defense proportional to Lex's own. As it was, a Foundation Realm cultivator would have to really put in some effort to hurt Lex, and so the defensive ability of the technique was remarkable to say the least. He did not have the heart to tell her that he still had the Ripple Shell, another powerful defensive technique waiting for anyone who broke through Talk to the Hand. And should someone finally succeed in breaking both, every millimeter of his flesh has the same defensive capability. But while he still had these techniques in reserve, he didn't doubt that Quenhild, a body and spirit cultivator, didn't have secret techniques of her own that would deliver awesome power. The next day, as promised, Quenhild outfitted her entire group personally. That was to say, each member received personalized equipment that would strengthen their strongest aspects and make up for their weaknesses. But while everyone received lithe, maneuverable armor, Lex got a solid metal, sleeveless vest. Not only was it incredibly heavy, actually almost causing Lex's knees to buckle, it had abs engraved right onto the armor. It felt like he was walking around shirtless. According to Quenhild, his defense was so ridiculous that trying to run or dodge was a waste of his efforts, and he should just continue to increase his defense further, even at the expense of movement speed. Everyone received a similar helmet that would protect them from soul tracks and physical tracks, but also let Quenhild communicate with all of them simultaneously. Next, Lex received a massive, round shield and a single-handed sword, while the rest were getting fancy weapons, guns, and even a self-aiming minigun attachable to a wrist. Lex looked like a Spartan knockoff from a cheap play. If there was any consolation, it was that Lex's vambraces had an enchantment that would aid him in drawing arrays. Also, they were extremely durable and further improved Lex's defense. He was so well protected, a turtle would shy away in shame. The remainder of the day was free, so Lex said his farewell to Amelia before spending a few hours checking up on the inn. They were still continuing with the preliminary round. With over 1 million participants in the first round, it was bound to take time. Finally, he went to Quinhile's apartment at night. The entire group was gathered there, as they had planned to venture off together. Lex was expecting that the next day there would be some kind of ceremony as well as inauguration. Technically, there would be, but certain elite and privileged students were given an unwritten privilege. The minor realms were officially opened at midnight, under the bright light of the ever-present soul birds, and before a majority of participants even knew of it, Quinhile and her group entered a minor realm. A teacher had especially come to open the entrance right inside her apartment. The opening to the minor realm was unusual. It was not dark, nor was it vague. It felt like there was a window, and Lex could look right into the minor realm. But at the same time, looking at the entrance hurt Lex's eye, and his brain could not actually absorb the image of the realm beyond. Passing through the opening, which Lex did with steady steps, felt even weirder. It was like Lex suddenly became aware of the sensation of phantom pain. But instead of feeling pain in some missing limb, he felt it in an entire phantom body that was connected to his consciousness, but not his actual body. But the next second, the phantom body and actual body switched places, while his consciousness remained absolutely centered between the two. The next moment, the strangeness receded, and Lex found himself standing knee-deep in a bog. The water was warm, and bubbles were releasing some kind of green gas. There was no soul bird in the sky, nor any celestial body. Instead, a light blue light seemed to be emanating from a mountain range in the distance. As peaceful as the light seemed, there was an urgent matter that required his attention. Neither the warm water nor the strange gas did anything to Lex, but he knew instinctively that it was not good for his companions. "Activate your isolation talismans. The air is poisonous," Lex said out loud, warning the rest of the group. They didn't hesitate, not only because of how weird the air looked, but because Lex had proven his survival skills to them. More than once during training, he had made excellent calls and had earned the group's trust, or at least Quinhile's. Other than just armor and weapons, they had also been gifted with the best survival equipment and gear. It may seem like Quinhile was being extremely generous, but none of what she gave them could compare to a single corner of a minor realm. Lex finally asked the big question. It wasn't like he hadn't asked before, but all the answers he would receive in the end were that it would be different for each realm. Jovi, scan the area. Baron, look for a temporary base rest point. Ness, stop drinking that water. Patrick, ready the beacon. Instead of directly answering Lex, Quinhile first gave out a few different orders. Before they did anything, they needed to get their bearing and preferably step out of the bog, though no dry area seemed to be in sight at the moment. Finally, she turned to Lex. Each of these realms was discovered by the Academy, but none of them were naturally made. No one knows how old the Crystal Realm is, other than perhaps the Crystal Race. The history, the heritage, possibly even the key to defeating the Craven could be in any of these realms, which is the real reason the Academy has us explore them. But it's not like they're sending us to unknown realms. They can estimate the relative level of each realm, which is why we have the chance to take control of this realm. As for how we do it, I don't know yet. Once Patrick can deploy the beacon, it will collect information about this realm and isle. Lex interrupted her, suddenly looking in a different direction. There are hundreds of them. They're traversing underwater, and they're strong. Quinhile didn't doubt him for even a moment, despite the fact that she could not see these enemies, and there seemed to be no indication of them yet. The group started running, and after using Heart's Marathon, even Lex was able to keep up despite his heavy armor. Barely. But, despite their attempts at escape, the pursuers seemed to be catching up, and soon everyone was able to sense something swimming through the murky water in the distance behind them. "Mr. Innkeeper," an innocent voice spoke in his mind. "There's a lot of energy in this realm, but something seems to be eating it." Chapter 297 Too Easy. Lex asked the Lotus in his mind. Lex nodded and approached Quinhile. Quinhile was genuinely surprised at the information that Lex provided, for those mountains were miles away, and it should have been impossible for any of them to detect something so far away unaided. Regardless, she still could not determine if what they were searching for was there, but it was a good guess. Jovi, any day now. Quenhild yelled with a hint of impatience in her voice while she looked at the man. An inexperienced person may look at the members of her group and assume that Jovi was one of the weakest and most useless members, whereas that was far from the truth. Jovi was a synergist, a profession adopted by those who dual cultivated the soul and spirit paths. Due to his extreme sensitivity towards life as well as energy, he was able to greatly bolster his allies. Based on his strength and skill, he could even directly double someone's strength. The exasperated Jovi yelled before his body started to emit a yellow light, enveloping the group. The moment Lex felt the subtle warmth of the light fall on him, he felt his speed pick up drastically. The entire group's strength had increased, and they changed their direction towards the mountains. Running in a bog was frustrating to say the least, and while their combined teamwork should have allowed them to fight off most enemies, there was no point in wasting their energy doing so. After all, it had to be remembered that while they entered the realm early, others would also enter in a few hours. While a majority of them would simply be hunting for anything valuable, some may also have the same objective. It would be best to take the greatest advantage of their head start. "Tim, do your things," Quenhild yelled, and the tall man nodded and stopped running, getting left behind. No one questioned it, for they were all familiar with Tim. He was a body and spirit cultivator, and though he did not have a unique profession to set him apart, he had a strong bloodline that made him a demolition expert, as well as extremely capable in setting up traps. A few minutes later, he caught up, looking slightly pale. But his face showed only a satisfied expression, and only a few moments later, when an earth-shaking explosion took place, his smile grew wider. Whatever had been following them stopped after that, and the group encountered a massive boulder jutting out of the ground, giving them a dry place to rest for a while. Not that any of them other than Tim needed a rest. The real reason they stopped was so that Patrick, a soul and spirit cultivator, could scan the realm using a special beacon. Looking at this group might cause one to begin doubting the rarity of dual cultivators, but it had to be remembered that even to be qualified to have Quenhild consider them, they had to be the best in their respective fields. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were each one out of a million. In fact, it was probably an underestimation. Regardless, what set Patrick apart was his unusual cultivation technique. For various complex reasons, all originating from that technique, he had developed his spiritual sense prior to the Golden Core realm. In exchange, until he reached the Golden Core realm, his body would be very frail and could not take strenuous exertion. But the advantage that he gained in reconnaissance abilities with the help of various equipment was too great to give up. The rest took this time to check their equipment and keep an eye out for any more trouble. Lex similarly remained vigilant. There was no doubt that his instincts would warn him should any danger approach, but that did not mean he should become complacent. His own experiences were enough to let him know that there were always exceptions to anything you might think is a concrete rule. A few times, he sensed some creatures approach them beneath the murky water. But each time, after sensing the strength and vigilance of his group, the creatures would retreat. He had not yet actually seen what form the creatures in this realm actually were. The fact that they hid in the water so far may be one reason, but considering the only light source in this minor realm was very dim, he may as well have missed a few creatures passing by in the distance. "The scan is complete," Patrick said after some time, attracting the attention of the group. The approximate size of this realm is around 100,000 acres, though with areas that large it becomes difficult to get an accurate guess. There are several distinct biomes all beside one another. More importantly, there seem to be signs of large ruins in many areas, all of which may contain valuable treasures or perhaps records about the origin of this realm. There's a lot of interference around the mountains, so I can't get a detailed reading, but I can vaguely detect large structures there as well. Quenhild considered the possibilities for a moment, then had Patrick chart out a path for them towards the mountain while exploring any nearby ruins. With slight detours, they would be able to fit 2 different ruins on their journey. "There we go. We already know what to do. This conquering minor realm stuff is a lot easier than you said it would be," said one of the group members called Ness. Lex's lip twitched as he looked at the girl raising death flags. Ness was not the brightest person Lex had ever met. Even trying to be reserved with his judgment, she could only be called dumb. In fact, when they arrived at this realm, Quenhild had to stop her from drinking the murky bog water for which the poisonous gas was being released. But for everything she lacked, she was perhaps the most dangerous person Lex had seen at the Foundation realm. To be fair, he had yet to see Quenhild fight seriously. But Ness, who followed the body path in a rare and dangerous path called Tino, which was also actually a form of the body path, was extremely fast, strong, and vicious. He just hoped that her strength would help her combat the endless death flags she was raising. For even as they left the boulder and headed towards the first ruins, she kept emphasizing how boring this was turning out to be. After an hour more of jogging, Lex couldn't help but admit that the journey had, indeed, so far been much easier than anticipated. Maybe visiting multiple realms and absorbing energy won't be such an ordeal after all. No sooner had Lex completed the thought that the ground erupted from beneath them, with no forewarning whatsoever. By the time Lex's instincts kicked in, he was already flying through the air, a sharp stone like spear stuck in a large dent in his armor. In the air, with no sense of what was happening to the rest, he quickly pulled his legs up to his chest, just in time to dodge another rock spear. Despite the surprise attack, Lex wasn't at all injured. This wasn't a result of his sturdiness, but rather of his preparations. He had used Ripple Shell, a defensive technique that covered his body the moment he entered the minor realm. The best part was that the technique would stay active until disabled or defeated. When Lex finally landed, he quickly leaped aside in case anyone was attacking his landing spot and took note of the situation. The enemy was, it looked like some kind of sentient rock that could manipulate the minerals in the ground around it. He took note of the clothes and found that Jovi, so he and Patrick were hurt, with Patrick in the worst condition. Without wasting a moment, he employed Heart's Marathon to boost his speed and sprinted right into the fray. With the element of surprise lost, and with his instincts fully working, he dodged each of the stone spears launched his way with ease. Without a thought for attacking the rock, he grabbed all the injured and promptly retreated from the fight. This was not cowardice, but the simple fact that if he attacked, he would interfere with the coordinated attack the rest were performing. In any given situation, he would first follow his training and only take the initiative to make different decisions should a drastic change occur. Just as he retreated from the combat zone and set the three down, the ground behind him burst once again, and a barrage of stones spears flew at him. Chapter 298 Irony. A cloud of dust and smoke closely followed the eruption of the ground, which, along with the already low visibility, made it impossible to see, exclaimed Quenhild as she dashed into the dust cloud. She had no doubt that Lex would survive even if he was taken by surprise, but the other three might not. She used a seemingly simple palm attack in the air, causing a gust of wind to clear the cloud, revealing Lex heroically blocking the stone spears from attacking the three behind him. If it had just been a single stone attacking him, or even multiple attacking from the same direction, he could have gotten by with using Talk to the Hand. But three different sentient stones seemed to be attacking him from various directions, causing him to run around, blocking each attack with his shield. The three injured members weren't just sitting idly by either. Jovi had Patrick on his back and was trying to build some distance, while Sohee prepared a spell to attack, her attention completely diverted, leaving her vulnerable. Upon learning the situation was under control, Quenhild diverted her momentum and attacked one of the sentient stones. Were this a normal stone, her single attack would have pulverized it, but on this rock it only spread a few cracks. The rocks had no mouths, so they could not scream, but the spirit energy surrounding them vibrated violently, causing everyone to be hit by a wave of dizziness. Sohee, however, was able to finish her spell in time. A dome of purple light formed around the three sentient stones, blocking their attacks, while simultaneously attacking their souls. The spirit energy in the air began to vibrate even more frenziedly, giving birth to the illusion of shrieking. Just as Sohee was about to sigh in relief, the ground started cracking, revealing more and more stones. Yelled Lex to Quenhild. Even Lex could only block attacks from a single direction at a time, and with them being surrounded and outnumbered, they would need to work together. "Leave it to me," yelled Patrick and clapped his hands together. An invisible, yet strangely tangible ripple traveled through the air, originating from his clap, slowing down the rock's attacks. He did not need to explain what he had done, for all the team members knew each other's abilities. The rocks did not have eyes, and, while no one could tell exactly how they perceived the world around them, there was a good chance that their perception was based on spiritual energy, similar to the way spiritual sense was derived from spiritual energy. Patrick's clap could create energy ripples within a small radius, effectively weakening all spiritual perception abilities. It was originally designed to work against scouts, but for creatures solely dependent on such abilities, the ripple was even more effective. Taking advantage of the short interruption, Lex and the others regrouped, though there seemed to be no hope of escaping. More and more rocks were revealing themselves, already increasing the numbers to over a dozen, and during the brief clashes they had, they were not able to kill any of the rocks. Quenhild asked Lex. This was the first time Lex hadn't been able to foretell an attack, and they needed to understand if this was a unique circumstance or something that could be replicated. "Pretty much. I didn't sense anything, because this wasn't a trap. These rocks just happened to be in the ground we were covering. Even so, if they had been asleep, I would still have been able to sense the danger." Quenhild nodded, understanding the limits of Lex's ability, and moved on to the next matter. "The situation is serious, but not impossibly so. Form a circle and coordinate on the attack. I'll cover the ground so that it doesn't erupt under us," Lex added. Lex's defensive technique, Talk to the Hand, was originally designed only to be used from the hands. However, for Lex, who mastered the technique with a depth that may have even surpassed the creator of the technique, making small alterations to use it from his feet was no issue. The three injured gathered in the center of the circle, all the while activating their abilities to support the team. Sylvia, another one of the group members, a body and soul cultivator, began healing them while the rest focused on attacking and defending. Having collected themselves and working together once again, their lethality shot through the roof. Ness was a human torpedo, shooting through the distance that separated herself and the target, leaving only destruction in her wake. Tim was using his bloodline to boost the explosiveness of her attacks, while Jovi was increasing her speed. Patrick kept causing ripples to distract the rocks, while the rest either intercepted attacks aimed towards Ness or protected their circle. The tides changed like a flip of a switch, and the number of rocks finally started decreasing instead of increasing. In just a few seconds, when she managed to destroy 5 of the rocks, even the rocks changed their strategies. Instead of endlessly barraging the circle with stone spears, the rocks rolled towards one another. The rocks attached themselves to one another with practiced precision, and in a moment, they went from being numerous individual sentient rocks to one massive, humanoid monster made of many small rocks. Ironically, though, the shift made it even easier for them to destroy the newly formed rock monster. The only reason they were disadvantaged to begin with was the overwhelming numbers attacking them from different angles. With that advantage lost, it did not matter at all that the rock monster was stronger in this form. After all, their group was not lacking in strength. "Investigate the rocks, see if there is anything of value. If not, we'll move from here before taking a rest once we put some distance between this place and us," said Quenhild. Since Patrick was best at investigation, he scanned the rocks and discovered these rocks were not normal. They could serve as valuable crafting or forging material, but unfortunately, that was as far as their speciality went. The rocks were too heavy to take along, and after they grabbed a small memento of the fight, the group sprinted away, this time more vigilant. As it turned out, the prudence was well-founded. For only a few minutes after they left, many strange creatures had been attracted by the sound of fighting. Finding nothing other than the corpses of the rock monsters, the creatures dispersed. Some who were interested in the corpses fought with one another. Yet none of that had anything to do with Lex's group. They ran all the way to the entrance of a forest, and, after scouting for a bit, found a secluded area to rest in. They weren't tired enough to warrant rest, but if the 3 injured members of the group weren't adequately healed, they would not be able to keep up with the group. All in all, they had performed well, considering this was their first actual encounter as a group, but the 3 who were injured couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After all that training, they had been the first to falter. Of course, there were 2 other people who were feeling something else entirely. Baron and Nick, the 2 who had been targeting Lex, stared at him with disgust. In their opinion, Lex was entire incompetent and had proved as much by the fact that he hadn't warned them about the attack. One could argue that detecting enemies wasn't what Lex was brought on board for in the first place, so a misstep in this regard mattered little. After all, every warning he gave them benefited them greatly, and was a bonus on the fact he was supposed to advise them on survival. It was just that he had been so good and so consistent with it that this little matter had slipped their minds. Once the 3 were finally healed, or rather healed enough, the group continued their journey. As they were running in a forest now, they encountered more beasts, but fortunately Lex was able to warn them with ample time, allowing them to overcome the ordeal smoothly. A few hours later, they finally reached the first ruin, and the moment they laid eyes on the ancient structure, everyone other than Lex gasped in excitement. A moment later, though, Lex caught on as well. These were no ordinary buildings. Their design, their material, even the size of them, they all signified who the inhabitants of these buildings had once been. The Crystal Race. Chapter 299, An Interesting Guest. It would not require a genius to realize the value this realm held if it used to belong to the Crystal Race. After all, they were the strongest race around. Furthermore, in the long history of the Crystal Realm, it would be unrealistic to say that the Crystal Race had never suffered any defeat or given up any realms. But, while suffering defeat was a possibility, it was much, much rarer for the Crystal Race for several reasons. To fully explain the reasoning, a comparison between a settlement of the Crystal Race and the human race can be made. The first and foremost challenge of a human settlement would come from a hostile environment. The time required for a newborn human to even embark upon the cultivation road was 15 years, and so it was reasonable to say that on average, at least 20 years were required for humans to train a basic soldier for birth. If, during this time, a human settlement faced too many losses or death from hostile forces, the settlement would then become vulnerable. In contrast, a newborn from the Crystal Race was born with the power level equivalent to a human golden core cultivator. Even if at birth they could not contribute to security, just by existing, the Crystal Race had a higher threshold for the danger they could tolerate. The second challenge a settlement would face would be transmitting knowledge or skills. For example, a carpenter, no matter how good, is limited in how much they can work. More would have to be trained just to maintain the minimum requirements of a settlement. And regardless of field, the process was a long and tedious one. The Crystal Race, however, had a much faster way of transmitting information, in which they could imbue their experiences to those who wanted to learn. While skill would still require training and effort, the learning period was drastically reduced this way. This not only allowed them to retain their settlement, but also easily expand if needed. Lastly, one of the greatest challenges every settlement would face was the inevitable march of time and the changes it brought. Leaders would die, buildings would collapse, policies would become outdated, and so much more. If each successive generation of that settlement did not rise to the challenges of their times, a single lifetime was enough to destroy even the sturdiest of foundations. But for the Crystal Race, while time brought its own challenges, the one thing it did not bring was old age and deterioration. This was because every member of the Crystal Race, regardless of age or cultivation, was born immortal. This was not to say that they never got sick or cannot be killed. Rather, it just meant that the declines that humans faced after they passed their prime was something the Crystal Race would never encounter. This meant that they would forever retain their great leaders, their best doctors, their legendary crafters, and since each of them had all but infinity to master their crafts, their standard for legendary was something the other races considered myths. So now, looking at the ruins of what must have been some kind of Crystal Race settlement, The entire group could not help but wonder what had happened here. Quinhild asked Patrick, who was already scanning the buildings using his beacon. There are many energy signatures in the buildings, but they're not living. Most of the group waited while Patrick and Cindy, the tracking expert, a body and spirit cultivator, went out to scout the area. When they returned, they brought back predictable news. The ruins had become the nest for a large predator, the bloody jit. It was a flightless bird, not because it lacked wings, but because its body was so massive, its wings could not support its weight. It was extremely deadly, ridiculously strong, and had the ferocity of a tornado, so naturally the first order of business was killing the bird. This is where all their training began to shine, and as soon as Patrick provided the group with a map of the ruins and the surrounding terrain, they began planning the fight. One would expect that in a battle like this, Lex would serve as the bait to bring the beast to an ambush spot. But no, he had a different job, one that would finally allow him to put his arrays to use. Once the creature was lured to wherever the group wanted to fight, and the combatants began fighting, they would have to ensure that the beast did not escape once the tide of the battle turned against it. Essentially, he would have to create an inescapable cage. For requests of this level, Lex would have to rely on the book he had gotten from John. The author had recorded a number of excellent arrays, seemingly for any scenario, and now Lex would put them to use. But, as he was still a beginner, it would take him well over an hour to create such an array. Fortunately, preparing to fight the bloody jit would also take time. The group began working. Planet Arum, Jotun Empire territory. This planet, which was several times larger than Jupiter, was one of the most popular tourist spots in all of Jotun territory. Such a claim was no small matter, as it was not just considering a single galaxy, but all the galaxies under Jotun rule. The reason for that was not only the fact that this planet was abundant in every kind of resource, rich in beauty, absolutely secure, as well as a hub for commerce on an interstellar scale, but because this planet was the private property of one of the most noble families in the Jotun Empire. The Jotun Empire, along with its royal family, had several noble families as well, all with varying levels of importance. Of those families, there were 3 ranked directly below the royal family, in both prestige and power. Each family had their own speciality, but in such a utilitarian universe, absolute power was the most important factor in deciding a family's worth. The intricacies of the Jotun societal system were complex, and the standings of the noble families even more so. However, all complexities aside, no matter what, it was absolutely unusual that a member of such a family was running in such panic, on his own planet no less. The 19-year-old Golden Core cultivator looked nothing like a scion as he ran through the empty but usually crowded fruit farm. There was no one chasing him. In fact, this entire region of the planet seemed to be devoid of any people beside the running boy. But the lack of pursuers did not soothe the boy. At this point, he was running on fumes, as not only had he been awake for several days, he had already overdrawn his spiritual energy. In a few minutes at most, he would collapse. As if aware of this, whoever was after the boy made no effort to close the distance. They were content to watch and wait. "Where is it?" he mumbled to himself, his mind on the brink of collapse. Just as he was losing hope, the bracelet on his wrist vibrated, and the boy's eyes widened in joy. With no energy left to put on a performance, he did not hide his actions as he suddenly stopped and started digging in the ground. As if sensing something unusual about his actions, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared in the farm, all of them hooded, ethereal figures. But their arrogance had cost them. The boy suddenly dug up a small container and smashed it open, revealing a golden key and a letter. Not wasting any time, he grabbed the letter and crushed the key, disappearing in a golden light mere moments before the nearest hooded figure reached his spot. "I've lost his trace," the hooded figure said, devoid of all emotions. As if that was all they needed to hear, the remaining figures vanished in a thin air, as if they had never been there. As soon as the boy arrived at the inn, he fell to his knees, fighting to keep his consciousness. He didn't know where he was or if it was safe. As if sensing his distress, a hologram of a human appeared in front of him, and informed him that he was at the Midnight Inn and that he was absolutely safe. Help was already on the way to give him medical aid. Upon hearing that, the boy smiled and allowed himself to lose consciousness. After all, Noman Butt was born with a very special power. No one or thing in the universe, regardless of their cultivation level, could lie to him without him finding out. The hologram had not lied when it introduced the inn, and so he knew he was safe. For now. Chapter 300: Arrogance or Confidence. Sometime later, Noman woke up in the recovery room. He wasn't in the recovery pod, for he hadn't actually suffered any grave injuries, just severe exhaustion. It was not something that would recover quickly, and he would be in a weakened state for weeks, if not months to come. However, it did seem like the recovery room had a positive effect on him, so maybe that time could be cut short. He was in a private room, so he was alone, which allowed him to relax a little. The letter he brought alongside him was on a table beside him, so he tore it open to read. The message it conveyed was short and simple. Stay at the inn as long as you can. It will be able to hide your trace. Adopt a false identity and only leave in once you're able to block all forms of scrying or prophecy. Your helper in the dark, Noman grimaced when he read the letter. His ability to detect truth was not as simple as it seemed. Regardless of the medium, his ability would stay active. This meant that, even just by reading this letter, he could tell whoever wrote this letter was telling the truth. Furthermore, it was not so easy to use technicalities to mislead him. If a person told a truth, but with the intention of providing a false perception, then Noman's ability would detect that as a lie as well. This was an ability he had since birth, and though he did not understand it completely when he was a child, since the moment he realized what it was, he had kept this ability secret. He was not an heir or some high-ranking member of the Butt family. But even just as a regular member, the exposure he had was beyond what others could comprehend. As such, he never even told his parents or the seniors in his family about this ability for more than once he heard the seniors lie. Of course, detecting a lie did not mean he would automatically learn the truth, but sometimes just knowing falsehood was enough. After all, he had seen many speeches made by prominent politicians and nobles, some even from the royal family, and would immediately know when they were lying. People would kill him to keep their secrets, and others would kill just to get their hands on his ability. All in all, he just wanted to pretend to be a regular boy from a big family. But it was not meant to be. Some time ago, he received a letter from the mysterious helper in the dark claiming that, using some kind of oracle, a certain organization had learnt the truth of his ability and was coming to kidnap him for their own purposes. Since then, his life had turned upside down. Infiltrating his family's planet was already a big deal, but somehow isolating him from everyone and blocking off anyone else from approaching took power and influence he could not even imagine. At the very least, they hadn't been blatant about their motives, which meant they were still wary of his family. He considered just informing his family of his secret as well, but he knew that would lead to a life of being a puppet, which was not something he wanted. He closed his eyes and went back to sleep. When he was feeling a little better, he would go investigate this inn. At least they were nice enough to not ask him for money before treating him. But how was he supposed to know that the inn had directly sent the invoice to his family, who had paid without bothering to investigate what it was for? Lex stood calmly out in an open field, his mind wandering. He had already finished the array, and all that was needed now was to wait for the bloody jit to enter the trap so he could finally activate it. Until he did that, he could not move away. Eventually, the beast was lured here. He heard it before he saw it. The sharp screeching of a furious bird accompanied by the dull sound of earth being ripped apart, like a massive till cutting through the land. When it came into sight, to his surprise, Lex found that the bird simply looked like an eagle, just expanded to about 50 feet, 15 meters. Its body was pressed directly against the ground, and Lex didn't blame it, for he doubted its leg would be able to carry the weight of its massive body. Instead, it was using its wings to pull itself forward like a baby just learning to crawl. Despite the odd nature in which it moved, it was not slow at all. It moved like a train, hurling anything in its path away. It was chasing after Baron originally, but something about the way Lex stood in the open casually looking at it as if watching a show, greatly antagonized it. Letting loose another deafening screech, it changed its target to Lex. Yet still, even as its hulking figure bore down towards Lex, he did not so much as flinch. The calm in his eyes was more deafening than any screech, and his stationary figure more arrogant than any beast. The bloody Jit was looking forward to crushing the puny human, but it was not meant to be. Just as the Jit was a few feet away from bulldozing Lex into a bloody pulp, he snapped his fingers, and a barrier of light and air erected itself in front of him. The Jit was too close to even comprehend, slowing down, and crashed into the barrier full force. Within the barrier, the earth shattered as if struck by a missile, launching massive clumps of dirt and rocks into the air, yet the barrier itself did not even tremble. The bloody Jit had turned bloody, with its beak caved in, its head disfigured, and its body morphed into a ball. Many of its bones were likely broken, if not entirely crushed, and Lex did not even want to imagine the condition its spine was in. Yet the anger in the Jit's eyes did not diminish or weaken, and it glared at Lex like the very purpose of its existence was to murder him. A whim struck Lex as he watched the unyielding beast, and he asked, "Can you understand me? A beast at your level should have some basic intelligence, right? This is a fight you've already lost." The bloody Jit's aura exploded as it screeched up into the sky, a declaration of its power and hatred. "A pity," Lex said, feeling disappointed, but he no longer paid the bird any heed. Ness, Baron, and Tim had entered the barrier as well to deal with it, and he did not doubt their ability to slay it even when the Jit was in good health, let alone now. With his hands in his pockets, Lex began to make his way towards the ruins. He strolled towards the nearest building, ignoring the sounds of combat behind him, and instead he was contemplating his own behavior. It occurred to him that as his cultivation, and along with it his various abilities, grew, his personality was also slowly changing. This was his first outing since the expedition with Ptolemy, and already he could feel the difference. He was no longer wrecked with worry about his survival, and in fact tested the limits of ability and his control over it. Previously, he would have never waited until the bird almost reached the end of the barrier. As soon as it entered, he would have activated it. Now, though, he pushed it to the absolute last minute. Maybe it was arrogance in his newfound power. Maybe it was an inherent confidence in knowing his limits. Maybe it was just him experimenting with something new. All he knew for certain, though, was that it felt good not to be worried about dying at the slightest incident. The calm, confident expression on his face finally broke, letting through a small smile. Now he finally felt like he was living. Now he could finally start actually enjoying all the blessings the end brought him. He had to be careful not to let his newfound power go to his head, but he could also let himself enjoy it a little. He suddenly recalled a feeling he once got when he first started hosting the Midnight Games, when the strong and powerful deferred to him, and when he overcame fear to take control of the situation. It was feeling your heart beat in your chest. It was feeling the blood course through your veins. He took in a deep breath, taking in all the smells of the forest, and, as he let the air out of his lungs, he clenched his fists. "Lex freaking Williams," he said in his mind, his smile becoming even bigger. Then he stepped into the first ruins and froze. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.